Chapter 38-25, Li Qie didn't stick around for long after the two were gone. He tossed the hammer back onto the anvil and descended. That's it. Both the students and teachers nearby were surprised, especially the latter who had been watching the entire time. The teachers thought that Li Qie was on the verge of doing something incredible after refining the remnant dregs. Perhaps a great treasure would be the result. The molten liquid in the cauldron was still surging and splashing. The flame was powerful as well, not allowing the liquid to cool. Some teachers landed on top of the peak with students behind them. Let's see here. A powerful teacher wanted to scoop up the molten metal but pulled his band back due to the scorching temperature. They had no idea why Li Qie left midway during the process. Maybe he was just playing around out of boredom. A different teacher murmured. One older teacher shook his head. No, Li Qie is not that type of person. He does everything for a reason. Is it possible to refine these dregs into a weapon? A teacher asked. Sure, the dregs left behind by Tao Lord level refinements are probably valuable but not in the eyes of someone like him. This is too much effort. He was right. Ordinary cultivators could find the molten metals to be valuable. On the other hand, the true masters wouldn't waste their time refining these waste materials. He's too eccentric, we can't understand his intent. The old intent shook his head and concluded. His peers agreed with him and smiled wryly. Well, that doesn't matter. The return of the flame is still great news for our academy. One teacher became excited. Since the cauldron was back, the academy had more chances in the future to craft an amazing artifact. True, it'll be way easier to craft something strong now. Others nodded in agreement. Ultimately, they didn't dare to interfere with Li Qie's business. They ignored the perpetual interaction between the flame and the remnant metals. The students that tagged along were curious as well. However, they focused on the hammer instead. Everyone knew about its legendary tales with the Tao Lords and top sovereigns. Alas, no one was able to pick it up after the main flame extinguished until Li Qie. He summoned an ocean of lightning with it and took down Sword Hero. By this point, even a blind fool could see how wondrous this hammer was. It was right in front of them too. Should we try lifting it again? A student asked. Even if you can lift it, are you going to take our academy's treasure away? A peer glared at him. Right, but there's no rule about taking it away. The first student remained interested. The crowd agreed too. The hammer was left here for millions of years and there was no rule about bringing it away. The academy seemed content with just leaving it alone. Anyone could take it if they were capable enough. Thus, they stared at the teachers who were still talking about the remnant metals. The latter didn't seem to care about this issue. Well, if the academy doesn't stop us, it'll belong to whoever can take it away. The first student asserted. This logic was simple enough. The listeners felt their heart beating faster. A while ago, students attempted to lift the hammer out of curiosity. Now, after seeing it in action, temptation and greed overwhelmed them. I'll give it a shot. A hot-headed student stepped forward. Up you go. He gripped the hilt with both hands and mustered all of his strength. He activated his merit laws and different methods to no avail. Others gave it a shot again despite the first failure. In fact, some even teamed up and tried to lift it together. No one managed to move the hammer, not even by an inch. Why can't we move it? They eventually gave up, albeit begrudgingly because Li Qie did so without putting in any effort at all. The hammer seemed like paper when he lifted it earlier. They had no idea why. Just give up. Your current selves have no chance. The oldest teacher walked over and smiled at the group. Teacher, why Li Qie and not us? A student inquired. This is a heaven-defying hammer. Only powerful characters like Tao Lords and Supremes can lift it. Others will just be wasting their time. The teacher replied. This still doesn't answer how Li Qie did it. He's not a Tao Lord or Supreme. Another argued. Though Li Qie was devilish, his cultivation was still shallow. Because the hammer allows it. The teacher patiently explained. The students remained confused. The hammer finds Li Qie worthy, that's why he can lift it without exerting any strength. The teacher said. So this hammer basically can recognize its masters? Another asked. Sounds about right. The teacher nodded. This revelation caused the students to ponder. Chapter 38-26, Li Qie returned to the temple and told the old servant and Fan Bai, "We've been here long enough, time to move." "Where do you wish to go, young master?" Fan Bai became curious. "Blackwood Cliff." He replied. "Is your destination Black Tides, young master?" The old servant's eyes slightly shifted after hearing this. Fan Bai had no reaction due to her little knowledge. This wasn't the case for the old servant who had traveled the world. He knew that there was nothing for Li Qie to do at Blackwood Cliff. The only thing interesting there was Black Tides. Indeed. Li Qie responded. The old man took a deep breath. While Li Qie didn't make a big deal out of it, those in the know would find this a serious matter. Black Tides was one of the 7 forbidden zones. All were extremely dangerous, hence their classification. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even the powerful supremes would be wary when talking about these places, let alone actually going there. Only Li Qie could make this decision without thinking twice. The tides are receding. The old servant murmured. You've heard about it? Li Qie glanced at him. It's not like I don't care about external events. The girl from Blackwood told Vajra about the phenomena already. The old servant responded. Yes, it is receding. Li Qie nodded, but this didn't matter to him. He would take a trip there either way. The old servant became worried after the confirmation. Though this happened numerous times in history, they were not prepared for it this generation. The previous time happened during 8 Stallion Tao Lord's era, the most recent one. A new Tao Lord has yet to appear. It hasn't even been a full era since, so no one believed Wei Qianqing. Normally, it would be a dozen eras or so. Thus, the seniors of Vajra had a historical justification for doubting her report. This was the same for the old servant as well. Unfortunately, Li Qie had spoken and his words were absolute. The old servant thought that this was an ominous sign. Looks like you still care about the Southern West King. Li Qie chuckled while looking at the old servant's worried expression. I'm just a regular man who can't forget about the place where I was born, unable to escape the constraints of the 5 elements and emotions. The old servant smiled wryly. True, everyone feels the same way. Li Qie chuckled and agreed. The old servant sighed. Things were looking bad for the south. In fact, the holy ground might be facing an existential crisis. Previously, Buddha Supreme risked his life to protect Blackwood and still failed. Fortunately, Righteous Supreme and 8 Stallion Tao Lord came in the nick of time. The consequence would have been unimaginable if these two didn't come. The holy ground would be the first to go down. In the present, Buddha Supreme was nowhere to be found. Righteous Supreme would have a hard time coming out. As for the Tao Lord, he hasn't been around for a long time now. The stake was just as high this time. Blackwood needed defenders capable of holding back Black Tides. He glanced at Li Qie. Who else could it be but Li Qie? Young master, are you intending on going straight in? He asked. Not necessarily, I'm not a savior who cares about the well-being of others. Li Qie shook his head. But you still wish to go there? He said. Few in the world knew what awaited in the depths of Black Tides, only that intruders seldomly returned alive. Nonetheless, he believed that Li Qie could absolutely do so. But why did Li Qie want to go there? Just going there to finish a trivial matter. Li Qiye glanced at the horizon and said. The old man thought that only Li Qiye would be able to say this in a nonchalant manner. Even Tao lords didn't dare to do so. That place is so bizarre. He recalled. You've been there before. Li Qiye smiled. Not quite, making that claim would be an exaggeration. He became sentimental. I was arrogant back then despite achieving nothing. I thought I was invincible and couldn't help wanting to enter. He paused for a moment and memories resurfaced. He swept through 8 desolaces with his saber, completely dominating his peers. Because of this, he felt confident enough to enter Black Tides. He eventually found that it was endless and perilous. Fortunately, he knew when to quit and managed to stay alive. It's immensely vast. I was like a headless fly going everywhere. I didn't know how far I got at all. He said. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. Just the fact that you left that place alive is incredible enough. Li Qiye replied. You're too kind. He forced a smile. Anyone entering that place would find themselves insignificant, akin to a drop of water in an ocean. Most would be lost right after. To reach the deepest area was exceedingly difficult. Only mighty Tao lords could do so. Of course, there was no guarantee of leaving it alive. So what is that thing? He asked a question that has been on his mind for a long time. What did you see? Li Qiye replied. Is it a ghost? He boldly speculated. Of course, ghost for cultivators was different from ghost in the mind of mortals. The ghosts described by mortals were nothing more than remnant intents with grudges. That depends on your definition. Li Qiye smirked and said, most would consider them ghosts. As for me, I disagree and believe that they are things that shouldn't exist. I see. He fell into rumination. In the past, he got far enough to see unprecedented things that left an indelible impression on him. Go get ready. Li Qiye commanded, then returned to his room. 1. The character for stallion has too many meanings, this title can change. Chapter 38-27, Yang Ling visited before Li Qiye's departure. I want to go to Blackwood Cliff with you, young master. Though she wasn't a genius, she still had admirable traits such as being very direct. She was the first to know about Li Qiye's journey because Fan Bai came to say goodbye. Why? Li Qiye stared at her. I want to broaden my horizon. The seniors told me about Blackwood and its fantastic tales, it's just that I never got the chance to visit it. She hurriedly responded. He only smiled. Young master, please bring me too, I can serve you or do whatever you need, I'll be very diligent. She grabbed his arm and begged. Others wouldn't dare to be so familiar with Li Qiye. Yang Ling, on the other hand, got to know Li Qiye better so she acted boldly. Go pack your stuff. Li Qiye eventually granted her permission. She became excited and cheered before speaking, no need to go back, my family already prepared everything for me. Having said that, she patted her spatial pouch. This wasn't her idea alone. Her family, especially her father, wanted her to be around Li Qiye. He was intelligent enough to understand Li Qiye's limitless potential. There was a chance of him becoming a Tao Lord in the future. Thus, he didn't want to miss this opportunity and hoped that his daughter could stay with Li Qiye. This would benefit both Yang Ling and the clan. They might reach an unprecedented height as a result. Fine. Li Qiye waved his hand. Yang Ling happily left and went to look for Fan Bai. The latter played a big part in Li Qiye's decision. Fan Bai didn't have friends, so it was good to have a cheerful girl like Yang Ling around. Of course, Yang Ling and her father weren't the only ones with this idea. As Li Qiye was about to leave, the old man from Duality visited again with Du Gulan behind him. She was always a sight to behold wherever she went, beautiful and elegant, always commanding attention. I heard about your departure, young master. The old man bowed and said, I'm sorry for the lack of hospitality during your stay at Duality, pleasantries are unnecessary. Li Qie interrupted. You're going to Blackwood, right? The old man smiled and asked. Li Qie nodded. So, is the seawater really receding? His eyes shifted slightly. The big shots in the Holy Ground have received this information from Wei Qianqing. Nonetheless, virtually all of them dismissed it. He himself thought that it was extremely unlikely. However, Li Qie's trip there must be for a reason. You tell me. Li Qie replied. He became nervous because this was a dreadful matter. No one in the Holy Ground could escape this. In fact, all of the south might go down. Then we must prepare. He stared straight at Li Qie and answered. Better work together well. Li Qie said flatly. The old man had no response. The current Holy Ground wasn't the same as before. Prior to this, Buddha Supreme was in charge and solidarity was at an all-time high. One command from him would result in the Holy Ground working together. Now, people thought that he was dead. Thus, the various powers had selfish calculations. Despite being one of the most influential figures, he definitely couldn't unify the Holy Ground. I have neither enough power nor status to do this. Young master, the Holy Ground relies on your leadership. He said softly. A bunch of fools, when together, are still fools. There will only be more people and louder fanfare. Do you really think they'll wholeheartedly work together against the enemies? Li Qie chuckled. The old man had an awkward expression. Li Qie's comment, though unpleasant, was still truthful. Vajra was currently in charge but numerous other powers wanted its position. In the past, Buddha Supreme and Sacred Mountain prevented them from acting on it. A few things were different in the present. First, Buddha Supreme was gone. Second, Archaic Sun King was considered to be a failed leader. Others no longer wanted to be under Vajra's supervision. As for Vajra, it certainly had the ambition of no longer being under the rule of Sacred Mountain. That's the only way for the dynasty to be eternal. All in all, even if these powers were to rally together for a common cause, internal strife would eventually take over. Young master, are you saying, he hesitated. Just let it be, it's not actually a big deal. No legacy lasts forever. When it is time to fall, it'll fall. Li Qie said. I can't be as open-minded as you. He smiled wryly. He didn't share the same freedom as Li Qie since he was responsible for Duality Academy. Though Duality was separate from the Holy Ground, it was still built on the latter's land. Thus, if the Holy Ground were to fall, so would the Academy. The problem was, even if he sincerely tried his best, Vajra and the other divisions wouldn't listen to him anyway. Only Buddha Supreme had this level of influence. He eventually sighed and gave up, wanting to focus on the Academy's survival instead. Young master, it is a long and arduous journey to Blackwood. He then spoke. Let our little Lan follow you and take care of your daily needs. He then beckoned for Dugu Lan to walk forward. I hope to be of service, young master. It is my honor to follow you. Dugu Lan bowed her head. The old man wanted Dugu Lan to stick around not only because of Li Qie's status but also for her to learn more. Outsiders would consider this preposterous. Dugu Lan was the #1 genius of the Holy Ground. Now, she was about to be Li Qie's maid. Nothing's long and arduous about this, it's just a stroll. Li Qie refused. Young master, you must think that our little lady isn't clever enough. The old man smiled bitterly. No, she's a rare genius. The Academy is lucky to have someone like her. Li Qie glanced at her and praised. Chapter 38-28, The old man and Dugu Lan were disappointed due to Li Qie's refusal to bring her along. After all, she would have definitely learned many things along the way. Of course, most would view Dugulan as a supreme genius, the only youth capable of contending against righteous Sion. The ancestors thought that she had boundless potential as well, destined to stand at the apex. Thus, she was a jewel in their eyes. Someone like her being a maid would be unfathomable. The duo present disagreed. The old man, in particular, thought that it would be an honor for her to follow Wuxia, the opportunity of a lifetime. I have nothing to teach you, you're excellent enough already and have done an incredible job learning Trinity sword art. Reaching apogee is only a matter of time. Wuxia stared at the two and replied. Please steer me from mistakes, young master. Dugulan smartly asked for guidance, knowing that a chance like this wouldn't present itself again. You're doing great, but if I must point a single thing out, refrain from distinguishing between the light and darkness. Wuxia smilingly said. This is indeed something I think about, please elaborate, young master. She said. Trinity was a unique sword art since it consisted of light and darkness. The first two variations were completely different from each other. Thus, the polar opposites made it difficult for her during training. Her talents and indomitable spirit eventually birthed success, allowing her to utilize this powerful technique effectively. Nonetheless, she still had questions and doubts regarding her usage of light and darkness. They have the same origin. Wuxia said, from darkness there is light and there is light in darkness. This duality creates a majestic momentum and 3,000 brilliant mortal realms. These realms are never separated from the two affinities, and that's the focus of the third technique. I see. Dugulan's impeccable comprehension allowed her to absorb his guidance. The third move of Trinity, Myriad Men, summoned the power of the talented geniuses in the mortal realms. It was different from the previous two since it encompassed both affinities. As for the first two moves, the affinity would absorb or destroy the other. Their reason for being is predicated on their twins' existence. Wuxia concluded. She became immersed in internal training. She suddenly felt much better about the sword art. Thank you, young master. She bowed, having gained immense benefits from listening to a few lines from him. He accepted her gesture and added, Trinity sword art is certainly strong, but do not indulge excessively in it. You need to focus on your own grand Tao or you'll never be able to leave the shadow of its creator, not that this should be a goal. She became emotional because he touched the biggest issue in her mind. Trinity was extremely strong, but she knew that she had no chance of surpassing its creator. The emperor who created this sword art was known as Prime and considered to be the greatest of them all. In history, the brilliant emperors and invincible Tao lords couldn't compare to him. That's why she had no chance of surpassing him regardless of her talents. Your grand Tao is unique and effective, others would have a hard time reaching you. He then focused on her grand Tao. Though this was only a casual session, she considered each of his words to be as precious as gold and jade. She earnestly memorized the content in order to ponder them later. After he finished, she bowed and respectfully said, I won't forget your kindness, young master. If I can be of use in the future, just say the words and I will be your ox and horse. He only smiled in response. Young master, I believe the changes in black tides imply immense danger. I don't think you need to take this risk. The old man pondered before speaking. This was because of Wuxia's prestigious status. If anything were to happen to Wuxia, it would be an unthinkable loss to the holy ground and its people. Black tides can't stop me from leaving. If it could, it would have started crawling instead of just laying there. Wuxia smiled. Dugulan found his comment astonishing. Black tides was the name of an ocean, but Wuxia was using verbs to describe it. Dugulan eventually asked, Young master, isn't black tides an ocean? Is it, alive? The erudite old man felt the same way, thinking that Wuxia's choice of words was rather strange. Alive? Sure, but barely like a lamp running out of oil. It can't amount to anything. Wuxia nonchalantly responded. Though these two expected this answer, they still became shocked. So black tides is a living entity, Dugulan murmured. Most thought that this was only an ocean with black water. They would consider Li Chia a madman for making this claim. How could a creature be so large? Please be careful, young master. The old man repeated, hoping for Li Chia's well-being. Don't worry, I know what to do. Li Chia smiled. As the group was about to leave Duality Academy, Li Chia didn't tell anyone. Nonetheless, Dugulan and the old man insisted on sending him away. They knew that he didn't like rowdiness, so they came alone. Can't follow me forever, go back now. Li Chia eventually commanded along the way. The two bowed deeply as they watched Li Chia disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 38-29, Blackwood Cliff was located next to Black Tides, spanning 2/3 of the coastline. In other words, Blackwood wasn't a singular cliff but rather, a broader name of a geographic region. As for Black Tides, it presided to the very south, far removed from the Holy Ground and Buddha Emperor Plateau. A mortal would never be able to make a trip from the capital to Blackwood Cliff. A powerful cultivator relying on flying would require a long period of time. Due to the long distance, the core of the Holy Ground didn't care about Blackwood. Whatever danger loomed at Blackwood was just too far away. Nonetheless, historically, there has always been a garrison for a mighty legion here. This applied to the present day as well. This particular legion belonged to Vajra. The reason for them being here was simple, to watch over Black Tides. Of course, a legion alone wouldn't do much against Black Tides. Nonetheless, this has been tradition. Black Tides was one of the 7 forbidden zones. The majority of intruders would never come back alive, not even powerful supremes. The south was closer, but even the leaders of the north always worried about this area. The reason why the south still existed was due to the effort of the wise sages and cultivators. Tao lords risked their lives in order to calm this ocean. This was the case for the other forbidden zones too. One famous expedition was led by Duck Egg Tao Lord, including battles in all 7 zones. More recently during the chaotic era, Pure Sun Tao Lord also fought against the forbidden zones. There were few records about this era, not too many details remained. However, recent battles were quite famous. For example, Buddha Tao Lord, Dhyana Tao Lord, and Righteous Tao Lord have all fought Black Tides. Later on, Vajra Tao Lord and his wondrous weapon did quite a number on Black Tides. Because of this feat, his Vajra was considered to be one of the 10 greatest Tao Lord treasures. In history, there were most likely thousands of Tao Lord weapons and treasure. Thus, the high rank of his Vajra showed just how brilliant it was. Furthermore, all of them returned alive after the expeditions. Alas, tragedies happened as well. Leaving alone the older tales, the one that left the deepest impression recently was Scarlet Moon Tao Lord. This Tao Lord was brilliant, being a peerless genius with an unmatched grand Tao. He dominated and became a Tao Lord later on. Unfortunately, the tides suddenly came when he had just finished creating his golden avatar. Since he had just reached this realm, his Tao foundation was unstable. He eventually died to the tides, his vitality, blood, and grand Tao were taken by the receding tides. All of 8 Desolaces trembled in fear. Though some top masters tried to help, they could only watch the tides retreat back to the ocean. His death served as a warning to the entire world. They have grown complacent after the end of the chaotic era. During the era of the blessed, prosperity could be found everywhere. Very few Tao Lords died during their ascension, so people forgot about this risk. Scarlet Moon Tao Lord's fate became the prime example and reminded everyone of this tragic possibility. Afterward, other terrible events stemmed from Black Tides. For example, whenever the tides receded, terrible creatures would come forth. They were strong enough to overwhelm Buddha Supreme. If it weren't for Righteous Supreme and 8 Stallion Tao Lord, the South would have fallen. That's why the leading dynasties of Vajra always had a legion at Blackwood just to keep an eye out for any suspicious movement. Though Li Chia wasn't in a rush, they traveled swiftly while being in the carriage controlled by the old servant. It didn't take long before they arrived at a great city in Blackwood. People either called it Blackwood Cliff City or just Blackwood Cliff. It was the home of more than 10 million inhabitants. As the group approached, they saw a unique characteristic of the forests and vegetation here. Everything along the coastline was stained by a black shade. Because of this, the coastline was rather visible even from a distance, looking like a thick black line spanning for 10 million miles. As they got closer to the city, they met more passengers along the way. Since Blackwood Cliff was by the border of the holy ground, they didn't see many people along the way until now. Yang Ling and Fan Bai stared curiously at the travelers. There were a few mortals but mostly cultivators from various sects and races. This looked pretty similar to Buddha Emperor City. I haven't seen this type of clothes before. However, Yang Ling noticed a different group. It didn't look like the fashion of the holy ground or righteous sect. In fact, this seemed different from anything from 8 Desolaces. They seemed to be from an ancient era. An archaic aura just oozed from them. They're from Wild East 8 Kingdoms. The old servant said, Blackwood Cliff is close to the east, so they do come here. I thought the 8 Kingdoms don't mingle with the outside world. Yang Ling asked. That's in the past. The barbarians of the east certainly didn't come out during the chaotic era and didn't welcome outsiders either. This gradually changed but still very limited. They usually only visit Blackwood Cliff, very few go out farther. The old servant smiled. So who are they? Do they just want to maintain their lifestyle from the ancient era without dealing with the modern world? She continued. In the past, the Holy Ground had tried to conquer the 8 Kingdoms to extend its reach. The result was well known as well. This was during the golden age of both the Holy Ground and Righteous Sect. The two enemies decided to work together in order to conquer the 8 Kingdoms. This expedition was led by 8 saints and 9 sovereigns. The 8 Kingdoms couldn't stop the powerful legions from these two sects, losing one battle after another. What happened next took the legions by surprise. The ancient empress appeared and defeated their top masters along with the legions. From then on, Righteous Sect and the Holy Ground never tried to conquer the East again. Time is an unstoppable flood. Trying to separate from the world is futile. In the end, they'll be swept into the temporal flood as well, no exception. The old servant said. 1. Duck's Egg Buyer turns out to be a Dao Lord, shortened to Duck Egg for brevity reason. Chapter 38:30. Li Chia didn't immediately enter the city. Instead, the old servant led him to the coastline. A majestic platform floated in the sky above the water right outside of the city. Keep in mind that the entirety of Blackwood resembled a cliff right next to black tides. While standing on this platform, one could see the famous ocean ahead. Virtually everyone in 8 Desolaces has heard of its name before and its horrifying tales. Nonetheless, to see it in person was still astonishing. When people thought of oceans, they would imagine blue water and a clear sky. This wasn't the case for the boundless ocean ahead. True to its name, the water was completely black. Moreover, it felt quite thick as well. If it was only black like squid's ink, then people wouldn't mind adventuring there. However, the thickness was intimidating. They thought that once they took one step inside, they would be stuck there, unable to get out. Furthermore, due to this thickness, the water surface should be quite calm. In reality, this ocean was furious with high waves always ravaging the shore, ready to sweep the earth away. The sky wasn't blue either. It seemed that after millions and millions of years, the evaporated water resulted in an all-enveloping thick fog. In a sense, one would feel that they were standing before a great beast with its bloody jaws wide open. The first impression was usually fear and dread. Yang Ling and Fan Bai had heard of this place before, but this was their first visit. They felt the same way as everyone else. Why is the water black? Yang Ling brought this up. In fact, this might be the first question in everyone's mind after seeing the ocean. It must have been asked a million times. Li Qiye smiled while the old servant answered, there are numerous legends regarding this. What are they? Fan Bai, who was in awe, became interested as well. One tells of a source stone of darkness residing in the deepest crevice of the ocean. It stained the entire thing with its dark affinity. If one were to fall in the water without being strong enough, they would rot right away. The old man answered while gazing at the ocean. This caused the two to stagger backward right away. Indeed, this black ocean seemed eager to swallow intruders. So is this one true? The reticent Fan Bai asked. I don't know. The old man stopped staring and shook his head, looking a bit emotional. Only those who can actually make it there know whether there's a stone like that or not. Can you do it? Yang Ling asked, aware that the old servant wasn't an ordinary cultivator. I would only embarrass myself due to my meager cultivation. The old man smiled wryly, the number of people that can make it there is pitiful, to say the least. Only characters like Diana or Vajra Dao Lord can do so. Others will only be courting death. I've heard of this before. Yang Ling became excited after hearing about the expeditions. They said that Vajra Dao Lord destroyed the sky vault here with his weapon. Yang Ling came from nobility and had memorized the tales of the 4 Dao Lords already. This was one reason why she was so excited to visit Black Tides. That's correct, it goes to show how fierce and competitive the battle was. The old man nodded. Yang Ling didn't think of it this way. Vajra Dao Lord was known to be unbeatable. Thus, if he were capable of suppressing Black Tides, the fight wouldn't have been so devastating. It would have ended rather quietly. What about Duality Master? Yang Ling brought up someone else. I heard the master came freely without being stopped. As a student of duality, she has also heard about the founder's exploits. Rumor has it that Black Tides didn't react to his presence at all. He strolled inside as if it was his own backyard. Many didn't believe this particular legend. Everyone knew that Duality Master was a mortal. How could a mortal tread freely in Black Tides? That's impossible. Even the Dao Lords of the Holy Ground needed to fight the entire way to get inside, then killed their way back out. Any existence, regardless of their power, would find traveling in this region exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, Duality Master actually did it. Yes. According to the records, Duality Master is the only one who traveled freely in Black Tides without any resistance. The old man solemnly said. How did he do it? Yang Ling couldn't come up with a reason. This was indeed a mystery that has spanned for eras. I don't know. The old man said, maybe he's a unique existence, or perhaps he had already escaped the 5 elements and constraints of the world. Or, Black Tides was afraid, so he did whatever he wanted. Afraid of his power? How could a mortal be so strong? Yang Ling murmured. Her skepticism was warranted. One could say that no one in this world was stronger than the Holy Ground's Dao Lords during their respective era. How could a mortal be stronger than a Dao Lord? Cultivation doesn't determine everything in this world. Duality Master is an exception, the only exception. The old man said. Yang Ling nodded in agreement, agreeing that her academy's founder was special. There have been numerous Dao Lords in history, but only one Duality Master. Chapter 38-31. As the 2 girls chatted with the old servant, Li Qiye had his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. The girls didn't dare to bother Li Qiye despite being overwhelmed with curiosity. He eventually opened his eyes after a while. What were you doing, young master? Yang Ling asked. She naturally didn't think that he was sleeping while standing. I was listening. He smiled. Listen to what? The tides? Yang Ling stared at the black ocean. No, to the screams. He replied. She was creeped out by this response and took one step backward while staring at the ocean. Don't scare me, young master, I don't hear any screaming. Nonetheless, she started focusing but still didn't hear anything outside of the winds and waves. You're being serious? She regained her wits and asked. There was no reason for Li Qiye to lie to her. You can't hear them. The old man said and stopped her from trying again. Your cultivation isn't enough, so don't bother. She took a deep breath after the confirmation. The old man gazed deeper into the ocean and elaborated, don't be surprised. Numerous experts have died there, including supremes and Tao lords. The powerful souls are still lingering, whispering and wailing. Both Fan Bai and Yang Ling became afraid. Well, what are you hearing right now, senior? Yang Ling inquired. My mind is calm, so I don't hear anything currently. But when I was in there, I heard something I shouldn't have. The old man revealed with a solemn expression. What do you mean? Fan Bai asked. The old man fell into rumination. He was a survivor of this ocean and never told people about his unforgettable experience. The voice of a Tao lord. He sighed and spoke after a while. A Tao lord? Which one? Yang Ling was surprised. Scarlet Moon Tao Lord. Li Qiye answered instead. Yang Ling took a deep breath. This title had a special significance in the present day. Senior Sister Xiaoya's ancestor with a tragic end. Yang Ling murmured. There were rumors regarding the fate of this Tao Lord, but she didn't know about the little details. Right here in Black Tides. Losing and dying as a result. Li Qiye said flatly. The nonchalant comment still took her like a storm. Just think about it, an invincible Tao Lord actually losing and dying. Those who witnessed it in person would certainly be traumatized for life. How did it go down? Yang Ling calmed down and asked. The old man shook his head and refrained from speaking. The future descendants didn't have a clear idea of this Tao Lord's untimely demise. Fortunes and creations were stolen. Li Qiye said vaguely. Yang Ling was trembling as she stared at the ocean, the grave of a Tao Lord. Young master, you can hear the last words of the DOA Lord? She eventually asked. No, and I'm not trying to either. He shook his head. Then what are you listening to? She inquired. The sounds of black tides. He revealed. What do you mean? She only heard the winds and waves splashing onto the shore. The moanings of something on its last legs. He smirked. She had spent enough time with him to, more or less, understand what each smile implied. However, this one was indecipherable. Was he making fun of it? Or something else entirely? Nonetheless, she could feel a murderous intent from him. Black tides will die. I thought that it is very scary. Yang Ling found this hard to believe. The 7 forbidden zones were the most terrifying areas in 8 desolaces. One of them was about to go down. There are various reasons, but death is inevitable. He said. I can't believe this thing is alive. She said. What do you think this is? He nodded his head towards the waves below. Just ocean water. She responded, what else can it be? Blood. He answered succinctly. This time, even the old man became startled, let alone the 2 girls. This is blood. The old man took a deep breath. No way, Yang Ling stared at the massive tides in disbelief. Alas, she believed him, unlike her words. The old man didn't dare to think about this because the hidden answer behind this would be horrifying. What happened here? Whose blood was it? This exceeded the 2 girls' imagination. Something's blood made up this boundless ocean. It'll end soon. Li Qiye smiled coldly. This expression of his signaled to the rest that something serious was about to happen. They stared quietly while standing on this floating platform meant for observation. It was large enough to accommodate 1,000 people or so. There were other cultivators watching as well. The first-timers felt the same astonishment. However, a group of soldiers came and drove them away. They had the same uniform made of expensive material. It was obvious that they were from a great clan. "Gentlemen, sorry for the inconvenience, but this place is closing soon," the leader told the spectators. His polite words didn't mean that he was weak. The members of his troops all had a fierce aura. That's why the listeners knew that there was no room for negotiation. They needed to listen in spite of his polite tone. Chapter 38-32. Some spectators naturally became annoyed at the unexpected interruption. The outsiders were particularly vexed because they had traveled so far to get to Blackwood. Moreover, no one weak would be able to make this journey. Thus, these prideful cultivators didn't want to acquiesce without a fight. Nonetheless, the locals immediately saw the insignia on the soldiers and played nice. "What is the Biendu doing?" one of them asked. The leader explained, "Our clan isn't trying to be unreasonable here, it's just that our young lord wishes to watch the tides for his Tao session. In order to be absolutely safe, we have no choice but to do this. Please excuse us and we'll make it up to you in the future, fellow Taoists. Your young lord is out of his isolated cultivation." The locals were surprised. The leader nodded, yes, he felt a resonance with black tides, so he wants to observe the water. With that, many started leaving for two reasons. 1, they were intimidated by the Biendu's power. Second, they respected this young lord. Plus, this clan's attitude wasn't bad either. Biendu was a prestigious clan in this region. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were at the top. From Blackwood City to the shores, the scattered villages to the mountains and forests, these places were under the Biendu's jurisdiction. Thus, the locals were rather apprehensive when dealing with this clan. As for the outsiders, one guy was bold enough to protest, "I don't see your name written on this platform, why are you kicking us out?" The leader didn't become angry, but his tone became colder. "Once again, our clan apologizes for this offense. Our young lord wants to watch the tides for the greater good, and here, we are also responsible for maintaining the peace. This is official business." He was stern enough to let the outsiders know that this decision was final. "Let's go." The outsiders were annoyed but have heard about this clan before. This wasn't their home court, so it was best to avoid a direct confrontation. The majority just complained and mumbled before leaving. The Biendu, the famous clan that has served the Tao lords for generations? Yang Ling was listening. Yes. The old man nodded, the one and only Biendu in the holy ground. They're the lords of this region. I see. She murmured, they're quite prestigious then, being affiliated with the Tao lords. Though Blackwood Cliff was far removed from the core of the holy ground, the Biendu was still quite famous. Yang Ling, who has never visited Blackwood, still heard of them before. This clan was ancient, older than most clans and even Vajra dynasty. Rumor has it that their progenitor used to be a top general under Buddha Tao Lord. He had commendable services during battles across 8 desolaces. During the Tao Lord's expedition against black tides, this progenitor also showed his worth. Afterward, he and his followers occupied Blackwood Cliff to watch over the Black Ocean. From then on, the Biendu clan became the leader of the region. Serving the Tao lords for generations is a bit much to describe the circumstances. The old man smiled, but yes, whenever the Tao lords attacked black tides, the Biendu always served as the vanguard. They know black tides very well. Thus, due to their contribution, even Vajra had no jurisdiction over them despite being the current representative of Sacred Mountain. They could refuse any direct order from Vajra. Only Sacred Mountain in all of the holy ground could command them. By this point, the experts from this clan made it to Li Qia's group. The leader cupped his fist and sternly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please come back another day. Our young lord will be watching the tides for a Dao session. Those who refuse the polite request have been forcefully removed." The Biendu was strong enough to do so because of their rich history and roots in the land. Yang Ling frowned slightly. She wasn't afraid because Li Qie was around. As long as he gave the command, she would oppose them too. "Let's go." Li Qie smiled and left. The group hurriedly followed him. "Thank you for your cooperation." The leader expressed his gratitude as the group was leaving. "I heard that senior sister Wei Qianqing's legion is right here. So who is actually in charge?" Yang Ling asked after they got far enough away. "Vajra's legion is only here to keep an eye out for black tides. It doesn't interfere with Blackwood Cliff," the old man said. Yang Ling understood right away since she was familiar with the court and politics. Vajra might have troops here but the Biendu was still in charge of everything. Of course, Vajra coveted this position for several reasons. Unfortunately, the Biendu was just too prestigious and had an unshakable foundation at Blackwood Cliff. Most importantly, they focused on one mission, protecting the cliff. Thus, Vajra had no reason to oppose them. The group headed for the main city after leaving the observation platform. Blackwood City wasn't inferior to the great cities found in Buddha Emperor Plateau. The walls reached the clouds, one could feel a wondrous militaristic aura from a distance. Inside were countless pavilions and buildings along with large streets. The area was lively with a high population. At night time, the lamps brightly lit the street, creating a never-rest city. People and carriages packed the area. Its prosperity seemed out of place since this was located at the border. A visitor would start wondering if they had gotten lost somehow. One could see cultivators from all over the world too, even the rare barbarians from the east. These men rarely showed themselves in Buddha Emperor Plateau but came here quite often. Some came for business, others wanted to broaden their horizon. "I can't believe how bustling it is." Yang Ling was amazed after entering. She assumed that it would just be a small town by the border. Blackwood Cliff City spans for 10 million miles, reaching the eastern kingdoms as well. The only problem here is black tides but it doesn't come too often. That's why the citizens enjoy peace and prosperity. Biendu has done a commendable job governing the city. The old man explained. 1. Biendu means border crossing/ferrying. Chapter 38-33, the group picked an inn near the coastline as their temporary abode. Yang Ling and Fan Bai busily went to set up the rooms. Only the old man stayed behind with Li Qie. The latter sat by the window to stare at the ocean in silence. The old man did the same. "You have something to say?" A while later, Li Qie stopped looking and asked. "Young master, you came specifically for black tides?" The old man chose his words carefully. Ever since the beginning of his arrival in the south, Li Qie's goal had nothing to do with the holy ground or sacred mountain. Not something as insignificant as Vajra dynasty either. He had his focus set on black tides. Others simply didn't know and assumed that he had other plans. Correct. Li Qie looked out the window again, his eyes became quite profound. What existence would aim for black tides directly in this manner? The old man had a hard time gauging Li Qie's actual potential. "You'll leave the holy ground soon too." He then glanced at the ring wrapped around Li Qie's finger. Regardless of Li Qie's status at the holy ground, he was still only a passerby. Nothing in 8 Desolaces or any other place or people would be able to hold him back. "Can't stop worrying about the land?" Li Qie chuckled. "Yes, I mean, I can be considered as half a member of the holy ground. What about you, young master? Do you worry about anything?" He smiled and asked. Li Qie didn't answer right away. He seemed to be focusing on understanding the recent eras. A while later, he quietly sighed and said, "Worries? I can't remember." This nonchalant answer had special significance when coming from Wuxia. The experienced old man could speculate the information contained within. As Wuxia said these few words, each second seemed to be lasting an eternity. His eyes seemed to be looking at millions of years in the past or millions of years in the future. The long trek of time blurred everything. Time changes too many things. Wuxia eventually added. But it doesn't change your goal, which is why you're here. The old man said sincerely. That's the Tao heart. Wuxia replied. The old man nodded, aware that Wuxia's immovable Tao heart was special. What is it that you want to say? Wuxia said. The old man took a deep breath and mustered his courage to ask, I wish to follow you, young master. He became anxious after revealing his thoughts. He was a top master who had dominated before. The four grandmasters and supreme geniuses were nothing in his eyes. His title alone instilled fear into the listeners. Alas, the battle-hardened man became nervous, akin to a junior waiting for his senior's guidance. I can see why, since the Tao is so long. Wuxia said. Yes, the world is larger than my imagination. That's why I wish to be your follower and gain more knowledge. The old man nodded. That won't change anything. There are benefits, sure, when following me. But, you would lose your original pursuit. My original pursuit? The old man murmured. When you started your Tao journey, I'm sure your blood was boiling with excitement. Alas, the arduous path weathered and grind down everything you had. What did you want at the start? Wuxia elaborated. The old man seemed to be in a daze. It took a while before he solemnly answered, my heart goes where my saber points, always cutting a path forward. Indeed, that is your original pursuit. Would you still have it if you follow me? Wuxia asked, I'm afraid that when you truly reflect on this, you won't be sleeping well that night. A tempest emerged in the old man's mind as he fell into remembrance regarding his past. He used to be so confident, believing that he could do anything as long as he wielded his saber. This confidence allowed him to tread fearlessly forward, always keeping his head up without fear. Because of this, he became a renowned saber god. Unfortunately, time wore him down and he began forgetting many things. His heart became filled with callous, his hot blood turned cold. Nothing was new and exciting anymore. Wuxia's comment served as a reminder, breaking some of the calluses. The hot blood started flowing once more, allowing him to turn back time as if he was 18 again. I will go where my saber points. He emphasized, his eyes became bright and his aura surged once more. Thank you for correcting my mistake, young master. He took a deep breath and bowed towards Wuxia. Back in Myriad Beasts Mountain, Wuxia's guidance improved his cultivation. Now, he remembered his original pursuit again, no longer being lost in the river of time. Thus, his fate was changed because he found himself once more. Remember, living beings like us have emotions and desires. Wuxia sighed, but as time passes, we forget about these things, even ourselves. One day, we might become the things we hate the most. He paused for a bit, then stared at the old man to conclude, in history, numerous brilliant and invincible beings inadvertently lost sight of themselves. It starts with losing our humanity, then our pursuit. What we desire so much loses its meaning and color and we become mere husks. The old man understood enough to follow the train of thoughts. Because of this, some become angry at themselves, others stop moving forward, more fall into indulgence. He paused for a bit before finishing, and then there are those who fall into the darkness. Yes, let's try to avoid that now, shall we? Wuxia said. The old man sighed. Without this conversation today, perhaps he would eventually be lost on this eternal path and change completely. He would forget who he used to be. My Tao heart is unstable. He shuddered. It's hard to criticize anyone for this. The path towards the Grand Tao is just too long, not all can make it to the end. Li Qiye put it simply yet described numerous historical events. Chapter 38-34, The bright city's excitement continued until midnight when silence began to rear its head. Darkness and dew took over the bustling streets. The ocean outside was even calmer, only the crashing of the waves could be heard. Alas, something had changed in secrecy. The sleeping Li Qiye suddenly sat up and moved over to the window, looking out at the ocean. His omniscient eyes saw things others couldn't, his lips curled into a smile. In reality, no one understood black tides more than him, even though this was his first visit. Heightened vigilance, I see. Too bad it won't change anything. He murmured to himself. No one paid attention to the ocean at night since it has always been the same for eras. This wasn't the case tonight. The problem was, even invincible characters had a hard time seeing the end of this ocean due to the black water. The Tao Lords would see nothing but a dark expanse at the end of this ocean, unable to see 5 fingers in front of them. That place seemed to be the source of darkness. All lights were absorbed there, unable to escape. Outside of the Tao Lords who made it to this place, no one else had a clue regarding the truth of this place. Under the shroud of darkness tonight, a blood-red ray shot out from the depth of the ocean. Of course, this area was extremely far from Blackwood Cliff. Mortals and cultivators didn't notice at all. The only exception was Li Qiye. After the first, more red rays came subsequently, slowly illuminating the ocean. They eventually spread to the surface and became visible to regular cultivators. Some chose to stroll the coastline during the night and noticed this phenomenon. They paid it no mind at first until it became increasingly conspicuous, shining through the fog. Do you see that? One spectator pointed at the ocean. Others looked over and their astonishment grew proportionally with the red hue. I've never heard of something like this happening before. A local cultivator became startled. Ever since they gained cognition, they found this ocean to always be black. This sudden change naturally surprised them. As the red became thicker, a quiet buzz was heard clearly by everyone. The first wave of rays finally pierced through the clouds and painted the sky red. There seemed to be a red sun rising from the ocean. Half of it could be seen now above the water. Do you see that? The spectators were horrified. Something's off about black tides. We need to take a look now. One expert shouted. The juniors immediately left to wake their seniors up. The latter also did the same for their juniors. All in all, no one wanted to miss this spectacle. A few big shots from the Biendu woke up as well. Upon closer inspection, the sphere resembled a bloody round moon more than a sun, at least in terms of appearance. It's because a moon wouldn't have the scorching red rays. Thus, it should be considered a blood sun. Eventually, the water looked like blood from the red illumination. This made it creepier than before. The black back then was astonishing but not too frightening. This sanguine presence took it to the next level. People felt as if they could smell the stench of blood while looking at the thick liquid. By this point, the entire group has woken up. Yang Ling and Fan Bai were afraid while the old man had a solemn expression. An ocean of blood? Yang Ling gasped. All three thought about Li Qiye's comment before. People thought that there was a dark stone in this ocean, turning the water black. But, Li Qiye talked about the water being blood instead. His claim seemed rather accurate at this point. What the hell is happening? The locals have never seen anything like this before. Yes, I never saw this during my 6,000 years. An old cultivator murmured. Is this a sign of the water receding? The big shots in the Biendu clan became anxious. Their clan has been next to black tides for eras and knew more about this place than most. Alas, this phenomenon still scared them. No, this isn't a sign. One old ancestor revealed, "I remember the previous tide recession, I was only 10 then, but it's as clear as if it was just yesterday. This didn't happen." "Yes, this isn't in the records either." A different ancestor agreed. The other experts exchanged glances after hearing this. "Then what is happening with black tides?" One of them took a deep breath. Even their clan couldn't come up with an explanation. As everyone was confused about the development, a loud blast came from the depth of the ocean. The floating sun instantly released a terrible power with a corrosive nature. Nothing could resist its might. Fortunately, black wood was far enough from the end of the ocean to not be affected. Nonetheless, a tsunami took form, revealing the ocean's seafloor. Numerous shadows started moving in the next second. Due to the great distance, the powerful ancestors at the cliff couldn't see them very well. Alas, these shadows released frightening auras, akin to imprisoned devil kings in hell being released, ready to enter the mortal world. Rumble. Their powers resulted in continuous detonations. Chapter 38-35, The Coming of the Devil Kings horrified the spectators. Some of these beings were unreasonably mighty, superior to the gods above the 9 firmaments. All living beings were mere ants. This was the case for supreme-level characters as well. Their auras permeated across the massive ocean. Just a few remnant strands making it this far to the cliff were too much for people to take. Their legs trembled as they turned pale. The ancestors thought that they would be nothing more than insects. The horde of devils would instantly obliterate them. This was the case for the upper echelon of the Biendu as well. As guardians of the region for eras, there were times when the ocean gave them certain benefits such as treasures. However, this event was unprecedented. There was nothing similar in their historical scrolls. One ancestor thought that maybe they knew nothing about black tides besides the bare minimum. Is the world about to turn into hell? Another ancestor shuddered. If this horde were to reach the holy ground, the consequence would be unimaginable. Amitba. A chant suddenly came from the depth as well. It echoed and suppressed everything. Even those back in black wood could hear it. Boom. A massive Buddhist palm descended from the black sky and swept away the clouds. Its radiance illuminated the entire holy ground. A swastika was engraved in the palm. This seal was the source of the light and its targets were the devil kings. Buddha Tao Lord. Everyone thought of this Tao Lord right away after seeing the palm. Clank. An ebony sword slash quelled the chaos and severed the 6 Tao. The surging ocean was subdued by this slash since it contained an indomitable will. Righteousness will always prevail. This slash was the embodiment of this Tao Lord's intent. Righteous Tao Lord. A few big shots shouted. People still sensed the Tao Lord's intent despite being so far away. They started kneeling with haste. A finger appeared next, giving birth to a lotus flower. Another Buddhist chant sounded to bring peace to the ages. Its light could enlighten all living beings and chase the darkness away. It attempted to convert the devil kings at the bottom of the ocean. This process encompassed serenity and gentleness. The crowd was soothed as well, their mind became stronger. Diana Tao Lord. Everyone recognized the user of this technique. They didn't have time to calm down because a Vajra manifested for an onslaught. The ocean bed had cracks everywhere. Numerous devils were reduced to dust. All were insects before the devils. Well, they were worms before this wondrous Vajra. The destruction spanned across the entire southern West King. No one thought they had a chance of surviving when facing this Vajra. Vajra Tao Lord. They shouted. This was too obvious. The techniques of these Tao Lords began ravaging the ocean's depth to the crowd's astonishment. The blood sun seemed to be furious and gathered its power. The water of the ocean was lifted up and blotted out the sky, acting like a barrier. This concealed the scene and no one could see any more. Occasionally, certain beams and rays would shoot out of the barrier. The spectators could sense the apocalyptic attacks happening there. The Tao Lords are still with us in this world? One young cultivator asked. Of course not. A senior shook his head. These are only techniques left behind to suppress black tides. This might be the reason for the wise sage's expeditions. One ancestor said, they left behind these ace cards in the depth so that this ocean would be suppressed for eras. It's meant for our protection. The spectators became emotional. They could see the struggle and love from their ancestors. Prior to this, the goals of the expeditions weren't clear. Now, the Tao Lord simply wanted to protect the descendants. Rumble. Eventually, the surging water returned to the ocean floor. The surface rippled and splashed violently for quite a bit before calming down. Black tides looked the same as before. The waves and fog were there, the red sun was no longer in sight along with the Devil Kings and the Tao Lord's techniques. Of course, people knew that they weren't just seeing a mirage or an illusion. All of this really happened. Chapter 38-36, The phenomenon at black tides came and went without warning, forever leaving an impression on the crowd. Some were completely immersed in the experience while others were worried, especially the big shots from the last generation. The tidal recession is coming early? One expert wondered. In the past, most would dismiss this statement as being ridiculous. It hasn't been that long since the previous event. Alas, after tonight, everything seemed possible with this black ocean. This worried the older characters. Some had personally experienced these attacks before. Just one mistake or misstep would result in an unimaginable disaster. Who will be able to stop it this time? A big shot murmured. The first name that came up in their mind was Buddha Supreme. Unfortunately, the Supreme hasn't shown himself since the last event. Perhaps only a few had the privilege of seeing him in person. Is Buddha Supreme still around? One ancestor asked. Due to his disappearance, some thought that he had retired in Sacred Mountain. Others thought that he was dead due to his old age or injuries succumbed during the battles at black tides. Thus, it was difficult to find another capable of shouldering this responsibility. Nonetheless, some remained optimistic. One said, this might not be bad because the recession gives plenty of opportunities. If we find a top fortune, our life will change forever. True, I'll go and take a look, there'll be good stuff there for sure. An expert agreed. The neutral parties had different views regarding this event. Alas, the Biendu had nothing but pessimism. Their ancestors convened for a conference lasting the entire night. Anyone has an opinion on this? One of them started. The others exchanged glances. No one had a definite conclusion. A tidal recession is absolutely coming, it's inevitable. An erudite historian among them replied. Remember, General Wei has brought this up as well. A different ancestor said. General Wei here was none other than Wei Qianqing. She had brought up this issue with them but they didn't believe her due to their own knowledge of black tides. What should we do in preparation? Another asked. The group immediately thought about Buddha Supreme and Sacred Mountain. Though their clan has been in charge of Blackwood Cliff for millions of years, they were still under Sacred Mountain's jurisdiction. We need to report this to Sacred Mountain first. A high-ranking ancestor said. What about the Supreme? He hasn't appeared in public since the previous battle. One ancestor said. No one responded since this was a sensitive issue. The majority thought that he was no longer in this world. Alas, no one dared to say anything before an official announcement from Sacred Mountain. This was the case for the Vajra dynasty as well. Most officials believed that the Supreme had died. Nonetheless, the royal clan wasn't in a position to make this public. Well, in the case of a recession, it's not looking optimistic even if Buddha Supreme himself comes. He needs help. The historian said gravely. The atmosphere became heavy right away. Buddha Supreme couldn't stop the monsters back then until he had the help of Righteous Supreme and 8 Stallion Tao Lord. The trio then lasted long enough for the tides to return. The Tao Lord is definitely no longer here. The historian continued, I believe Righteous Supreme is available but without the Tao Lord, he alone, he sighed without finishing. Should we ask our ancient ancestor for guidance? One of them said. Their clan was strong with a deep history. They still had one living ancient ancestor. If the cliff goes down, so will our clan. All of them understood the existential nature of this crisis. As the Biendu was trying to come up with a plan, there was another sect at a different location in Blackwood, Seer Watch. A time-worn seer in this sect was observing the stars instead of the black ocean. His soul seemed to be taken by the dark night. After a while, he regained his wits and said, we shall commence the heaven observance ceremony tomorrow. This command shocked both the disciples and ancestors of this sect. Why so sudden? We haven't prepared anything for it. Another old seer became startled. This ceremony was of utmost importance to their sect. It required perfect preparation to avoid any mistakes. The Grand Seer is personally presiding over it. The messenger said. He and the ancestors nearby took a deep breath after hearing this. I see, a major event is unfolding. The old seer and the disciples hurriedly went to prepare. This seemed to be a special occasion because normally, the Grand Seer didn't show up to these ceremonies. Ancestor, may I ask why we are suddenly doing this? A follower of the Grand Seer couldn't help but ask. The Grand Seer paused for a bit before revealing, the Son of Heaven is coming. The Son of Heaven? Archaic Sun King from Vajra? The follower was surprised. In the Holy Ground, Archaic Sun King was the most suitable one to have this title. But no, this wasn't right because his ancestor wouldn't address the Archaic Sun King in this manner. Are you referring to a heavenly genius? The follower asked again. That's one way to put it. The Grand Seer glanced at him and said. The follower couldn't imagine a genius capable of capturing their Grand Seer's attention. After all, he was an amazing existence. Back at the inn, Yang Ling watched the entire thing and became worried. Will the monsters come out tomorrow? Sleep, the sky won't fall down. Li Qiye replied and went to bed. She thought about it and agreed. The young master was here so no need to waste her time thinking about these things. Chapter 38-37, On the second day, it became known that the Seer Watch would start a heaven observance ceremony. This caused quite a stir because no one expected this. This sect had a history as deep as the Biendu in Blackwood Cliff. In fact, some believe that it has been around for even longer than the Holy Ground. However, this sect didn't have as much authority and power as the Biendu. To a certain extent, it served as a religious symbol for the regional inhabitants. It only had a single peak and lacked properties. It survived with the help and offerings of its followers. Nonetheless, it was arguably more influential than the Biendu, especially when taking the Wild Kingdoms and the Holy Ground into account. Its main focus was astrology and divination, not cultivation. Rumor has it that its root could be traced back to a searing clan back in the ancient era. The majority of its members were heart ghosts. This particular race had a unique advantage when it came to divination. In this region and even the 8 kingdoms, everyone knew how important this ceremony was. It included reading the future and the overarching momentum of the world. Thus, many sects and experts would come to watch the ceremony. They wanted to learn more and prepare for the future. Due to the importance of the event, the sect would usually announce the date of a ceremony quite early, usually a year or so. Today, it chose to perform one without any warning. Both outsiders and the locals found this startling. Only those in the city received this information fast enough. The Holy Ground and the 8 kingdoms were too far away. Isn't this too sudden? Why today? Numerous small clans and sects became confused. The Grand Seer is directing it this time. The second piece of news shocked people more than the first. What? Even the Biendu couldn't believe it. What's the implication behind this? One ancestor asked. The Grand Seer has been reclusive for so many years, why is he taking charge now? All the big shots at the cliff found this astonishing. The Grand Seer was nothing short of a legendary character. Rumor has it that he had lived for a long time, possessing a peerless divination ability. He had predicted several important events correctly. For example, 8 Stallion Dao Lord had the pleasure of meeting him once during his youth. The seer then used his divination and claimed that he would become the next Dao Lord. Sure enough, the prophecy came true. Another example happened with a correct guess of the next tidal recession. Because of this, Buddha Supreme came early and built a defensive line at Blackwood Cliff ahead of time. Otherwise, the damages would have been far worse. As the seer grew older, he made fewer appearances and stopped presiding over the ceremony. The juniors took over afterward, hence everyone's astonishment today. A disaster is coming. One big shot murmured. They thought about what happened with black tides last night and felt something ominous coming. Fortunately, the third news pertained to the reason for this ceremony, the arrival of a heavenly genius. Many heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that this ceremony was meant to predict black tide's next move. This didn't seem to be the case. Nonetheless, this still took them by surprise. What kind of genius is worthy of the Grand Seer's time? An expert wondered. Most found this unbelievable after thinking about it. So the coming of this genius was even more significant than a potential tidal recession? Don't tell me, the Grand Seer is trying to predict the next Dao Lord just like he did for 8 Stallion Dao Lord. An ancestor boldly speculated. What else could be more significant than seeing the world's future or black tide's next move? Perhaps only the future Dao Lord. Which youth is it? Who will be considered the heaven's favorite? A big shot calmly said. Currently, the locals immediately thought of someone famous in their region, the young lord of the Biendu with the title of 3 Slashes. 3 Slashes Grand Dao is finished, he should be peerless even when compared to the ones in the holy ground. If we're strictly talking about black wood, it has to be him. An important character predicted. You're right if we're limiting it to our region. But, the wild child of the East and the young lord of righteous sect are both brilliant. An ancestor shook his head. Because Blackwood was located at the border, it was always late in receiving the newest information from the mainland. The locals had no idea about recent events. Let's go take a look. Many came to the Seer Watch in order to witness the ceremony. What if I'm fortunate enough to be chosen as the heavenly genius? Doesn't that mean my potential is limitless? One talented youth started fantasizing. His peers also did the same. They all knew that their talents and background didn't matter. Whoever was chosen by the Grand Seer would become the jewel of their sect and clan. That's why the youths rushed over, as excited as can be. Young master, rumor has it that this ceremony is extremely magical. Let's go see what this Grand Seer will say. Yang Ling couldn't wait to see the mysterious event. The Grand Seer is extraordinary, he is gifted at astrology. Many big shots want to ask him for help only to be refused. The old servant nodded his head. A descendant of the heaven calculating clan? Li Chia smiled and said, sure, why not? He naturally knew about the Heart Ghost tribe along with the heaven calculating clan. The latter, in particular, had a special connection to Li Chia. Others believed that this clan was no longer around. Chapter 38:38, 2 peaks towered in this region, one to the east and one to the west. The entire city was built around these two, making them stand out even more. The eastern one belonged to Seer Watch, thus its name became Seer Peak. The westward one had a different owner back then until the Biendu took over and it became theirs. Normally, Seer Peak was open to the public. Thus, some came to offer their respect, light an incense, or just sightsee. Of course, this number was limited. This wasn't the case today since the peak was packed from top to bottom. The stone steps were facing immense pressure. This normally only happened during an official ceremony. Today was even worse because the Grand Seer himself was in charge. Regardless of their own schedule, people still came to see him. Both the sky and the ground were packed with cultivators, chariots, and mounts. Due to the density of the crowd, the weaker cultivators were dripping with sweat. Once Li Qiye's group got there was almost nowhere to go. However, the old servant took charge and led the way. The crowd was somehow pushed away and made a path for the group. They themselves had no idea what happened. Thus, the group had a great position on top of the peak. Of course, his action wasn't that imperious. A few famous clans directly pushed people out of the way. Once they got to the top, they forced the early comers to give up the good spots. Alas, due to their power, the slighted victims didn't dare to do anything. Ahead, a young lord led a group forward. He had scorching flames around his body, making it uncomfortable for those near him. The experts from his clan in front also did the same, resulting in sizzling noises in the air. They even melted the rocks and stones beneath, intimidating the crowd in the process. Just like that, this group easily got a great position. The Tuhua. Others knew who they were right away. They were considered a powerful clan in Blackwood Cliff. Some believed that they were at the next tier below the Biendu. Does that young lord want to be the heavenly genius too? One expert murmured. It's not his turn. Another snorted, in our region, it has to be 3 slashes. Can't argue with that. His friends nodded. The reason why the young lord of the Biendu had the title of 3 slashes was due to a rumor: no one could withstand more than 3 moves of his. Don't forget about the wild child of the East. That's also a top genius who had fought 3 slashes before. Someone who has been to the 8 kingdoms said. Another from righteous sect interjected, there's also the supreme righteous scion too. He beat the sect master at such a young age, he has to be the heavenly genius. Our holy ground has plenty of geniuses too. Let's not bring up the mysterious sacred mountain. Duality Academy alone has numerous, especially their first sister, De Gulan. A youth from Buddha Emperor Plateau couldn't help butting in. After all, being chosen by the Grand Seer was a great honor. Everyone wanted a member of their sect to be appointed. Well, there's a new talent recently named Li Qiye. He defeated Li Xiangquan and others from the academy, his potential is immense. Another expert brought this up. All in all, people had a great time talking about this topic. Dang, they have no idea what's going on. Li Qiye didn't care about these conversations, but Yang Ling listened to all of them. She thought that their information was limited to the period when Li Qiye defeated Li Xiangquan and Zhang Yunji. This place is too far from Buddha Emperor Plateau and even farther than Righteous Sect. It takes a long time for people to come here, hence the lack of on-time intelligence. The old servant replied. He personally drove the carriage, so the group traveled at an unbelievable speed, unlike other cultivators. Aren't there Dao portals here? Yang Ling asked. Traveling across territories required an immense amount of time. Dao portals served as a shortcut. Yes, Blackwood Cliff has 2 Dao portals. The old man nodded, one at the Biendu and the other at the military camp. The latter is reserved for Vajra's officials and soldiers. As for the Biendu, that portal is rarely activated. Why is that? Yang Ling asked. A lot of cultivators from all over the south want to visit Blackwood in order to see black tides, the same with merchants. Opening the portal all the time should be a good source of income for the Biendu. Sects in possession of portals would usually charge exorbitant fees for usage. For example, the Biendu could absolutely take advantage of this due to their monopoly. That's why most didn't understand why they refused to take advantage of this. The old man smiled and didn't answer. Separation from the king is an advantage. Li Qiye casually responded instead. Ah, they want to keep their dominion over Blackwood. Yang Ling was smart enough to understand right away. The Biendu purposely kept a distance from the core of the holy ground. Other great powers at the plateau wouldn't be able to effectively travel here. The young lord of the Biendu is coming. People at the base shouted. Everyone looked down below after hearing this. Seems like he's out of his cultivation session. His grand Dao is probably finished. One spectator said. Is he picking the path of the Dao Lord? An expert became curious and stretched his neck to look down. The base was filled with people now, but they still made way. The Biendu was too influential here, perhaps to the point of having absolute authority. The locals might not know about Vajra dynasty or even Sacred Mountain. However, they knew of the Biendu. Back at the holy ground, some powers here didn't give a damn about Vajra. They only served as the representative. Here in Blackwood Cliff, everyone needed to give the Biendu face. To oppose them meant risking a sect massacre. The future ruler of Blackwood Cliff. One fan said with admiration while looking down. 1. Tuhua means fire spitter. 2. 3 slashes used to be Biendu Sandao. There's new context, so I'll translate this title. Chapter 38-39, 3 slashes, the young lord of the Biendu. This was obviously not his given name. However, due to his incredible skill with the saber, no one could last more than 3 moves against him. That's why others kept on calling him 3 slashes. They forgot his real name entirely. 3 slashes appeared before the crowd, dressed in black from top to bottom with the exception of his golden belt. His silky black hair draped down his shoulders, looking beautiful like 2 waterfalls. Tall and handsome with a perfect posture, not overly muscular yet each of his lines and little details brimmed with power and vigor. They seemed to have been polished by a blade, looking sharp in a natural manner. His saber was still in its sheath, yet people could easily imagine how sharp and fierce it was. The moment it came out, it would be able to slay anyone. The saber has become a part of him. Thus, its aggressive aura influenced his own. Because of this, people shuddered at his sight even though he didn't purposely release his aura for intimidation purposes. Just his presence alone froze others with fear and trepidation. There were experts from the clan accompanying him. Alas, they paled while standing next to him. The crowd didn't pay attention to them at all. Destined for greatness since his birth. Having his own grand Dao at such a young age, so peerless. One older master commented. Yes, a heaven's favorite. Another admitted, he had a perfect harmony with the saber Dao from the very start, seemingly born for the blade. A clan ancestor nodded, putting his excellent talents aside, he's also very diligent and unyielding, having trained in black tides before. That's not something other geniuses can handle. Most felt admiration towards 3 slashes while a small minority wasn't convinced. After all, they thought that his achievements and success were due to his clan. He had all the advantages growing up in the Biendu. However, some geniuses took a deep breath after hearing about his training in black tides. This certainly changed the narrative. Even the big shots from the last generation didn't want to enter, let alone train there. Nonetheless, 3 slashes actually did it and came back alive. His saber is obtained from black tides, he's definitely blessed by heaven. A knowledgeable spectator stared at the saber and praised. He got it from there. Those nearby became startled. Yes, rumor has it that he found it during his youth while just strolling by the shore. Another answered. Of course, this wasn't the first time the Biendu got something good from black tides. Due to their deep knowledge of this ocean, they found many great things and truly benefited from it. Others immediately came up to greet him in order to make a good impression. 3 slashes could become the future leader of the Biendu. It would be great to have a good relationship with him. The Grand Seer himself, I wonder who this heavenly genius will be. 3/ had the best position to stare at the well. Seer Watch was built on this peak. The actual main building was obviously aged and could only accommodate 100 people or so. In front of it was a well made from rocks piling on top of each other. Who knows if it's from too many people taking water from there across the generations or some other reason. The initially coarse rocks were now polished and bright. It served as the centerpiece for the divination ceremony. Who else but you, young lord, is worthy of being called a heavenly genius? Another youth smiled and flattered in a blatant manner. Nonetheless, it wasn't too outrageous because 3/ was indeed a capable genius. 3/ chuckled after hearing this but eventually shook his head. That's too much of an exaggeration. I don't dare to claim supremacy in the south, let alone the rest of the world. Both Righteous Scion and the Wild Child are not inferior and there are plenty of hidden experts in 8 Desolaces. I see, you're so insightful to see the broader picture. I'm nothing but a frog under the well. The youth earlier changed his approach right away. His comment won him some love from the audience, especially the cultivators from Righteous Sect and the 8 Kingdoms. Righteous Sect naturally thought that their scion was the strongest. The 8 Kingdoms thought the same for the Wild Child. Of course, some disagreed with him. For example, Yang Ling. She simply chose to hold her words. In her eyes, no one was a match for the young master. As people tried to please 3/, loud commotions came from the base of the peak again. The spectators made way once more for another newcomer. Who is it? People were surprised to see the special treatment that was previously enjoyed by 3/. A woman eventually made it up to the peak. She had followers as well. Her simple outfit didn't diminish her heroic presence. She wasn't a supreme beauty or anything but was still quite pleasing to the eyes in her own special way. General Wei. Someone shouted. The male cultivators naturally enjoyed this development. The newcomer was none other than Wei Qianqing. However, she wasn't in armor today. This allowed others to see her appearance. They were left in awe. Sure, she wasn't as pretty as De Gulan. Nonetheless, she had a bold aura that made her quite charming. The soldiers behind her were also in civilian attire. This wasn't enough to hide their fierceness. The commander of the Sentinel Legion. Even the big shots from the last generation came to greet her. This powerful legion from Vajra was garrisoned in Blackwood. Some believed that they were only second to the Biendu in terms of military potential. The main difference was that they never interfered with Blackwood's business. Their only mission was to watch over Black Tides. Chapter 3840, yes, Vajra's reach didn't fully extend to Blackwood Cliff. Nonetheless, they were still the legitimate ruler of the Holy Ground after being granted permission by Sacred Mountain. Therefore, the cultivators here might not care about Vajra but still needed to give Sacred Mountain some face. Moreover, Wei Qianqing was a legion commander. Her power and influence in this region shouldn't be underestimated. Thus, these experts had no problem with building a good relationship with her. Miss Wei, we didn't know you were coming or we would have personally welcomed you. 3/ revealed a smile as bright as the sun and as pleasant as the spring breeze. His enthusiasm and happy expression made it apparent that he wished to court her. You're too kind, young lord. Wei Qianqing nodded and said. The peak is getting awfully crowded. Would you like to observe the ceremony with me? 3/ enthusiastically asked. The crowd exchanged glances. The older characters could see that this was political outside of his own interest in her. A marriage between the two would be quite favorable for the Biendu. Though Wei Qianqing wasn't a supreme genius, she was absolutely among the upper echelon of the young generation in terms of talent and power. Furthermore, she came from a prestigious clan with immense influence in Vajra and the plateau. This was before taking into account her current position as a Legion commander. In the case of success, the Biendu would have an even stronger grasp on Blackwood Cliff. Plus, it would give the clan a chance to extend their influence into the central region. All of these above reasons contributed to 3/'s intent on courting Wei Qianqing without holding back. Unfortunately, this was bad news for her fans in the audience. She had no lack of suitors, but now, they were smart enough to know the disparity between them and 3/'. It would be idiotic competing against him for her love. They lacked the qualification to even try. Qianqing was about to respond, but her eyes happened to fall on Li Qie not far from there. She was pleasantly surprised to see him and immediately came over. 3/' didn't expect her to just walk away from him like that, the same with the spectators. Most thought that they would make a perfect pair, a match made in heaven. Thus, her dismissiveness towards him caught everyone off guard. The next development would shock them even more. She got in front of Li Qie and bowed, "Greetings, young master. Please apologize for the lack of reception since I didn't know you were coming." "It is my mistake." The crowd was astounded, unable to close their mouth. Who was Wei Qianqing? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she has the same status as any princess from Vajra dynasty. Why would someone so prestigious bow down to this youth? With the exception of Sacred Mountain's important members, Archaic Sun King would be the only person deserving of this treatment. Alas, they didn't recognize Li Qie and found him to be an average brat. He didn't look like a big shot from any angle. Once they calmed down, they began to speculate about his identity. "Who is this kid?" a youth asked. The locals didn't recognize Li Qie because Blackwood Cliff was far removed from the holy ground. "His name is Li Qie." An expert from the plateau recognized Li Qie. He didn't expect to see the guy here. Is his background something impressive or is he really strong? Another spectator took another look at Li Qie and asked. Wei Qianqing didn't show the same respect to someone as mighty as 3/" at all, so this was surprising. No prestigious background, just a woodchopper from Myriad Beasts Mountain. He became a student of duality later. The only thing notable is how he recently defeated Li Xiangquan and Zhang Yunji, two members of the 5 heroes of duality. The expert said. Since he had left the plateau a while ago, his information was delayed. So what if he beats some students, still only a woodchopper? Someone else said. Confusion ran amok because Li Qie didn't look like a strong cultivator either. Li Qie waved his hand and said, "Stand up, I'm just here to take a look and follow the flow, there's no plan." She naturally didn't buy it but still respectfully said, "Just say the words if you ever need my service." He smiled and nodded. "Fellow Taoist, how should I address you?" "Miss Wei, could you please introduce us?" 3/ came over with a smile as well. Qianqing glanced at Li Qie, not daring to take the initiative. Li Qie. Li Qie said flatly. Unfortunately, this was viewed as arrogance by the crowd. So haughty when the young lord is being polite. A young local complained. For the locals, especially the young ones, they believed that 3/ might be one of the best geniuses in the Holy Ground, or even all of the Southern West King. Virtually everyone treated him with respect. This applied to the older cultivators too. After all, he had a chance of becoming a Tao Lord. Thus, Li Qie's casualness was misinterpreted as a deliberate insult. Zhang Yunji and Li Xiangquan can't hold a candle to our young lord, he thinks too highly of himself after beating them. Another genius snorted. Chapter 3841, 3/, unlike the furious crowd, showed no sign of anger. He smiled and cupped his fist towards Li Qie, "I am a member of the Biendu. If you don't mind, please be a guest at our residence." His amiable nature and politeness despite being the future ruler of Blackwood Cliff earned him points from the crowd. "I'm sure our region will prosper under his rule." Someone from the last generation nodded approvingly. If there's a chance. Li Qiye curtly answered. The contrast between 3/'s hospitality and Li Qiye's bluntness only served to further annoy the crowd. Who does he think he is, the young lord of Buddha holy ground? Even righteous Scion or the wild child would only be on the same level as our young lord. How dare he? One youth unhappily said. Give him an inch and he wants a mile. Another expert said, Blackwood Cliff isn't the place for him to act in this haughty manner. Most locals considered the Biendu to be their leader, not Vajra dynasty. Thus, the young lord of this clan was highly respected as well. Now, an outsider dared to act pompous in front of him. This was truly an eyesore for the locals. Moreover, a regional boss on his home turf could outdo a king. It didn't matter who Li Qiye was, he had no chance against the Biendu at Blackwood Cliff. Many big shots came to this place and acted just like Li Qiye. In the end, they tucked their tail between their legs and showed humility. 3/' became a bit awkward and forced himself to smile, our door will always be open for you. By this point, even the people from Righteous Sect and the 8 Kingdoms appreciated his temperament and patience. Clank dash, a series of melodious clunking of jade pieces could be heard. Creak. The wooden gate of the watch opened and 2 lines of disciples walked out towards the platform. The ones in front held banners with their sect's insignia and indecipherable runes. They wore grey robes with the same engraved insignia. These were only ordinary disciples and didn't have the right to wear ceremonial robes. The banners fluttered to the wind. After a while, the seers finally walked out. They lacked oppressive aura, but due to their solemn expression, others knew that it was time to be quiet and serious. Their ceremonial outfits consisted of rings and loops along with bird feathers. Their pointed hats had embedded golden lines and stars, looking like the sky above. Some robes had beast bone attached as well. The bones have turned yellow with time. Nonetheless, they still emitted a faint shimmer, looking quite magical. These robes looked just as old, especially the materials. Nonetheless, the threads stood the test of time despite having worn marks. This only made them more special. According to the rumors, these robes were passed down from generation to generation. It symbolized the seer's legacy. Thus, if a regular disciple wanted a ceremonial robe, they would need to have considerable achievements. Once they were given a robe, this would mean that they could call themselves a seer. Seer Watch took disciples from all over the world without discrimination. Thus, both the disciples and seers present consisted of all races, a tiger body and human head demon, flashing ghosts, heavenly devil with a halo above their head, regular humans. However, the majority consisted of heart ghosts. This particular race had a mirror in front of their chest. It used to be one of the strongest ghost races in the past. This was no longer the case. There were plenty of ghosts in the holy ground, just not heart ghosts. The easiest place to see one was here in Seer Watch. They were blessed from birth with a divination ability. Thus, it was easier for them to become seers. The seers surrounded the old well. Their dignified appearance made the atmosphere quite tense. The spectators held their breath in anticipation. To be able to watch a divination ceremony was an honor. Plus, they could get a glimpse into the future as well. The big shots and ancestors didn't want to miss a single detail. Looks to be rushed. One ancestor who had seen one before quietly told his peers. This ceremony was too simple this time. In the past, it would take more than a year just to prepare. The audience would have been notified ahead of time as well. Thus, the weaker cultivators wouldn't be qualified to go up the peak. This wasn't the case today, so many big shots were missing. Clank. An old seer hit a gong then announced, "Please grace us with your presence, the venerable Grand Seer." The crowd focused right away, not daring to show an ounce of disrespect. The Grand Seer wasn't an unbeatable character, but his fame far exceeded the 4 Grandmasters. An old man slowly walked out of the building and instantly became the center of attention. One could describe him as being short and small. His ceremonial robe was extremely old. It seemed that a gust of wind could blow pieces off of it. He also had a heart mirror in front of his chest. The main difference between him and other heart ghosts was the leopard spots on his skin. It showed that his bloodline wasn't pure. He was a hybrid between a demon and heart ghost. As his walking stick struck the ground with each step, people felt as if it was hitting their heart. Grand Seer. Everyone bowed to show their reverence, the ancestors included. He wasn't as strong as heavenly sovereigns, but in the past, even 8 Stallion Tao Lord addressed him as Senior. Buddha Supreme addressed him as Venerable Seer. Righteous Supreme used Old Friend. These were all signs of his prestige and reputation. That's why everyone present was at least one seniority lower than him. 1. People walking while wearing jade ornaments, hence the noise. Chapter 38-42, all the experts bowed towards the Grand Seer, even those not from Blackwood Cliff. Everyone has heard of this famous cultivator before. He stood before the well and time came to a halt. People didn't want to breathe loudly and interrupt him. He opened his eyes and glanced at everyone. Due to his age, his eyes were muddled as if he was on the verge of death. The fire of life could extinguish whenever. Nonetheless, no one dared to be disrespectful towards him. I observed the stars last night. His eyes narrowed as he spoke in a feeble manner. Nonetheless, everyone heard him clearly. Anticipation and anxiety built up for the crowd. They thought about what happened last night with black tides. Some opened their mouth, wanting him to hurry up and spill. Alas, they were smart enough to be patient. The astrological signs aren't clear. It is best to prepare, gentlemen, for the changing black tides. He slowly continued. The crowd treated each word as if they were gold. The confirmation struck them hard. No one would question his words even without the fascinating event last night. Senior, may I ask what we should do? A powerful ancestor inquired. Everyone wanted to know the answer as well. The seer didn't answer directly. The stars are as different as can be, truly unusual. Is it an auspicious or ominous sign? The ancestor earlier asked again. That is yet to be determined. The only thing for certain is that the Son of Heaven has descended. The Grand Seer closed his eyes and revealed. The Son of Heaven. This stimulated the crowd. The rumored heavenly genius. A while ago, people claimed that Seer Watch had made a prediction about a heavenly genius. Now, the Grand Seer has confirmed it. What kind of genius? The future Tao Lord or someone who can stop this mess? Another speculated. What are the criteria? One can't be decided in this manner. A genius said. Of course, he wanted to be chosen as well. This would mean the easiest path and the brightest future possible. Who is it? And descended to which location? One big shot asked for elaboration. The Grand Seer coughed, a sign of a weak body. Strangely enough, the cough resonated in everyone's ears like thunder. The busily debating crowd immediately stopped talking. All eyes were on him again. The will of heaven is impossible to read. I do not know any more information. He said. Some became disappointed, especially the geniuses. They hoped to be appointed as this heavenly genius, but the Grand Seer didn't seem to know. This is precisely the reason why a divination ceremony is necessary. He added. The disappointed members of the crowd became excited again. The Heaven's Child might be right here or at the edge of the world. He continued, it is up to fate whether the well will tell us. No one else dared to speak and bother the Grand Seer after hearing this. He stretched out both hands, revealing how dry and aged they were, looking like bird claws. He spread his fingers and seemingly encompassed the entire well. No one wanted to miss a single detail. Most knew about the well rumored to be divine. However, it was useless in their hands. Only the seers would be able to use it, turning it into a tool to read the heavens' will and the future. They didn't know whether this well had this ability at the start or the seers simply used it as a base for their art. Thus, some visitors would come and take away a little bit of the water with them, hoping that this would bring them luck. Seer Watch didn't have a problem with this. Normally, the well would be decorated in a dignified manner for the ceremonies. This wasn't the case this time due to the event's rushed nature. Nonetheless, it shouldn't matter because the Grand Seer was the one doing it. He entered a state of Zen while the other seers surrounding the well continuously chanted. As the rhythm sped up, the disciples started dancing, clapping, and chanting as well. The faster they went, the more chaotic and crazy it seemed. The spectators felt as if the world was spinning and they became stuck in freefall. This was a terrifying sensation for the first-timers. They couldn't help but scream. As for those who have participated in the past, they maintained a calm expression. Eventually, the chants abruptly stopped along with the clapping. The crowd was able to stabilize themselves once more. The entire thing felt like a dream. Open. Right as everything came to a halt, the Grand Seer opened his eyes and shouted. Dark clouds gathered beneath his palms and lightning bolts came out of his fingertips. The sky turned dark as well. The sun was clearly up there but dark clouds and lightning gathered above. Rumble. The ground started shaking as if something was awakening. Many felt a frightening power emerging from beneath. Splash. The water in the well started rising upward. The thickness of this beam of water was the same as the mouth of the well. It seemed to be alive and gushed upward into the Grand Seer's palms. It resembled a puppy playing with its master as it rubbed against the Grand Seer's hands. He then chanted an unknown mantra. No one here understood this ancient language. Chapter 38-43, Buzz. The top part of the water beam transformed into a large crystal ball, floating on the bottom half of the water. This scene wasn't that surprising. After all, any cultivator at a certain level could change water into a crystal ball or simply perform an illusory technique. In this case, the Grand Seer used an ancient divination art to do so, not relying on his cultivation. The image inside the crystal ball didn't stop shifting. The spectators saw a sun always emitting bright rays. Then in the next moment, it became dark clouds with flashing lightning. Next came a torrent of rain or scattering snow, enough to freeze and cover the land with a white layer. Everyone saw a different scene. The first-comers found this surprising but those with experience knew that they had varying senses and awareness, hence the different results. The dignified Grand Seer chanted while forming a mudra with both hands. The mudra morphed as his dinger danced. People knew that this was the start of the divination process. Eventually, the final form of the mudra was a lotus flower. He raised and pointed one finger at the crystal ball, adding the lotus flower into it. Ripples appeared on the surface and continued to spread. Something similar was duplicated to the rest of the world. The crowd felt as if everything was within the seer's vision. Once the ripples disappeared, they no longer saw the terrifying lightning bolts and all-encompassing glaciers. The crystal ball now reflected the world itself, acting as a tool for them to observe. They felt as if they could look at themselves now from the outside, an awfully strange sensation. The Grand Seer's eyes started pulsing with a golden glow as he attempted to gaze deeper into the crystal ball. The rest of the crowd followed his vision and traversed through endless space, finally ending at the azure. They found themselves in a different location, right beneath the sky vault. Laws circulated above, akin to the opening of a supreme Tao portal. They couldn't avert their gaze while being overwhelmed with fascination. Creak. The portal opened and chaos true energy oozed out from the gap. Tao laws poured down, intending on illuminating the entire world. The seer's vision pierced through this chaotic energy in order to gaze at the deepest crevice of the sky through the portal. He wanted to see what lies beyond. The crowd felt the same curiosity as him. Boom! 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 Suddenly, loud thunder sounded. Lightning bolts descended with the force of an ocean, wanting to devour all living beings. A terrible force rocked their mind and pushed them out of this Zen state. They returned to their body and staggered backward. Once they looked around, they were no longer standing beneath the azure. Of course, they were never there in the first place and merely saw it through the seer's eyes. They noticed that he was still standing in front of the crystal ball. The artifact contained numerous lightning bolts now. He tried his best to hold the crystal ball. Though the lightning bolts rampaged within, the ball didn't move in the slightest as long as he maintained his grip. His eyes opened wide and spewed out magnificent rays, each capable of opening a new realm. This was his attempt to comprehend the mysterious astrological signs. As he delved deeper into the crystal ball, more lightning bolts spawned in order to stop him. They escaped the ball and surrounded him. This, in turn, made him look like a god of lighting. The decrepit and dying old man was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a deity capable of understanding the heavenly secrets. All laws and Tao were within his grasp. The emotional spectators realized that this was the real Grand Seer. His feeble state with unsteady steps was only a facade. Of course, they thought that this was understandable. How could a dying man test the will of heaven? He had lived for generations and divined numerous great events. Someone with this much experience couldn't possibly be a weakling. In terms of actual fighting potential, he might not be a match for the Supremes, but this was more than enough. Buzz. His golden rays gave birth to divination runes. These occult runes gathered on the crystal ball and started a refinement process. They kept on changing, wanting to derive and comprehend the secrets hidden in the azure. Once they reached their top morphing speed, no experts here could see a thing and became dizzy. Stabilize. The Grand Seer roared thunderously. Pop. The crystal ball was fixed in place by the runes. Though the surface was still rippling and ravaged by lightning bolts, the crowd thought that he had successfully stabilized it. He staggered backward while his chest heaved up and down, gasping for breath. He turned pale, on the verge of vomiting blood. Tension took over the air, the crowd became afraid that he might fall down after seeing him tremble. What a frightening astronomical sign, the Grand Seer has never struggled like this before. An ancient ancestor took a deep breath. He was fortunate to see the Grand Seer performing this ceremony before. It went smoothly, unlike this one. The spectators could easily tell that this was a struggle. This astrology sign was truly frightening, forcing the Grand Seer to go all out. The question became, what did he see in there? After a long time, the seer took a deep breath. His golden rays were nowhere to be found. A turbid gray took over his eyes again, the same with the previous deathly aura. Chapter 38-44, The spectators solely focused on the crystal ball made of water. It continued to shift and they all saw different things while being fully immersed. The Grand Seer was as focused as can be after finishing the stabilization process. The crowd grew more nervous by the second, ready for the divination result. He placed both palms on the crystal ball, causing it to become radiant. It started with an image of a clear sky, but in the next moment, a loud explosion caused a black tsunami to take over. It was nothing more than an image, yet the spectators found it so realistic. They felt their chest being smashed by the relentless waves and staggered backward. Black tides. Some couldn't help looking in the direction of the black ocean. This was the first thing people thought of. Suddenly, lightning bolts descended and illuminated the crystal ball. An unmatched divinity instantly banished the darkness and suppressed the ocean. A faint figure stood at the center of the lightning bolts with a weapon at the ready. Boom! Next came a merciless massacre. The blow seemingly pierced through the entire ocean in a shocking manner. The spectators became breathless after sensing this divinity through the crystal ball. They had a hard time recognizing the details because the attack released a blinding radiance. Once they could open their eyes again, the radiance dispersed and the crystal ball lost its shimmer. Eventually, a layer of frost covered the surface, shrouding the images within. They exchanged glances, still shaken. Everyone wanted to know the meanings behind what they had just seen. So the darkness clearly indicated that black tides would do something next. What about the descending figure? Was that the heavenly genius? They had no choice but to rely on the Grand Seer and his interpretation. He turned around and stared at them. Though his eyes looked cloudy and spiritless, they thought that he could easily see through them. The astrological sign has emerged and determined the momentum of the future. He briefly concluded without elaborating. Grand Seer, may I ask what is the meaning behind this? A high elder became impatient. The mystery known only to heaven cannot be divulged. The Grand Seer paused for a bit before responding. Some were naturally unhappy because that's precisely the reason why they came, to know more about the future. Anyone else would have faced criticism. Alas, the Grand Seer had a prestigious position and no one dared to express their displeasure. As disappointment struck the crowd, he coughed and said, "But since the divination ceremony has commenced anyway, we'll make an exception today. Everyone can take a look." Take a look. The crowd clamored, finding this both exciting and unbelievable. In history, the seers were the only ones in control. Others couldn't come forward near the crystal ball. This was unprecedented. Can we look at our future and fate? One member of the audience asked. The Grand Seer glanced at him and said, "Everyone will see different things. It might only be a sign or a hint, it isn't absolute." They started fantasizing about their own future. This was something irresistible. Grand Seer, may I ask about the heavenly genius? One genius asked, "Will you designate someone with this title?" People nearly forgot about the reason why this ceremony was such a big deal. Unfortunately, the Grand Seer didn't wish to divulge the heaven's secrets. This turned out to be quite disappointing. That's up to you whether you'll see this heavenly genius or not. The heaven's secrets are right there. The Grand Seer said. Others thought that he was relinquishing his responsibility. Nonetheless, they worried more about participating in the process. "Young master, will that crystal ball show one's future?" Yang Ling curiously asked. "It depends on what they want to see and how." Li Qie smiled. "What about you, young master?" She tilted her head. "My fate is mine, not the heavens." He responded. "I see," she murmured while repeating the phrase in her head. This comment was rather common and has been used by masters or red-blooded geniuses. Nonetheless, she found it different when it came from him. "Those who wish to divine, line up here." The Grand Seer stood aside and gave everyone this incredible opportunity. The way was right in front of them, yet some started to hesitate. Yes, reading the future seemed tempting, but what if the future was bad? No one wanted to face this. "I'll go." A youth full of vim and vigor stepped forward. He climbed up the platform and stood before the crystal ball. People watched with bated breath, wanting to see the first result. The youth was naturally nervous as he placed his palms on the ball. The muddled crystal ball lit up again. He was the only one who could see images, others only saw a blinding light. After a while, he released the ball, looking emotional and excited. "What did you see?" a cultivator nearby asked. He clearly saw something good, so he happily responded, "I saw myself walking on a golden ladder, my name was on the golden plaque of successful national examinees, I had 3 flowers placed on my head, the mystery known only to heaven cannot be divulged." The Grand Seer interrupted the youth from recalling what he saw. Chapter 38:45, the youth saw auspicious signs and couldn't keep it to himself. However, the Grand Seer's warning woke him up and he hurriedly left the scene. Some started talking about him right away. One said, "Looks like his future is quite bright to see those events." Others were envious right away. After this, more and more wanted to give it a shot. They wanted to find out whether they would see the same auspicious signs, perhaps becoming a sect master or a leader in the future. Maybe a sovereign wouldn't be out of reach. Thus, someone from the last generation climbed up the platform and touched the crystal ball. It lit up and allowed him to see his own images. Once he let go, he sighed, looking a bit dejected and sad. He left without saying anything. Everyone could tell that he had seen something unfavorable regarding his future fate, hence his expression. This created the opposite effect. Seeing ominous signs would leave behind immense pressure. It was better not to try. Nonetheless, another youth tempted fate and followed the process. Once he let go, he became confused and asked, "Senior, I saw a white elephant. What does it mean?" "A white elephant is a sign of mighty power." The seer answered. The youth was ecstatic and continued, "What if it starts breaking down mountains and rivers? The mystery known only to heaven cannot be divulged." To which the seer responded. The listeners understood that the seer knew the answer but just didn't want to speak. The youth had no choice but to bow towards him, then left. Might as well try. Eventually, a line formed beneath the platform. The majority couldn't resist this opportunity and gave it a shot. The result was mixed. One started punching the air in jubilation from seeing something good. Another had a solemn expression and even sighed. A few had no clue what the signs meant, so they asked the Grand Seer for guidance. "Senior, I saw myself pushing forward while wielding an evil sword." "Grand Seer, I saw blue clouds somehow blotting out the sun, leaving nothing but darkness." "Grand Seer, I only saw a circular light, nothing else." The Grand Seer rarely answered, treating his words as if they were gold. Those who believed that their future was ominous even asked him for support in order to change it. Alas, he only answered with the same phrase, "The mystery known only to heaven cannot be divulged." "Young master, do you wish to try?" Wei Qianqing was filled with anticipation. Yang Ling thought the same way and wanted to try herself too. "No need." Li Qiye smiled while staring at the crystal ball. "Young master, given your ultimate prestige, I'm sure what you see will be incomparable," Yang Ling urged. The cultivators nearby snorted, finding the comments to be ludicrous. The geniuses and experts here wouldn't pick such words to describe themselves, let alone someone like Li Qiye. "My fate is unfathomable." Li Qiye chuckled. His group nodded in agreement after hearing this. The old servant thought that it would be difficult to gauge Li Qiye's future. However, the crowd found it rather ear-piercing. "Unfathomable? You think too highly of yourself." One youth sneered. "Even the ancestors can check their fate, why can't you? Just go up there and see." An expert accused Li Qiye of being arrogant. 3/ himself glanced at Li Qiye, then Wei Qianqing. He then said, "The Grand Seer's remarkable divination ability is second to none. He had checked 8 Stallion Dao Lord's fate before, so you can give it a shot, fellow Daoist." "Damn right, the Grand Seer even read the future of someone as peerless as a Dao Lord, let alone a junior like you. It will require 0 effort." The young lord of the Tuhua added, purposely putting down Li Qiye. He could see that 3/ was interested in Wei Qianqing while she was too close to Li Qiye. Thus, he wanted to help the guy out. "Crystal alone can't handle the immensity of my fate." Li Qiye smiled. A furor started after he said this. People stared at him and considered him to be ignorant. Preposterous. That crystal ball read the fate of a future Dao Lord. One older expert shook his head. "Fool, even the Supremes are respectful towards the Grand Seer for his magical ability. I can't believe a junior is running his mouth like this." A high elder added. Many insulted Li Chia, thinking that he was being disrespectful towards the Grand Seer. The Grand Seer himself took a look at Li Chia, slightly raising his muddled eyes. They became profound right away, seemingly capable of seeing everything with total clarity. This young master has an auspicious fate. He then suggested, go try, maybe the heavenly genius is none other than you. What? The crowd immediately clamored like boiling pots after hearing this. He's the heavenly genius? Others started paying attention. A while ago, the Grand Seer no longer wanted the responsibility of looking for the heavenly genius. Now, he said that Li Chia might be the one. Really? People started examining Li Chia. No way, the Grand Seer himself said that nothing is absolute. An old cultivator said. He was being sarcastic, right? This youth dared to question his ability. A youth uttered coldly. Others found this to be the highest possibility. The Grand Seer must be annoyed at Li Chia for doubting him. However, he didn't bother explaining to others and still focused on staring at Li Chia. The latter stood there calmly as well. See, you're the heavenly genius, go and confirm it. Show everyone the wondrous images that will stem from your fate. The young lord of the Tuwa smiled and said. Chapter 38-46, As if a nobody like you is worthy of seeing my greatness. Li Chia quipped without holding back. The young lord immediately turned red and trembled with rage. I see, I am just a nobody. His clan wasn't unbeatable or anything but still had relative influence in Blackwood Cliff. Now, he as its young lord was being looked down on in public. This was truly humiliating. If it wasn't for Wei Qianqing, he might have attacked Li Chia already to teach the guy a lesson or two about propriety. I might be a nobody. The young lord restrained his anger and retorted, but I still want to see the style of the heavenly genius. Since you are him, show us how peerless and dominant you are. What do you think, gentlemen? He tried to drag the crowd into the mix as well. The older cultivators only wanted to watch the show, but the younger cultivators glared at Li Chia. I'm sure the phenomena of a heavenly genius will be incredible. The Grand Tao will erupt and it'll look like the descent of an immortal. We would love to see it. Another young talent smiled. That's right, broaden our horizon already. Others started laughing. They naturally wouldn't accept Li Chia as the heavenly genius. First, all of them wanted this classification from the Grand Seer since it would change their fortune. Nonetheless, they would be okay with him picking someone like 3 Slashes. They would have no grievance to speak of because 3 Slashes was the strongest and most prestigious genius in Blackwood. This didn't apply to Li Chia. The guy was only an outsider with little fame. How could he convince the crowd of his supremacy? Thus, they all assumed that the Grand Seer was being sarcastic. 3 Slashes smiled and spoke. The chosen genius should be the heaven's favorite, capable of suppressing black tides to save the world. You are a crane among a flock of chickens, destined to be great. Please show everyone what you can do so that they'll be convinced. He spoke in a casual manner, seemingly lacking any personal agenda or malice. Li Chia still didn't answer. Humph, too scared to do it. Someone this cowardly is no heavenly genius, only a rat. One youth snorted. The heavenly genius certainly fears nothing, similar to someone unbeatable and charismatic like young Lord Biendu. Another uttered coldly. So if he's the heavenly genius, then the young lord must be a supreme existence. One older expert joined in. They mocked Li Chia while currying favor with the young lord. Mind your own business instead of uttering nonsense. Wei Qianqing's expression soured and shouted at them. They merely disliked an outsider like Li Chia and knew who she was. Thus, they decided to listen to her and swallow their words. After all, it was better to give this legion commander some face. I'll do it then. Young Lord Tuwa suddenly shouted and leaped onto the platform in a cool manner. The crystal ball lit up after his touch. Poof! He became engulfed in flames. He eventually pulled his hand back before many curious gazes and laughed heartily. "Haha, I saw a fire dragon playing in the air, this is as auspicious as can be. Is this a sign that the young lord will successfully train the true dragon flame art?" One youth wanted to please him and said, "You'll certainly become the fire dragon venerable in the future." "That sounds about right." One expert nodded approvingly. The Tuwa placed second in this region, so it was understandable for others to flatter its young lord. Fire Dragon Venerable. That's not a bad title at all. Young Lord Tuwa was elated to hear all the praises, already having chosen his future title. "Senior, what does it mean to see a fire dragon playing in the air?" the young lord asked the Grand Seer. The seer responded while staring at him, "The Tuwa clan is versed in playing with fire." The crowd already thought that this was an auspicious sign. Now, since the seer talked about the clan's affinity with the flames, they thought that the young lord would really become this so-called fire dragon venerable later on. "I see. Thank you, senior, I will try even harder on the path of fire in order to reach the apex. I'll absolutely become the fire dragon venerable." The young lord glowed with anticipation and determination. Though he wasn't the heavenly genius, he still had a great divination session on top of being confirmed by the Grand Seer. What he meant is, those who play with fire will be burned. A nonchalant voice interrupted his celebration. Everyone looked over and saw that the speaker was Li Chia. It was a bad time to make this comment since it could be construed as purposely diminishing someone's fortune. To say something so ominous meant provoking the young lord and his clan. That was unwise for anyone staying at Blackwood Cliff. The young lord was livid and furiously shouted, "Brat, watch your mouth. I'm merely warning you out of kindness." Li Chia waved his hand. "Ignorant fool. You must be tired of living." The young lord couldn't keep his cool any longer and jumped off the platform. He has never been afraid of anyone while on his territory. Plus, Li Chia was an outsider. "Ridiculous, do you wish to fight?" Wei Qianqing glared at him. Her dignified and oppressive aura instantly crushed his momentum, causing him to pull back. As a legion commander and one of the 5 heroes of duality, her power was impressive. She was the strongest of the 5 too, so this young lord was no match for her. This left him in a tough position. He obviously didn't want to fight her, but to retreat like a cowardly turtle was shameful as well. "Fellow Daoist, just mind your words next time." 3/ smiled and tried to appease both sides. Chapter 38-47, everyone quieted down since 3/ had spoken. He had absolute influence here as the number 1 of the young generation, at least in this region. Li Chia only smiled at him without saying anything else. "What, do you think you're a seer now and want to tell young Lord Biendu his fortune too?" A different youth scowled after seeing Li Chia's carefree expression. They kept on interpreting his attitude as arrogance and didn't appreciate the way he treated the future ruler of Blackwood. "I do consider myself a pretty good fortune teller," Li Chia unexpectedly said. The crowd exchanged glances and of course, they didn't believe him. One youth snorted, "Bullshit. You better stop playing around." Young Lord Tuwa couldn't do anything to Li Chia because of Wei Qianqing. Nonetheless, he still wanted to cause trouble. "Fortune-telling is a supreme technique of the great seers, yet a junior like you dare to make this claim during the important ceremony? You clearly want to offend Seer Watch." Despite being angry, he wasn't an idiot and chose to stir the pot between Li Chia and Seer Watch instead. Seer Watch wasn't powerful but still had plenty of prestige and support. "It is improper indeed." An expert from the last generation agreed and shook his head. "Making this claim is truly disrespectful to the descendants of the Heaven Calculating clan." Everyone knew that seer watch came from a clan versed in calculation and divination during the ancient era. Though seer watch never advertised its ability in fortune-telling using astrology, it still should be superior to most. That's why the crowd glanced over at the seers, wanting to see their reaction. Strangely enough, they had no expression on their face. Young Lord Tuhua became disappointed since his ploy didn't work. Fellow Taoist, if you are confident in your fortune-telling ability, would you read my future? 3/ was surprised before asking. Young Lord, don't take this arrogant guy seriously. Another immediately said. Yes, he's making a fool out of himself in seer watch. One cultivator said. Nonetheless, 3/ seemed interested and wanted his fortune read by Wuxia, patiently waiting for a response. If you're actually capable of fortune-telling, go ahead and read the young lord and show us what we can do. A young cultivator demanded. Yes, show the great seers what you can do. Others started chiming in. Fellow Taoist, how is my appearance? 3/ asked again. Wuxia finally glanced at the guy then answered, extremely ominous, definitely will die to a saber. The smile on 3/'s face immediately froze. This went beyond being impolite. Everyone knew that 3/ was famous for his saber mastery. He swept through Blackwood Cliff uncontested. In fact, few could match him in this regard in all of the South. Perhaps only the wild child of the East could take him on. Thus, Wuxia's claim was deliberately insulting. The scene became quiet right away after Wuxia's blatant provocation. Fellow Taoist, this joke is out of line. 3/ still forced a smile, albeit with a touch of coldness. He tried his best to calm down and give Wuxia a chance to take back his words. Wuxia would be foolish to not take this opportunity. I'm simply telling the truth. Those who are too confident in their saber Dao will die to the blade. Wuxia smiled and kept his stance. 3/ could no longer smile since Wuxia refused his good intention and doubled down. If you keep on babbling nonsense, your tongue will be cut off eventually. Young Lord Tuhua bellowed. Indeed, he can't read anything at all and just wants to make a scene. He's lucky that young Lord Biendu is benevolent. Anyone else would have cut him down. Others voiced their support for 3/. He only got here recently and doesn't know the power of the Biendu. One ancestor talked among his peers, thinking that Wuxia was suicidal for offending the number 1 clan. So shameless, he wants to display his slight skill in front of the experts. Others chastised and looked down on Wuxia. 3/ maintained his composure and cupped his fist towards the Grand Seer. Senior, this fellow Taoist claims to be a master at fortune-telling. What do you think about his assessment after reading my appearance? The center of focus shifted to the Grand Seer. Everyone thought that 3/ was crafty to do so. If he had vented on Wuxia earlier, he would have looked narrow-minded. But now, by letting the Grand Seer assess Wuxia's comment, the guy would be humiliated without him needing to do anything. The Grand Seer glanced at Wuxia before answering, the ceremony is still available. You may go there and check for yourself. Though he said nothing of Wuxia's ability, this was indeed a possible option. Right, the crystal ball is still available. Young Lord, you can go take a look yourself. An audience member told 3/. 3/ stared at the crystal ball on top of the well. As the future leader of Blackwood, he exercised caution. After all, an ominous sign would be quite disadvantageous. Go check it out. Wuxia smiled and nodded. So you're still confident in your fortune-telling ability, fellow Taoist? 3/ replied. That's right. Wuxia answered without hesitation. Young Lord, don't waste your breath on this ignorant fool. You're the embodiment of the Grand Tao, so your fortune should be impeccable, another youth interjected like a sycophant. Fine, I will check it out. We will see if your confidence will waver or not. Three Slashes glanced at Li Qiye then Wei Qianqing. Having said that, he stepped onto the platform before the excited crowd. They all wanted to know which visual phenomena would emerge. To a certain extent, Three Slashes' personal fortune also influenced Blackwood's future. Chapter 38-48, Three Slashes was afraid of ominous signs despite wanting to see his future, hence his hesitation prior while everyone else tested their luck. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to do it due to the circumstances. He took a deep breath and placed his hand on the crystal ball. It exuded crystallized rays that chased the chaos away. The spectators were ready to see the signs and images in the crystal ball. This had serious implications on the future of their region as well as their own sect or clan. Buzz. A saber hymn could be heard as sharp flashes emanated from the young lord. The saber flashes looked happy and harmonized with the hymn prior. The crowd found this special because this didn't happen before to anyone else. This wasn't the end of it. Even the saber hanging by his waist started hymning as well, looking quite happy. Clank. He himself issued the same hymn, resembling an unsheathed saber capable of splitting the sky apart. His saber energy diffused across the area, freezing those nearby. They didn't dare to move lest falling victim to the sharp energy slashes. Some gasped and shouted, "Such a powerful saber energy." Clank dash, after a pronounced hymn, his flash became resplendent until he virtually disappeared, becoming one with the saber Tao. People saw an image of a heavenly saber slashing vertically, capable of severing the cycles of reality. Everyone was horrified to see this, the ancestors included. No one knew what he was seeing in the crystal ball. Nonetheless, his grand Tao has been activated. It seemed that the images must have been amazing, a testament to his future potential. This phenomenon is unmatched. Even his personal saber is resonating. A youth exclaimed. That saber has an incredible background. It came from Black Tides, definitely an ancient weapon on the same level as a Tao Lord weapon. Another nodded in agreement. Don't tell me, young Lord Biendu is the so-called heavenly genius? One more took advantage of this to flatter Three Slashes. The crowd exchanged glances as a result after hearing this. Initially, the purpose of the divination ceremony was to search for the heavenly genius. However, the Grand Seer changed his mind during. All the youths here wanted to be the lucky one. They knew that the chance was slim, but if it had to be someone from Blackwood, it should be none other than Three Slashes. Others weren't qualified because they were inferior compared to him. Plus, others wouldn't be convinced anyway. Only Three Slashes fit the requirements. Young Lord Biendu is the very best in the Holy Ground, no, in all of West King. It has to be him. A genius who has a good relationship with him immediately remarked. Absolutely. As if that Li guy would be the chosen one. Others voiced their agreement. The crowd could only see the visual manifestation on the young lord, not the images in the crystal ball. Nonetheless, the majority thought that he was the one. Li Qiye or young Lord Biendu? This was an easy choice for them, no need to think twice. Three Slashes finally removed his palms from the crystal ball during heated discussions. The visual phenomena on him disappeared and a chaotic expanse returned to the crystal ball. Everyone waited for him to tell them what he saw. From his expression, they could see excitement or even joy. He took a deep breath and bowed towards the Grand Seer. Senior, I saw the image of a divine saber descending from the heaven. It possessed a divinity that should be unbeatable in the entire world. A divine saber from above with an invincible divinity? The crowd clamored. The sign of a future Tao Lord? Another youth said with admiration. That's possible. Someone from the last generation solemnly said, who else can see this image outside of a future Tao Lord? Yes, only the saber of a Tao Lord would possess an unbeatable divinity. Many sided with this opinion. Remember, His divine saber came from black tides, maybe the high heaven gifted it to him since he's the chosen one. A genius shouted. So he's the one from the Grand Seer's prophecy. Many truly wanted this outcome. I have many questions regarding the celestial images, please guide me, Senior. 3 asked after the recollection. Everyone waited for the Grand Seer's answer. No one thought that 3 was lying about what he saw. Of course, they wanted to hear him being appointed as the heavenly genius or that he would become the future Tao Lord. This had happened before with 8 Stallion Tao Lord. The members of the Biendu wanted this more than anyone. Having a Tao Lord in their clan would propel them to the next level. Perhaps they would be able to extend their reach into the holy ground and replace Sacred Mountain. This was a lofty and virtually impossible goal. Nonetheless, ruling for several generations would be good enough. 3 himself nervously awaited the answer. He naturally wanted to hear the good news more than anyone else. The Grand Seer rarely calculated for others. Having an auspicious prophecy from him would solidify 3's future. The Grand Seer's expression remained indifferent. He glanced at 3 and calmly said, "Sabers are dangerous weapons." He then closed his eyes and stopped caring about 3. Chapter 38-49, the listeners were disappointed to hear the brief response. That's not the answer they desired. It should have included the words, heavenly genius, or, future Tao Lord. Nonetheless, no one dared to ask him for elaboration. After all, even invincible masters addressed him with honorifics. The ancestors and high elders present were all his juniors, let alone the young generation. 3 felt the same disappointment. After all, he believed that he had witnessed an incredible sign of auspiciousness. It told him that he would stand at the apex and look down at the world. To take one step back, the Grand Seer should have at least praised his future sign. That would have been enough to elevate his status. Thus, 3 bowed again and continued, "Is there anything else you wish to teach us, Senior?" He fished for a compliment but the Grand Seer turned a deaf ear, seemingly resting. 3 was both disappointed and unhappy. Alas, there was nothing he could do. Though he was the prestigious young lord of the Biendu and the future ruler of Blackwood, it was still useless if the Grand Seer didn't want to give him face. In reality, the Grand Seer might have the same prestige and influence as Buddha and Righteous Supreme. His lack of cultivation power didn't matter in this case. Sabers are dangerous weapons. Someone suddenly spoke and interrupted the silence. It was none other than Wuxia who had a smile on his face. A scowl appeared on 3. He already had to restrain himself against Wuxia prior. Even the Grand Seer slighted him just now, so frustration built up. He clearly saw an auspicious sign but the seer made nothing of it. Now, Wuxia butted in and ruined his mood. Staying calm proved to be impossible. "Enough of your drivel," he finally shouted. "It's up to you to believe it or not." Wuxia shrugged, "Seer Watch does have some abilities from their ancestral clan, this ceremony is accurate indeed. The image of a descending divine saber means that you'll die to one. This is an ominous sign, so better watch out now." Rage built up inside 3 while listening to Wuxia's nonchalant tone. So now, the guy said that he had an ominous reading. Such impudence. Some locals couldn't stand this. His far-fetched reasoning is nothing short of an insult, he deserves death. One youth furiously bellowed. Yes, someone who likes to fan the flames everywhere shouldn't be allowed in Blackwood Cliff. Others jeered rowdily. Banish him from Blackwood, never let him take a half a step inside again. Another youth screamed. Just a banishment? That's too easy on him. Insulting the Biendu and its young lord is a crime deserving of death. That's the only way to appease the public. Young Lord Tuwa coldly uttered. True, kill him then. Many experts shouted in agreement. Li Qiye was only an outsider in their eyes, so they would naturally take 3/'s side. Even if the latter didn't say anything, some would still be willing to kill Li Qiye in order to please him and his clan. 3/" controlled his anger, but his expression was no longer friendly. He glared at Li Qiye and said, "Since you know fortune-telling, fellow Taoist, have you read your own?" "Yes." Li Qiye smiled, "A boundless longevity." "Boundless longevity? The only things boundless are your arrogance and ignorance." Someone from the last generation sneered. Someone needs to teach this egotistical maniac a lesson. Many were eager to fight to make 3/" happy. Or at the very least, they needed to express their stance. Fools. Li Qiye shook his head then said, "Let's go." With that, he turned and left. He didn't come here for divination at all. His goal was to take a look at this lineage because they were descendants of the Heaven Calculating clan. He was interested to see how much they have learned. After seeing the Grand Seer, he got a good idea and didn't need to stay around any longer. "What's the hurry?" Young Lord Tuwa snorted and walked over. The other crowd members looked aggressive, seemingly ready to attack Li Qiye the moment 3/" gave them a signal. However, Li Qiye ignored them while Wei Qianqing huffed thunderously. A chilling intent permeated from her, causing the crowd to pull back. "Young master, you do not wish to observe the heaven?" The Grand Seer opened his eyes and asked Li Qiye. "Unnecessary, I already know what the heaven is like." Li Qiye smiled and kept on walking. "Humph, he's afraid of seeing his terrible future," an expert said. "Yes, running away like a cowardly turtle," another chimed in. The Grand Seer was more anxious than anyone else to see Li Qiye's departure. He hurriedly said, "Young master, just take one look." He waved his hand and the crystal ball on top of the well flew towards Li Qiye. He didn't dare to force Li Qiye to do anything. However, he still wanted to find out more about Li Qiye. Buzz. The moment the crystal ball got close, countless golden beams exploded akin to the eruption of the cosmos. What the hell? No one could keep their eyes open and started panicking. "Want to calculate me?" Li Qiye turned his head towards the crystal. Boom! Boom! Lightning bolts rained down along with a massive figure inside the crystal ball. Bam! The crystal ball suddenly shattered. This made the astounded Grand Seer stagger backward, pale. Once others regained their sight, they saw pieces of the crystal ball scattering downward. Li Qiye was already gone from the peak. "Did you see that?" Confusion sprang among the crowd. What a monstrous visual phenomenon. A powerful ancestor only got a glimpse and became stricken with fear. Even the Grand Seer's crystal ball couldn't handle it. Another ancestor couldn't see it clearly. The top masters on the peak were at a loss for words. Chapter 3850, The shattering of the crystal ball shocked everyone. 3/ also had a visual phenomenon earlier that was quite impressive. Alas, it paled when compared to Li Qiye's. Did anyone see that? Why did the crystal ball break? A youth asked. The young generation had a hard time seeing the crystal ball due to the blinding radiance earlier. They couldn't activate their heavenly gaze. It got crushed by the divination images. A top genius among them managed to see. However, his peers remained skeptical. Another said, "How? So many tried and none broke the ball." Right, even 8 Stallion Dao Lord back then didn't break it. Li Qiye has no cultivation to speak of, that's impossible. Another added. A fate too great for words, simply unfathomable. Another cultivator mused. Li Qiye had said something like this before. It seemed like he wasn't kidding. Of course, most didn't buy it, thinking that it was only a shocking coincidence. You know, he might be the heavenly genius. Another thought about recent developments and asked. The first to react was 3 slashes, his expression soured right away but returned to normal in the next moment. That Li guy? One youth didn't believe it. I don't see how, no special aura or prestigious bloodline, weak too. He's as average as can be. Others agreed with this, even those who had no ill will towards Li Qie. It was indeed the truth. Li Qie was average in all aspects, whether it be his appearance, cultivation, or aura. When he stood next to 3 slashes, everyone would assume that 3 slashes was the real heavenly genius. People couldn't be blamed for judging a book by its cover in this case. Young Lord Hutua snorted and said, if that guy is the heavenly genius, then young Lord Biendu is an eternal existence or the high heaven. Right, Li Qie doesn't look the part, too ordinary. Someone from the last generation felt the same way. Nonetheless, what happened earlier was too bizarre and astonishing. Venerable Grand Seer, may I ask about what happened earlier? An ancestor inquired. All eyes were on him, waiting for his response. This was especially true for 3 slashes. He worried that this seer might actually appoint Li Qie as the heavenly genius. That's not a good development for him and Blackwood. The Grand Seer merely glanced at the group before waving his sleeve and leaving. The crowd was disappointed but didn't dare to stop him. Some heaved a sigh of relief because, at the very least, he didn't say that Li Qie was the heavenly genius. Alas, they questioned Li Qie's visual phenomena. What was the meaning behind it? Perhaps only the Grand Seer knew. The divination ceremony ends here. A while later, Seer Watch made this announcement. This ceremony wasn't a success for the mass. The Grand Seer didn't reveal enough information, only bits and pieces. Alas, just the fact that he was involved was a miracle. Everyone started leaving with questions looming in their mind. A minority thought that the mysterious Li Qie could be this heavenly genius. Most assumed that it was only a coincidence. Ultimately, groups began paying attention to Li Qie. After all, he was confident and arrogant despite being an outsider. There must be a reason for it. After they left the peak, Wei Qianqing bowed towards Li Qie and said, my legion's garrison is right outside of Blackwood, just say the word if you ever need me. Okay. Li Qie nodded and accepted the gesture. She didn't ask why he came because he would tell her if he wanted to. She bowed again and left. Li Qie brought the group to another peak in Blackwood. Most referred to this one as Biendu Peak. The reason for its name was simple, it served as the ancestral peak of the Biendu. In reality, the clan didn't originate from this place or even Blackwood Cliff. Their patriarch followed Buddha Dao Lord on an expedition against black tides. He eventually stopped and guarded this place for generations. No one knew why this peak became their ancestral ground. Rumor has it that this peak was the first landing area of the Patriarch and the Legion. Thus, future generations established this place as their ancestral ground out of respect for their Patriarch. The previous name of the peak became lost with time. Strangely enough, there were no members of the Biendu guarding this place. After all, this peak was majestic and stood opposite of the one belonging to Seer Watch. It was high enough that while standing on top, one could see all of Blackwood Cliff. Thus, from a strategic viewpoint, the Biendu should have garrisons here or at least some patrols. It was still known as their ancestral ground. Alas, the Biendu never revealed their lack of attention to this area. This, in turn, created some rumors. One stated that there were some bizarre occurrences here in the past. Initially, the clan had powerful disciples staying here. One night, they all died from unknown causes. Thus, the clan stopped sending members here. Another speculated that there were powerful blessings and augmentations on the peak. The future descendants couldn't handle this pressure. One more believed that since the Biendu had total control of Blackwood, no one would dare to trespass this area even though it was empty. This was a sign of the Biendu's confidence in their power. Regardless of the reason, no other sect has ever tried to take over this peak despite its geographical advantages. It was covered in healthy trees and vegetation. The pinnacle was flat with plenty of weeds and grass. This isn't bad. Li Qiye picked the peak. The patriarch of the Biendu has keen eyes. It's a shame that his descendants are useless. The old servant nodded. Well, maybe Buddha Dao Lord guided him. Chapter 38:51. Yang Ling looked around after listening to the two. She didn't find anything special about this peak. Though it was considered one of the two great peaks, it seemed inferior compared to Seer Peak. It lacked dangerous yet picturesque terrains and an air of magnificence. Nonetheless, the vegetation and trees were verdant and lush. The only thing comparable to Seer Peak was its height. In fact, it might be a little taller. There seemed to be nothing else on the same level. Nonetheless, she didn't think that this peak was unworthy of its fame. After all, it must be the Biendu's ancestral peak for a reason. It's just that she couldn't see its magicalness right now. In fact, virtually everyone thought the same thing, that it was inferior compared to Seer Peak. If they had to pick one, they would always pick Seer Peak. That's why people were confused regarding the Biendu Patriarch's choice in picking this one. Only a few top masters understood, but they didn't tell anyone else. What is special about this peak? Yang Ling eventually gave up and asked. The Patriarch of the Biendu is an exceptional character. He picked this place for its roots. The old servant smiled. A peak has roots? She asked. Everything has roots. Li Qiye spoke, it's just that people didn't know and couldn't know. For example, what was the name of this peak before the Biendu got here? Who did it belong to? Who lived here? What grew here? That's part of its history and roots. She definitely didn't know any of the things he brought up just now. Everyone only thought about the Biendu when talking about this peak. They have had ownership over it for a very long time now. The years before that were too distant. Perhaps no one in Blackwood right now could answer these questions, not even the Biendu themselves. Do you know, young master? She inquired. Of course. He nodded with a smile. Tell me more about it. She became quite curious. Maybe after knowing the answers, she would know why the Patriarch chose this place. Unfortunately, Li Qiye didn't answer and only stared at Seer Peak on the other side. These two peaks were the tallest in Blackwood, standing opposite of each other. Seer Peak was closer to Black Tides. When standing here, one would see all of Seer Peak along with Black Tides. This was indeed beautiful and magnificent scenery. Alas, Li Qiye wasn't here for that. She didn't ask him either because he would have told her already if he wanted to. He eventually stopped looking and crouched down to look at a rotten stump. Weeds and grass have taken over this area because the Biendu didn't take care of it. This particular stump looked huge, needing many men to fully surround it. It died later on, perhaps cut down or fell from disease. Only a stump was left now. After years of rains and winds on top of termites, it became rotten. Nonetheless, layers of thick barks still surrounded the surface. The damages were immense in many areas, but overall, it was still tough like metal. Of course, it was hard to see it due to the overgrowths. Those who could see it wouldn't care too much either. Yang Ling became curious again because Li Qiye was carefully looking at it. What made this rotten stump so special? Young master, this stump is special too. She asked. You tell me. He responded. I don't think it's special because if it was, it wouldn't be rotten right now. She gave her opinion. What if I tell you that it's older than 8 decalaces? He revealed. OL older than 8 decalaces. Her mouth became agape after hearing this. Adding up the actual age of 8 decalaces was virtually impossible since so many generations have passed. The land produced numerous Dao lords. Lineages rose and fell due to the long trek of time. She thought about one particular adage that applies to this situation: oceans can dry up and stones will break down, yet this rotten stump will always be here. Just its age alone was indicative of its true value. Now she finally understood why the patriarch of the Biendu chose this peak. As a top general of the Holy Ground, he was far more insightful than others. "Are we going to dig it up?" She calmed down and asked. "It's doing well here, so no need to dig it up." Li Qiye shook its head and patted the stump. He then told the old man, "We'll be staying here for a while." The old man followed the order without thinking twice. It didn't take long before buildings were erected. As for Yang Ling and Fan Bai, they took care of the overgrowths nearby. They didn't know what Li Qiye wanted to do, but still decided to entertain him. Not even the old man had a good idea. He could see some clues, just not the entire picture of Li Qiye's plan. He knew that Li Qiye's real goal was black tides, just not the actual details. Their sudden appearance on top of this peak didn't come unnoticed. The Biendu clan eventually found out that outsiders were occupying their ancestral ground. This wasn't something they could overlook. Chapter 3852, A furor broke out at Blackwood Cliff over Li Qiye's decision to stay on top of the ancestral peak. Is this brat crazy? Actually taking over the Biendu's peak, he must be tired of living. An older expert became startled. Everyone knew that the peak belonged to the Biendu despite a lack of physical presence. It had immense significance and served as a symbol of their ancestors' prestige. In history, a few courageous souls tried to take over the peak. Their result was obvious: tragic death. "At least it'll be a show, he'll wish for death once captured." One youth snorted after finding out. The Biendu's supremacy and mercilessness in Blackwood were well documented. Just dying was a good end. Sometimes, clan extermination was the outcome. Li Qiye's action was no different from slapping the clan's face. The latter would never let this go until ample punishment is dished out. The guy is no fool. What is giving him the confidence to provoke the Biendu? One ancestor had a different opinion. Though they still haven't received the news from Buddha Emperor Plateau, they could tell that Li Qiye was special after the divination ceremony. The destruction of the crystal ball fortified this notion. A few ancestors thought that Li Qiye was a dragon waiting to soar. However, the Biendu wasn't one to be trifled with, especially not in their own territory. Many big shots have tried and ended up dead. Li Qiye's action so far was nothing short of a direct declaration of war against the Biendu, truly a reckless choice. Thus, these ancestors didn't understand. Li Qiye might have a strong background, but that wasn't enough. Even Vajra dynasty couldn't do anything to the Biendu here. So overbearing, he has to be the heavenly genius. One youth speculated after hearing the news. This wasn't well received. A genius disagreed: he's the heavenly genius. He can't even hold a candle to young Lord Biendu or the wild child of the East. If he's the one, why didn't the Grand Seer say something? Another added, the Grand Seer said that the purpose of the ceremony was to find the heavenly genius, so an announcement should have been made. That's why I'm sure Li Qiye isn't. All in all, conversations about this topic could be heard all over Blackwood. Meanwhile, the Biendu didn't sit still either. Not reacting would be detrimental to their authority and reputation. They sent a powerful group led by their butler up the peak. Normally, an ancient and powerful clan like this shouldn't have a role like a butler. That's something for the new rich or the clans in the mortal realm. However, the Biendu had this position. Historically, only those outside of the clans served as the butler. In other words, this butler was the one to deal with problems. If something bad or unexpected were to happen, their clan could arguably be absolved of any responsibility. Of course, not just anyone can qualify for this position. The current butler right now was already a famous cultivator in Blackwood Prior. "We got a show now." Many became excited to see the group moving up the peak. They followed right behind, not wanting to miss the show. "That Li guy is going to get obliterated by the butler, it's gonna be ugly." One youth snorted. Meanwhile, Li Qiye still crouched next to the rotten stump in order to remove the barks. Some have rotted beyond words and removal seemed easy. This was not the case. Ordinary people had no chance of removing even one. He didn't mind getting dirty and focused on this task, seemingly carving a work of art. Yang Ling thought that the young master shouldn't do menial tasks and wanted to help. However, he shook his head and smiled, "You can't do it. Just one mistake and it'll lose its chance." She didn't know what he meant by chance here. Nonetheless, she didn't want to ruin his plan and only watched him, hoping to learn something. By this point, the group led by the butler of the Biendu has arrived. The curious spectators came right after. The majority of the latter wanted to see Li Qiye humiliated or even killed by the Biendu. "You're Li Qiye." The butler looked around and saw a palace erected nearby. His expression soured right away. To build on top of their ancestral peak was a deliberate provocation. He needed to flatten the palace and capture Li Qiye in order to answer to his masters. However, Li Qiye ignored them without responding. His hands were covered in dirt. The spectators found this entertaining. "He's being a little careless now, not paying attention to the butler from the Biendu," one expert said. "If he gave a damn about the Biendu, he wouldn't have built that palace." Another added. The butler was in a terrible mood. He was already famous before taking this position. Many here in Blackwood showed him nothing but respect. After becoming the butler of the Biendu, he gained more authority and dealt with numerous issues in the region. Now, an outsider dared to ignore him. This was utterly humiliating. "Li Qiye, destroy this palace and surrender yourself. I will take you to the Biendu," the butler said gravely. His tone was already polite enough. Otherwise, he would have captured Li Qiye first. Crippling the guy or not during the process would depend on his mood. Alas, since he represented the Biendu, he needed to show benevolence. Once again, Li Qiye completely ignored him, not bothering to give him a single glance. His hands didn't stop moving to remove the barks. Chapter 38-53, The butler's mood worsened from the repeated transgressions from the arrogant Li Qiye, especially in public. Others exchanged glances, thinking that Li Qiye was indeed pushing it from not responding. As the saying goes, one may ignore the monks but still need to give Buddha some face. Li Qiye's attitude would only sour the relationship between him and the Biendu. "You're pushing your luck," the butler said sinisterly. "It's not too late to follow me lest my masters show their wrath." At that point, you would pray for death. There was no need for him to hold back anymore. Since Li Qiye refused to give him face, it was time to teach the guy a lesson about the true lords of Blackwood Cliff. It would also serve to show everyone else the fate of those who dare to oppose the Biendu. His threat fell on deaf ears once more. Li Qiye paid attention to nothing but his task. Anger brewed inside the butler from the contemptuous treatment. "Go, flatten that palace and capture them all. Kill whoever tries to resist," he uttered murderously. People thought they could hear his teeth grinding furiously. Nothing would please him more than cutting Li Qiye to pieces. "Go." The disciples who followed him separated into two groups. One rushed for the palace while the other surrounded Li Qiye. "Brat, be obedient or I'll cut off your limbs," one of them said while all readied their weapons. They pointed their swords and sabers straight at Li Qiye. If he were to resist in the slightest, they would instantly make mincemeat out of him. The spectators watched with bated breath since a battle was about to start. "Make them scram." Li Qiye still didn't bat an eye despite the precarious situation and ordered. Others became confused because they didn't know who he was talking to. Rumble. During this confusion, the group who headed for the palace was suddenly sent flying. Ah! Ah! Some screamed in pain. These disciples suffered various injuries, broken legs, crushed rib cage. They vomited blood before slamming into the ground. Once the spectators calmed down, they realized that the assailant was a wild boar. It attacked the group from behind and caught them off guard. Its incredible speed didn't diminish its precision. It easily crushed the bones of its enemies. They took a good look at the boar. Its mane had empty patches, one of its tusks was half broken as well. Kill that thing. The group that surrounded Li Qiye saw this and immediately rushed over towards the wild boar. Blade flashed and treasures emerged, all aiming for the boar. Unfortunately, they did nothing to the boar. Rumble. The attackers were sent to the sky, more bones were broken. Most couldn't get back up after falling down. Enough, beast! The butler shouted after regaining his wits. Boom! He summoned a treasure disc that spun around like a millstone. Alas, the result was still the same. The disc was flipped over by the boar. It moved forward and slammed onto the butler. His chest instantly caved in. He fell down and a puddle of blood could be seen. It only took a few seconds before the forces of the Biendu were taken down. They screamed and squirmed on the ground. Their leader suffered the same fate. The spectators who came for the show couldn't believe it. They stood there, speechless. Once they calmed down, they looked around in astonishment. This felt like a dream. Of course, for the members of the Biendu, it was a nightmare. They had no idea how they got blown away. Their powerful merit laws and weapons were simply useless before the boar. The spectators looked again and saw the boar digging the dirt beneath a tree, seemingly looking for a good meal. To the other side of this tree was a dog with yellow fur, looking quite sickly and malnourished. It glanced contemptuously at the boar as if wanting to make fun of it for bullying some juniors. The boar ignored the dog and continued to dig more dirt out. No one would believe this unless they saw it with their own eyes. In fact, the crowd was still in doubt. How could this wild boar defeat that powerful group? Were these animals Li Qiye's pets? They didn't look like pets at all. Li Qiye didn't bother watching that fight at all. He either didn't notice or didn't care enough. He was in a state of complete concentration. It was as if he was a virtuoso working on his finest piece. Each action was deliberate and meticulous in order to avoid unnecessary mistakes. Scram already! Yang Ling then shouted. Chapter 38-54, The Frozen Butler and the clan disciples heard Yang Ling's shouting and regained their wits. They didn't dare to say one word before fleeing from the peak, looking as pathetic as can be. The spectators needed time to digest this. An outsider has just defeated more than 100 disciples from the Biendu. It was difficult for them to find the right word to describe Li Qiye, arrogance or domineering. A youth going against the Biendu in Blackwood Cliff should be described as ignorant and arrogant. However, from what they have seen so far, Li Qiye was neither. He certainly knew about the Biendu's strength yet still chose to go against them. He knew that there was a tiger on the mountain but still climbed up. That's certainly domineering. He became an enigma in their eyes. Was he just an ordinary cultivator or an unfathomable master? The spectators weren't the only ones confused. The defeated members of the Biendu couldn't believe it either. Someone was actually audacious enough to injure them in Blackwood. The butter thought that given his power and his clan's prestige, a junior would immediately acquiesce. It turned out that they had messed with the wrong person. Most were still staring at the digging boar. How did this animal defeat all those experts just now? A dragon passing by. Someone from the last generation quietly commented on Li Qiye's situation. Just wait. Another neutral party responded, a dragon still has a hard time defeating the local serpent. The Biendu has been around for millions of years for a reason. Numerous outsiders have failed to overthrow them. Some agreed with this statement. The Biendu weathered numerous storms and disasters before, always able to defeat their foes in the end. As for Li Qie, the main character of this ordeal, he simply focused on removing the barks. He probably wouldn't stop to look even if the sky were falling down. Let's go. The majority started leaving. Only a small number stuck around to see what Li Qie was doing. They spent half a day and gained nothing, finally concluding that Li Qie was just killing time. The rotten barks should have been easy to remove. In reality, they were tough like calluses with numerous layers, serving as protection for the tree throughout the years. It took plenty of effort for Li Qie to finally strip the stump clean. He then removed the heavily damaged part to reveal the heartwood around the size of a small bowl. It had an extraordinary presence. In the beginning, Dongling thought that the tree was dead. Once Li Qie finished the cleanup, she saw that the heartwood still had some life and color left to it. It was certainly on the verge of death given the state of the tree. Nonetheless, it still felt brimming with water as if there was an ocean stored within. Once released, the water would drown the entire peak. This might be the reason why the stump was able to last until now. Good. Li Qie patted his dirty hands and returned to the palace. Yang Ling's gaze shifted between Li Qie and the stump. She tilted her head in rumination. What does the young master want to do? She asked the old servant. The likes of us can't fathom his goals. The old man smiled and shook his head. He then glanced over at black tides and became emotional. The storm is coming. It will spare no one, reducing the top masters down until not even bones are left. Yang Ling thought about the near future as well. Alas, she had limited information and eventually gave up. She then returned to her room. As for Fan Bai, she sat there and meditated like a statue. She has been unaffected by all outside occurrences. The only thing that mattered to her was cultivation. She was the purest and simplest among them, at least in this aspect. The old man admired her for this, thinking that he was inferior. On the second day, Yang Ling woke up early. The moment she got out the door, she saw Li Qie standing next to the stump again. Young master. She came over to chat, but once she got close enough, her face turned red because Li Qie was urinating on the stump without holding back. Why didn't you warn me? She turned around and stomped her foot. Even her neck became red from embarrassment. About what? He finished and tied his belt again before stretching. About what you just did, the girl showed her bashful side. You misunderstood. This is a grand Dao bestowment. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Grand Dao bestowment? You're messing with me, young master. She didn't expect this answer. Imagine this, what if there are immortals in this world? He suddenly asked. Immortals? She hasn't thought of this because there were no immortals. Very valuable. He added. She assumed that he would talk about their appearance or incredible auras when appearing. Their hair, blood, skin, all priceless treasures for mortals. He elaborated. Right. She nodded since this was a matter of fact. The closest example was the true blood of Dao lords. Just one bottle alone could drive the world crazy, let alone the immortals in the myths. That's why my urine is a grand Dao bestowment. He concluded. The content was rather vulgar and casual, yet she became frozen. Once she regained her wits, he was already back in the palace. She glanced over at the stump, turning red once more after recalling his action. Is this so-called grand Dao bestowment an actual thing? She asked the old man who has been watching black tides the entire time. He smiled and said, the young master never shoots without hitting the target, grand Dao bestowment it is. I see, the embarrassed girl murmured. He can swallow heaven and earth and devour the myriad worlds. Everything can happen with a whim of his. If he wants it to be a grand Tao bestowment, then it'll be a grand Tao bestowment. The actual method doesn't matter. He added. She found this to be quite logical after thinking it through. Nonetheless, this manner of blessing was indeed new to her. Chapter 38:55, The news of the Biendu's defeat at their own ancestral peak created a tempest in Blackwood. It has been peaceful for quite a while now. None dared to challenge the Biendu on their home turf in recent years. The recent development went beyond a skirmish. Their ancestral peak was now taken and they have lost the first exchange. Everyone thought that the Biendu needed to obliterate Wuxia in order to regain their prestige. Discussions started regarding how the Biendu would mobilize in order to capture Wuxia. Perhaps they would rely on torture in order to make an example out of him. A dragon will still die when facing the Biendu at Black Cliff. Most harbored this thought. I'm sure their ancestors will come this time around. Another said. Despite his strange and flawless victory, people still didn't think Wuxia had a chance. The Biendu has plenty of disciples and mighty ancestors. In fact, they might be strong enough to contend against Vitra. The consensus was that the furious Biendu would gather thousands of disciples for another assault and that their ancestors would be furious after hearing the news. However, the clan was silent after the escaped disciples returned in shame. No mobilization and no ancestors showed their face either. The passiveness was rather strange. Is the Biendu letting this go? No way. Someone thought. Those who have provoked them in the past have been destroyed. They can't spare Wuxia like this, he's still occupying their ancestral peak. Another said. Ancestors from the other sects shared the same sentiment. The Biendu had to do something unless they wanted to give their peak to Wuxia. On the second day, 3 slashes and 2 elders from the Biendu appeared. Young Lord Biendu is personally going. The spectators kept a close watch on this development since it was quite entertaining. This is their answer, letting their young lord kill Wuxia. A young expert said. Others nodded in agreement. 3 slashes was mighty on top of having 2 elders with him. No one else from the young generation could do this. In fact, an ancestor alone would have a tough time. Less than 3 moves is all he'll need to decapitate Wuxia. Another exclaimed. Yes, he alone is more than enough to kill a junior like Wuxia. One expert agreed. All in all, most were ready to see how 3 slashes would kill Wuxia. They finally understood the lack of reaction from the clan. There was no point in being angry because their young lord would take care of it. We can finally see him in action now. It's a good learning opportunity. An excited youth stated. Everyone knew the famous 3 slashes from this young lord. Each slash was brilliant and worthy of admiration. Both the young and old at the cliff didn't want to miss this opportunity. 3 slashes carried his saber in a cool manner while hiking up the peak. The 2 elders walked right behind him with a serious expression. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of cultivators followed a bit farther behind. They thought that Wuxia was a dead man. How many slashes will it take? A speculator wondered. Just 1, that's it. To which someone else responded, I heard he only used 3 slashes even against the wild child of the East. The wild child was famous alongside righteous Sion in West King. The group thought that it was Wuxia's honor to die to young Lord Biendu's blade. It didn't take long for the 3 to reach the top to see Wuxia. We meet again, fellow Taoist. 3 slashes bowed towards him. The spectators found his humility to be admirable. This was the style and manner of someone from a prestigious clan. If anyone else had their peak taken by Wuxia, they would have been overwhelmed with rage, unable to hold back. It wasn't easy to be as calm as 3 slashes right now. What is it? Wuxia nonchalantly said. This wasn't the first time the crowd saw his overbearing attitude. They were naturally annoyed, but this wasn't their fight. "I come today to ask you to leave, fellow Taoist." 3/ calmly responded. "Why?" Li Qiye didn't bat an eye. Some members of the audience felt the urge to come and kick this annoyingly arrogant guy in the face, let alone 3/. Did he just ask why? How is he acting like this when he took over their ancestral peak? A spectator murmured. "This place is our clan's ancestral peak, a legacy left behind by our patriarch, so outsiders aren't allowed inside. Please leave." 3/ cupped his fist. "Oh. Who owned it before your patriarch?" Li Qiye smiled. 3/ didn't expect this question, neither did the listeners. Everyone knew that the peak belonged to the Biendu, that's it. The history prior to that was unknown. No one could answer this question. How could they know something that had happened so long ago? There were no records of it. Ages have gone by, so it's impossible to find out. 3/ said, "But in the present, it belongs to our clan." That's enough of a reason. He restrained himself from unsheathing his saber because he wasn't completely confident. "I see. Well, henceforth, it belongs to me now," Li Qiye casually said. The listeners exchanged glances after hearing the domineering statement. 3/'s expression changed as well. There was no way they would ever accept this. "Fellow Taoist, leave instead of making more mistakes. It's not too late to leave." 3/ cupped his fist again. "If your clan wisely leaves now, it'll prosper for generations to come." Li Qiye glanced at the youth. Chapter 38-56, The crowd couldn't come up with a more arrogant response than Li Qiye's just now. "I don't think anyone else dares to say the same thing, the Biendu has been around for ages." Someone murmured. "He's courting death, things have escalated too far." Another expert shook his head. "That's already decided the moment he took over the ancestral peak, he can say whatever he wants now." A big shot from the last generation said flatly. Some started to imagine Li Qiye's demise. Perhaps 1/ from the young lord out of anger. 3/ had plenty of patience but still thought it was ridiculous. Li Qiye's disdainful attitude offended both him and his clan. "Fellow Taoist. You are way out of line, apologize now before it's too late." 3/'s expression darkened as he spoke. "Unsheath your saber then, let's see if you are as powerful as your title." Li Qiye waved his hand and smiled. The hand wave was dismissive and nonchalant, as if he thought nothing of 3/'s. Even the average cultivators wouldn't accept this treatment, let alone a famous genius like him. "Young Lord Biendu, cut down this egomaniac." One youth felt indignant for their young lord. 1/ is more than enough to kill him. Others urged him to attack. "Ignorant junior, clean your neck in preparation for decapitation." A genius shouted. Li Qiye's repeated transgression infuriated the young fans of 3/'s. He himself could hold back no longer. It had nothing to do with pride. Given his power and status, even the ancestors needed to address him as young lord. Now, this outsider refused to use honorifics. Putting that aside, the guy went as far as blatantly disrespecting him in public. He took a deep breath and slowly grabbed the hilt of his saber. The crowd watched his hand carefully, not wanting to miss a single detail of his supreme slash. "It's about time," one expert murmured. Boom! Suddenly, everyone became discombobulated by a deafening explosion. The entire cliff started shaking, the world was being flipped over. "What the hell?" Some immediately fell down on their butt while screaming. Boom! The second explosion was even louder, akin to the start of an apocalypse. The world turned dark to the horror of the crowd. These explosions had nothing to do with 3/'s. He wasn't strong enough to have this effect. On the other hand, it was due to a massive wave hitting the cliff. This wave was high enough to reach the stars, acting like an evil entity wishing to swallow the sky vault. Boom! The third wave nearly crushed the entire cliff. The region became feeble like a boat amidst a raging ocean. By this point, many cultivators were paralyzed on the ground. What's going on with black tides? Even the big shots turned pale. The locals were no strangers to the waves from black tides. However, they have never seen a tsunami before. Boom! The fourth carried an earth-shattering force. Countless cultivators were sent flying in the air. Save me! Cries could be heard everywhere from both the mortals and cultivators. Get in the house. We need to get inside. Boom! The fifth smash was brutal. Some heard a cracking sound as if the cliff was starting to crumble. The Biendu was caught completely off guard. Ancient ancestors who have been slumbering for millions of years immediately woke up. They sat up, stricken with astonishment. This is it, it's the end, doom and gloom took over Blackwood. However, unbeknown to the horrified victims, a buzzing light emerged in the deepest area of black tides. A supreme power forcefully grasped the incoming tides and pulled them back into the ocean. Rumble. The tides didn't relent and wanted to continue the assault on Blackwood. Alas, this supreme power had a firm grasp. The tide struggled and roared to no avail. Therefore, the next waves actually hitting Blackwood became weaker and weaker until a full stop. Splash! Splash! Cultivators were still confused, but time didn't wait for them. An unbelievable scene manifested before their very eyes. The water of black tide suddenly receded from the shore. The waves certainly resisted, but this was futile. The supreme power was overwhelming. The ocean's size was immense, but due to this mysterious power, the water ebbed at an incredible rate. The seabed gradually became visible to those in Blackwood. Chapter 38:57, A long while passed before the crowd calmed down. They noticed that black tides was still the same before. The massive waves earlier scared the hell out of them. Blackwood Cliff had no business enduring that onslaught. Some even heard cracking noises, a sign of the cliff giving in. Now, everything seemed fine. No serious damages have been done to their home. Both mortals and cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, the calamity is gone. This must be due to the blessings of our holy ground's ancestors. Someone placed their palms together and prayed. Since Blackwood successfully withstood the tsunami earlier, the inhabitants became more confident. No wonder why this place has been the first line of defense for many generations now. Of course, it has been blessed by numerous sages and Tao lords. In reality, Blackwood has been around even before Buddha Tao Lord. Its current appearance and toughness were due to the hard work of numerous cultivation masters. A regular landmass would have been obliterated by the first wave from black tides. Unfortunately, it was too early to celebrate. Some began paying attention to the exposed seabed. It consisted of strangely shaped seamounts and hills. The water is gone now, everyone came to the shore to take a better look. I can't believe it, where did it all go? The first-timers were astounded since they witnessed the black tides raging not long ago. This ocean's size was unfathomable. Thus, the amount of water should be incalculable as well. How could it just disappear? They glanced at each other in confusion. Even the big shots and ancestors had no answer to this eternal mystery. Another tidal recession, the second in one generation. This is unprecedented. Is it a sign for something? One ancestor murmured in a daze. This happened once already during 8 Stallion Tao Lord's generation. A new Tao Lord has yet to appear, yet the tides are gone again. This was the second time seeing this phenomenon for some old cultivators here. They had no idea if this was a blessing or misfortune. The only thing for certain was that these tidal recessions were unforgettable. An ominous sign. A big shot had a heavy heart while looking at the seabed. The previous occurrence left an indelible impression on them. Terrible creatures assaulted the shore, nearly taking down Blackwood. Buddha Supreme descended and swept through 100,000 miles. Alas, this wasn't enough to stop the endless onslaught. Two allies came later and stabilized the situation. The trio lasted long enough to save Blackwood from sure destruction. Those who experienced this battle back then still had nightmares of it. They thought that the same thing might happen once more. We had the brave Buddha Supreme back then, Righteous Supreme and 8 Stallion Tao Lord came to help as well. But now, an ancestor became worried. Buddha Supreme became increasingly reclusive and eventually disappeared altogether. Rumor has it that he suffered internal injuries. After returning to Sacred Mountain, these wounds eventually recurred, resulting in his death. Sacred Mountain never made an announcement regarding this before. Thus, in the beginning, most assumed that the Supreme was still alive. As time passed, his lack of appearance birthed skepticism. As for Righteous Supreme, he was an antique compared to Buddha Supreme. He has lived for numerous generations and would need to slumber for a long period after each appearance. Most speculated that he didn't have long to live due to his withered true blood. Therefore, he wouldn't appear again in the future. He needed to stay alive for as long as possible in order to help Righteous Sect. As for 8 Stallion Tao Lord, he left 8 Desolaces long ago right after reaching his prime. Therefore, this heroic trio would not be here for this tidal recession. What could they do if the monsters returned? Let's pick the safe strategy. A big shot wondered to himself. This meant evacuating from Blackwood Cliff or even the Holy Ground. Many shared this thought after seeing the seabed again. In the Biendu clan, an ancient ancestor woke up and spoke, a tidal recession. The sacred ancestor has awakened. Other ancestors hurriedly rushed over after hearing his voice. On top of the ancestral peak, a messenger arrived and whispered to 3 Slashes. He immediately left, no longer caring about the business here. Li Chiye didn't mind his opponents leaving. He simply gazed at the deepest area of black tides. Everyone became preoccupied with this new development and stopped caring about the ancestral peak issue. Clang! 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 The Guardian Legion outside the city struck the gongs multiple times. The ringing echoed throughout the region. Clang! 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 The Biendu also sounded their alarm. The water is gone, we need to find a safe place. Mortals and cultivators became restless and nervous, unaware of how to deal with future uncertainties. Meanwhile, the Guardian Legion activated their Tao portal and sent messages back to Vajra Dynasty and the other divisions. This was their primary mission, observing black tides and sending messages on any new development. Chapter 3858, A furor broke out at the Holy Ground with the news of the tidal recession. The big shots from the various sects and races were shaken. In fact, these men have received a message from Wei Qianqing before. She reported that the tides might recede once more. None of them supported her speculation since the last one was so recent. There was no historical precedence to support this. The normal period was normally several generations or even longer. The current generation has yet to pass, so how could another happen now? Since Wei Qianqing found no supporters, she had no choice but to seek out Li Chia. Now, it was confirmed. The ancestor knew that this abnormal activity would have consequences. Report this to Sacred Mountain. The dynasty immediately relayed this information to the highest power in the Holy Ground. Other countries and sects didn't have a direct line of communication, only Vajra. Of course, this was reserved for only the most important issues. Prior to this, whether deliberate or inadvertently, Vajra rarely sent information to Sacred Mountain. In the former case, this would be an attempt to isolate Sacred Mountain from the Holy Ground. Alas, they wouldn't be able to hide the tidal recession even if they tried. This was too serious, just one mistake could leave them in ruins. Let righteous sect know as well. Vajra also sent messengers to their neighbor. The holy ground couldn't handle this alone, and since the alliance between Buddha and Righteous Supreme was still in effect, Righteous sect needed to know as well. Unfortunately, both Sacred Mountain and Righteous sect didn't respond back to Vajra. The dynasty didn't expect this at all. The big shots from the other divisions found this astonishing as well. Righteous sect was one thing because their relationship was worsening. The Scion's challenge against the holy ground exacerbated the situation. Therefore, it was understandable for Righteous sect to turn a blind eye. However, this wasn't the case for Sacred Mountain. It was the true ruling entity of the holy ground. Its silence left everyone anxious. The ancestors and big shots speculated the possibilities. So the rumor is true. Buddha Supreme is gone. One ancestor said. This would be a grievous blow to the holy ground, akin to a snake losing its head. Chaos would be inevitable. Furthermore, a lack of response from Righteous sect was still alarming. This neighbor being neutral wasn't the worst-case scenario. What if they decided to invade as well? The holy ground would be fighting on multiple fronts, a truly calamitous outcome. Gather our forces. The Vajra dynasty had no other choice. The other divisions and powers in the holy ground began to make their move as well. They couldn't sit idly by and wait for death. In reality, many big shots realized that even a united holy ground wasn't enough to deal with the incoming disaster. Ultimately, they lacked capable paragons against those monsters. Unfortunately, they still needed to fight since this was an existential crisis. Not long ago, Vajra would love to have an unresponsive Sacred Mountain. The death of Buddha Supreme meant that they had more chance of seizing the holy ground as well. Now, given the circumstances, his death was terrible news. Buzz. A mighty group came out of the portal in the Guardian Legion's camp. They all had vigorous vitality and incredible skills. Most importantly, they were bald and wore kasaya. That's right, this first group consisted of elite monks from Heavenly Dragon Temple. Buddha Holy Ground had countless temples and monks. As the largest division of the Holy Ground, Heavenly Dragon would always support Sacred Mountain even when the latter was unresponsive. It instantly mobilized numerous monks and disciples for the sake of defending Blackwood Cliff. The Monk of Wisdom is here. This news began to spread and served as a morale boost. This monk was one of the 4 Grand Masters. Though he wasn't the strongest, his personal arrival had a positive effect on the entire holy ground. Buzz, the portal back at the Biendu was activated as well, empowered by numerous Chaos Primal Stones. The clan allowed other powers to use this portal. In the past, it was deactivated or required an enormous sum since the clan purposely wanted to isolate Blackwood Cliff from the world. Now, they had no choice but to spend their own primal stones for traveling purposes. They knew that they would be the first to go down in the case of failure against the invading monsters. More light beams shot to the sky back at the army camp. Numerous mighty legions from Vajra came out with imposing auras. War camp is not holding back. The Supreme Brother is in charge. This news spread across Blackwood as well. The young ones didn't know who he was, but the older generations have heard of him before, someone capable of contending against the 4 Grandmasters. I wonder if the Guardian of Vajra will come as well. People became excited to see War Camp. Vajra was second after Heavenly Dragon Temple. However, there was nothing to criticize since it seemed to be fully mobilizing its legions. Other powers and experts started arriving as well, following the good example set by these 2. It didn't take long before Blackwood was filled with top experts and soldiers. Chapter 3859, both main portals in Blackwood remained busy with newcomers. Buzz. On the same day, another portal suddenly emerged on the shore next to black tides, effective enough for mass teleportation. A gigantic army with millions of men marched out of the portal and waited by the shore. This was a magnificent scene indeed, akin to a heavenly army descending from above. Its momentum seemed unstoppable. Their armor was different from anything seen in the Holy Ground or all of the South. This type looked ancient, perhaps from millions of years ago. Nonetheless, the fact that they were still intact was a sign of their power. Only capable weapons and armors could withstand the test of time. The experts back in Blackwood became emotional after seeing the fluttering banners. The insignia of the 8 kingdoms. Both the locals and the soldiers in the Guardian Legion became tense. The 8 kingdoms have been invaded by righteous sect and Buddha holy ground before. Peace came later along with trading. Nonetheless, the sudden appearance of this great army still frightened the crowd. Some sects actually struck their gongs and prepared for battle. The Guardian Legion and the Biendu didn't go as far. Nonetheless, their commanders still ordered the troops to remain vigilant. During this tense atmosphere, a messenger from the 8 kingdoms came to state their intention. The Biendu and the Legion then allowed this army to camp here as well. The army of the East is here to aid Blackwood Cliff against the incoming disaster. This information eventually spread. The experts in Blackwood heaved a sigh of relief. They worried that this army might have come to invade Blackwood during this crucial moment. They would be fighting multiple fronts then. Another message came subsequently from the Eastern Army. The Praetor himself is leading the coalition army. We swear to push back the monsters of black tides. Most have never heard of this Praetor. However, those familiar with the Eastern Kingdoms shuddered after hearing this news. The Praetor himself? The kingdoms are truly wanting to help us. One expert rejoiced. If the Praetor is here, it shows that their top ancestors are unanimous in wanting to help us. Maybe the legendary god monarch will show up too. Another added. What god monarch? Those nearby didn't know the situation in the Eastern Kingdoms due to a lack of contact. Crystal god monarch of the celestial crystal race. Someone from the East elaborated. The legendary being only second to the ancient empress. Most were extremely shaken after hearing this title. That's him. The man from the East confirmed. Crystal god monarch was a renowned existence, rumored to only be second to the ancient empress. In fact, some believe that their cultivation was equal. It's just that the ancient empress had greater status, beloved by the 8 kingdoms. He came from the celestial crystal race. They were famous for possessing an indestructible diamond law, allowing them to be undefeated. I heard that the monarch was able to withstand 3 moves from South Conch Dao Lord's patrimony weapon. Is this true? Someone else brought this up. It's true. A powerful cultivator from the East confirmed, the crystal race's indestructible diamond physique is the strongest defensive merit law. This shouldn't be surprising. Yes, their indestructible diamond physique is incredible. What a feat it is to survive 3 attacks from a Dao Lord. A big shot from the last generation said, that's why the monarch is only second to the ancient empress. The current Praetor has been taught by the monarch. The monarch has a high evaluation of him. The powerful cultivator from the East added. The Eastern Coalition armies were mighty. As the Praetor in command, this cultivator must be exceptional. His cultivation wouldn't be inferior to the 4 grandmasters. Nothing can be better if the monarch and maybe even the empress come to help. Someone from the Holy Ground said. Yes, imagine if worldly immortal comes too. His friend said with excitement. The members of the Holy Ground harbored these hopeful ideas, even the experienced big shots. Their legions alone weren't enough to stop the tide, so external help was necessary. If Crystal God Monarch, the ancient empress, and worldly immortal were to come, then it would be more than enough. After all, worldly immortal was comparable to any Dao Lord. I hope so. A big shot said, albeit with pessimism. The current holy ground lacked a leader capable of directly asking these great beings for help. As armies gathered on the shore, 3/ and his group secretly entered black tides during the night. Buzz. Suddenly, a radiant beam from the depth of the ocean illuminated the seafloor. Do you see that? Outsiders had no clue what was going on. The light suddenly converged back to its origin and disappeared. Boom! A powerful force emanated in all directions, wielding the affinity of destruction. Within a 10 million radius in Black Cliff, all weapons, whether they be carried by personnel or stored in treasuries, started resonating. They seemed to be summoned by a higher existence. Clank! Clank! Cultivators needed to hold their weapons back since they wanted to fly away. What's going on? The astounded members grasped their weapons tightly. The mythical weapon is appearing again. An ancestor quietly responded. Weapon? The young ones nearby became curious. Meanwhile, many big shots hidden in the shadow were gazing at black tides. Here again, who will be able to obtain this weapon in this generation? A mighty ancestor murmured to himself. Chapter 3860, A secret existed in black tides that would only appear during tidal recessions. Few were privy of this knowledge, only the powerful ancestors. Some entered black tide searching for it, Tao Lords included. It pertained to an immortal weapon far superior to Tao Lord weapons, perhaps on the same level as the 9 heavenly treasures. Of course, the 9 only belonged in the legends, no one knew if they were real or otherwise. On the other hand, people were sure that this immortal weapon was there in black tides, hiding in some unknown location. Its name and origin remained a mystery. The top Tao Lords and Supremes themselves had no idea. Conflicting opinions existed historically. Some believed that no one had ever seen it, others said that certain Tao Lords were fortunate enough. Either way, information regarding its shape and origin was never made public. The ancestors and reclusive masters from various sects were sure of its existence. The biggest reason was the phenomenon just now, the resonation of every weapon within a 10 million miles radius. They thought that this immortal weapon must have shown itself, resulting in the resonation. All eyes were on black tides, focusing on the source of the light earlier. They thought that it should be the location of the weapon. The weapon resonation on a mass scale eventually stopped, allowing cultivators to breathe easy again without the fear of losing their treasures. Suddenly, buzzes and lights emerged in various locations in black tides. Red, platinum, black lights. They only flashed for a moment before dimming down outside of certain places. What are those things? The lights attracted the attention of many. Treasures are appearing. A big shot from the last generation replied. So black tides really has treasures? A young outsider asked since she didn't know much about black tides. Yes. The big shot nodded, numerous masters died in black tides throughout history. They left behind their weapons and treasures there. Moreover, black tides itself has secret treasures too. They usually show up during the tidal recessions. Really now, the young one's excitement grew. Their seniors gave him the side eye and said, "Look, so many important characters have gathered here. Are they all here to help Blackwood?" Of course not, some merely came for the treasure in black tides. Each tidal recession is a terrible disaster but for some, an opportunity. We gotta go then. Some lost their patience and wanted to rush in. They were late to the party because many big shots had already secretly entered a while back. The public had no idea that they were here since their target was the legendary immortal weapon. Some among them were actually famous Supremes. During this night, Li Qie also observed the ocean while standing on the ancestral peak of the Biendu. The old servant accompanied him alone since the vivacious Yang Ling had gone outside to watch the show. Li Qie had a smile while looking at the lights. On the other hand, the old man looked solemn as he focused on the deepest areas of black tides. The old man eventually broke the silence. Rumor has it that there is a peerless immortal weapon in black tides. What is your opinion on it, young master? You've gone inside already, no? Li Qiye smiled. Yes. The old man smiled wryly. There were various reasons for his entry in the past. One of them was definitely this immortal weapon. He sought it and hoped to turn it into his own, a weapon that would be immortalized in history. I knew about this weapon's appearance during tidal recessions, but I had nothing but confidence back then. I rushed in early and never saw anything, nearly throwing my life away in the process. He revealed while shaking his head. Black tides was just too dangerous, especially with the blood water compared to its dried version. The old man didn't make it to the last area of black tides. He knew that it was time to give up instead of being suicidal. It's there indeed. Li Qiye nodded. The old man shuddered since this made the rumor true. The immortal weapon really existed. What type of weapon is it? It's from an immortal beyond the sky. He took a deep breath and asked. You're overthinking it, they don't exist, but if they do and are actually here, I'll be the first to take them down. 8 Desolaces can't handle the existence of an immortal. Li Qiye smiled. The casual comment contained high-level information for the old man. Those with more knowledge would become emotional after hearing this. Waves ran rampant in his mind as he tried to digest it. Words couldn't describe how he was feeling. It took a while before he regained his composure and asked softly, "Tell me more about this weapon then, young master. How does it compare to the 9 heavenly treasures? No need to use them as a gauge. Putting aside their amazing nature, not all are weapons." Li Qiye shook his head. The 9 treasures only existed in the myths. All the stories surrounding them were confusing and lacked details. Not all believed in them being real. As for this one, it's just scrap metal. Of course, scrap metal can be useful and valuable too. He added. The old man smiled wryly. Even Dao lords in history desired this immortal weapon, yet Li Qiye used scrap metal to describe it. Looks like you want it. Li Qiye smiled at the old man. A top weapon is reserved for the fated ones. I came before and didn't obtain it, so it's not meant for me. I'm sure the person is none other than you, young master. The old man replied. You're too old for flatteries. Li Qiye shook his head. It's not that I want it. It's just that someone else does and it can be useful. The old man then understood that this immortal weapon had been claimed. Chapter 3861. On the same night, an unexpected guest visited the ancestral peak, Golden Cicada Buddhist child. He bowed, then took out a treasure box with both hands, presenting it to Li Qiye. Under the instruction of my master and the other ancestors, I am here to respectfully give you this Dao bone. We have been keeping it all this time and hope that you will find it acceptable. The box's tattered nature made its old age apparent. Numerous Buddhist seals covered the surface. It seemed as if many high monks had personally performed a blessing of protection. This was indicative of its value. The blessings weren't to stop thieves and robbers, only to keep the thing inside at bay. As time passed, there was a chance that it could escape, hence the need for continuous augmentation. The old servant stared at it in admiration, an incredible base, an heirloom of Sangarama Buddha. I didn't expect Heavenly Dragon Temple to have this old relic. Golden Cicada glanced at the old man, then cupped his fist and said, How perceptive you are, senior. Yes, Buddha Dao Lord gave it to our founder. Sangarama Buddha was the founder of Heavenly Dragon Temple. He was the Dao Lord's direct disciple and served as a general. It has been years since the Dao Lord's era, but the temple still had kept this relic around. Li Qiye had talked about wanting this Dao bone previously, so Golden Cicada reported this to his sect. Outsiders all thought that the temple had a top-grade Dao bone. Some believed that it was a king-level Dao bone. Some disagreed and took it to the next level, a priceless emperor-level Dao bone. The temple didn't try to trick Li Qie either. They offered their very best Dao bone to him. It was harvested by Buddha Dao Lord from a top chaos primal beast. It was then bestowed to Sangarama Buddha as a reward for his military contribution. Sangarama didn't refine it into a weapon and kept it in his temple. The future descendants did the same because this Dao bone was just too precious. Nonetheless, the temple was decisive enough to make the decision of giving it to Li Qie. He glanced at the box and smiled, not intending on taking it. "This Dao bone is precious but I can't use it," he said. "Young master." Golden Cicada became confused due to Li Qie's change of heart. "I'm not someone who takes treasures from others. I was just playing with you that day." Li Qie shook his head. Golden Cicada had an awkward smile. He was an open-minded person but Li Qie's joke really caused him a lot of trouble. This priceless Dao bone was the jewel and the legacy of their temple. Nonetheless, he still asked for it. They had a terrible time making this decision. The ancestors nearly went crazy during the deliberation. Now, he refused the Dao bone. Others would be furious for his inconsiderate frivolity. Alas, Golden Cicada remained cool. "I thought you wanted to craft a weapon," he asked. Li Qie smiled and revealed, "I am. This Dao bone is good but it's far from being able to meet my requirements." He naturally wouldn't say that Li Qie was putting up an act. He wouldn't claim that this Dao bone was the best. However, it came from a mighty beast. Using it for crafting would result in something comparable to a Dao Lord weapon. "If I use it for my weapon, how do you think it compares to a Dao Lord weapon?" Li Qie asked. "It will definitely be just as good." Golden Cicada pondered for a bit before seriously answering. Flattery sounds even better when done in a deadpan and earnest manner. Li Qie seemed amused. Golden Cicada chuckled awkwardly after hearing this. Li Qie then continued, "This would be too much trouble for a Dao Lord weapon. If I wanted one of this level, I could just grab some from Sacred Mountain or Righteous Sect." Dao Lord weapons were considered to be the apex of weaponry. Any sect would treat one as their ultimate treasure. Now, Li Qie revealed how he thought nothing of them. What moved the monk was Li Qie's intention of creating something even greater. Who could possibly do something like this? Nonetheless, he knew that Li Qie wasn't messing around. It's just that he had a hard time imagining the end product. He was aware of Li Qie's refinement on top of Myriad Cauldron Peak. This made him even more curious about the crafting process. "Amitba, I hope you will find success, young master." He lowered his head and placed his palms together. Li Qie nodded and said, "Heavenly Dragon Temple has always been a staunch pillar of the Holy Ground. The Holy Ground will do just fine without Vajra or Divine Ghost Division, but if there's no Heavenly Dragon, there's no Buddha Holy Ground. Amitba, it is an honor to be praised by you, young master. Heavenly Dragon Temple will stand with the Holy Ground, always." The monk replied. The changes in the Holy Ground and the leading dynasty didn't matter. The monks of Heavenly Dragon always supported Sacred Mountain and served as the pillar of this system. Naturally, Sacred Mountain also trusted Heavenly Dragon Temple. Because of this, it bestowed numerous Dao Lord merit laws and weapons to the temple, allowing it to have the second greatest treasury in the Holy Ground. "Your sect's old geezer is here too," Li Qie said. "Young master, my master is here but he doesn't wish to offend you by coming uninvited," the monk said. "Please." Li Qie waved his hand, "He's probably busy looking for that immortal weapon." The monk smiled without responding. "Tell the old monk that the future Holy Ground requires capable supporters," Li Qie ordered. "I will, young master." The monk didn't expect this serious comment from Li Qie but still bowed. Chapter 3862, cultivators were drawn to the treasures in black tides, especially the young ones who became impatient. Go, the treasures are buried beneath the seabed, finders keepers. A young one rushed into the ocean. Some others formed groups before going. They remained wary of the dangers and rather picked a safe option. Of course, the older cultivators did the same. The only difference was that they kept a low profile instead of being rowdy like the young ones. Some took their juniors there with the greatest speed. They knew that showing off wealth was a quick way to die in these circumstances. Being too arrogant and showing off might result in death. The ones who traveled the most quietly were the ancestors and reclusive masters. They rarely came out and didn't want to be reckless. They needed reliable intelligence before taking action, unlike the youths who started digging everywhere. These old beings' goal wasn't the regular treasures. They had their eyes set on the immortal weapon in the legends. Throughout history, many ancient ancestors and supremes have been looking for this weapon. They never showed themselves to the public and always kept a vigilant eye out for any changes in black tides. This was their opportunity. In just a short time, people from all over the world arrived and strutted into black tides. In the beginning, they came under the mission of helping Black Cliff. But now, before the incoming battle, they wanted to test their luck and see if they could obtain some incredible weapons. They wouldn't dare to do this when the black water was still around. That would be a swift death. But now, the place has become safer in the water's absence. It was true that this place contained numerous treasures. They came from two sources, the masters that have died here and the naturally formed ones. This abundance birthed a plethora of good news. Clank! Everyone saw a radiance shooting outward. Some rushed over but it was too late. Young noble Chi of Blackwood found a regalia left behind by a Tao Lord. I think half of it is torn off but its defensive capabilities are still impressive. News of this nature traveled far. A Tao Lord regalia, huh? Most sighed with admiration. Even a damaged regalia was still extremely precious and rare. As more lights emerged in black tides, more adventurers found treasures in the seabed or the deep trenches. Odd Cloud Elder found a strange conch in the trench. After an appraisal from the Biendu, it turns out to be a soundless night conch. This species is only found in black tides. If he refines it, it can put the opponents to sleep. The young lord of Stallion Pagoda caught a fish too, as white as snow from top to bottom. The Biendu identified it as a dark loach dragon, a species transformed by the water here. Using its blood for medicine can increase one's cultivation by a huge margin. The princess of Lianshan got a tiny golden pagoda of unknown origin. People actually say that it has the same origin as young Lord Biendu's saber. News kept on coming back about treasures, some of which were incredible. This only emboldened cultivators to take more risks. We need to dig and excavate all the treasures underground. One excited soul exclaimed. Of course, not all were lucky. Some screams happened where the lights appeared along with the sounds of battles. This resulted in bad news. For example, disciples from Spirit Monastery were ambushed by a monster in the trench, their seniors came to help but all were massacred. The young lord of Journey School dug out an evil treasure and instantly lost his life. As for Star Rain Princess, she was pursued by an 8-legged insect for thousands of miles. The listeners became more careful. Of course, some knew that they needed to be vigilant after obtaining the treasures. Monsters weren't the only problem. Other cultivators might covet their possessions and view them as prey. Strangely enough, the Biendu who was the most familiar with this region remained passive. In the previous tidal recessions, they always sent out forces to find treasures. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the bigger winner each time due to their knowledge. Some even called them the harvesters of black tides. According to the rumors, they had a detailed map of this ocean, a treasure map of sorts. This was a difficult feat considering the ocean's size. Nonetheless, the clan denied the map's existence. Thus, their lack of movement this time was rather strange. All they did was acting as appraisers for others' treasures. Only a few perceptive cultivators took note of this. Most adventurers were too preoccupied with finding treasures to worry about the biendu. For example, the ancient ancestors and heavenly sovereigns paid attention to the clan's actions. They speculated that the clan might know something about the legendary immortal weapon. These powerful beings believed that the biendu had the biggest shot of finding it because they have lived here for generations. In reality, right after the tidal recession, the biendu had secretly sent a group into the ocean. Alas, due to the size of the ocean, even those who spotted this group would lose them eventually. Clank! 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 The adventurer's task was suddenly interrupted by a weapon resonance. This both frightened and excited them. They thought that a treasure was causing this harmonization. However, it was just because of a youth crossing through the sky. Wild child of the East. People looked up and became startled after seeing him. He wore leather, his long hair draped down his shoulders in a messy manner. He gave off the impression of being a savage living in the wilderness. The most conspicuous part about him was the saber hanging on his back. It was covered by leather as well and lacked decoration. It exuded a wild and domineering aura. This aura ravaged the air without holding back. The crowd found this similar to the aura of a beast out of its cage. Chapter 3863, The Wild Child's appearance caused quite a stir. The younger geniuses took a deep breath while staring at him. The wild child is here, now if righteous Scion comes too, then all three great geniuses will be here. One youth became emotional. Wild child of the East, righteous Scion, and 3 slashes were considered supreme geniuses. However, the wild child rarely showed his face in the holy ground or righteous sect. Because of this, he wasn't as famous as his peers. Nonetheless, his power was definitely on the same level. His saber skill wasn't inferior to 3 slashes. He had a prestigious background as well, being the son of the praetor who was currently in charge of the Eastern Coalition armies. This was impressive enough, but he had another earth-shattering status. The spectators stared at his saber and its rampant energy waves. It demanded attention, so they focused more on the saber than its master. You know, I've heard that the wild child is the disciple of Mad Blade Guanbatian. Is this true? Someone asked softly. Those nearby shuddered after hearing this title. Ancestor-level characters would definitely have the same reaction as well. Mad Blade Guanbatian was known in all of 8 Desolaces, not just the Southern West King. The current southern region had plenty of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Some sects had ancient existences that are slumbering. Currently, Buddha Supreme and Righteous Supreme were at the apex. The slumbering existence wouldn't challenge their authority without a good reason due to the risk. However, Mad Blade Guanbatian was known as the Third. For a long period of time, people believed that he was as strong as the 2 Supremes. He dominated with his saber during his youth, sweeping through West King uncontested. Though he never fought the 2 Supremes before, most believed that he had an equal chance of victory. Some took it further and even referred to him as the 3rd Supreme after the era of 8 Stallion Dao Lord. Alas, at the peak of his notoriety, he suddenly disappeared from the public. No one had a clue of his whereabouts. Thus, they gradually forgot about him. Nonetheless, the wild child potentially being his disciple was still startling. For example, Righteous Scion has been taught by Righteous Supreme before, but they weren't master-disciple. Therefore, the wild child would have the biggest advantage in terms of background versus his 2 rivals. Are you sure? A skeptical genius asked. It would be foolish to make this claim, it has to be true. Who would dare pretend to be Mad Blade's disciple? An expert replied. This was indeed the case. Mad Blade was known to be arrogant and aggressive. Pretending to be his disciple might result in clan extermination. The wild child might be the praetor's son, but his father wouldn't be able to protect him from Mad Blade. Moreover, his background was already prestigious enough. There was no point in lying. It's plausible. There was a rumor about Mad Blade entering the 8 kingdoms during his prime. That's when he disappeared, so he might have chosen to live there in seclusion. A big shot from the last generation joined the conversation. No way, why would Mad Blade pick that place? It's desolate and barbaric. Someone from the Holy Ground disagreed. That's right, our supreme genius wouldn't go there. Even older cultivators shared this thought. This was understandable because Mad Blade came from the Holy Ground. To be more specific, Metropolis Division and Duality Academy. Why did regular people care about Mad Blade's choice? Because if he was still around, it meant that the Holy Ground would have 2 supremes. This would automatically put the Holy Ground above Righteous Sect. That's why the claim of him being in the 8 kingdoms instead made it sound as if he had changed his allegiance. No one from the Holy Ground would be happy to hear this. Mad Blade really went to the east. However, his goal was to find the ancient immortal kingdom. A big shot from the east said with absolute confidence. Why? Did he want to challenge worldly immortal? Hushed discussions sprung up right away. There was a misconception about the ancient immortal kingdom. The general public assumed that this was one of the 8 kingdoms to the east. This was actually not the case. Only those from the east knew otherwise. This kingdom was definitely located to the east. However, its actual location remained a mystery. The 8 kingdoms treated it as their leader and that their mission was to protect it. This mirrored the position of Sacred Mountain for the Holy Ground. As for the legendary worldly immortal, few had the privilege of meeting this being. Even Dao Lords weren't always qualified. The wild child never stopped after entering the ocean, eventually disappearing from sight. Does he have a clear target? Some tried to follow him but couldn't keep up. All in all, it was an exciting period for the adventurers in Black Tides. Today, Li Chia's group came as well. Of course, he didn't care for the treasures here. Unfortunately, Yang Ling kept on blabbering about wanting to find some treasures. He had some free time and decided to entertain her. They saw adventurers successfully digging up treasure. The excited Yang Ling pulled Li Chia around, loudly demanding that they must find some too before leaving. Is Wild Child of the East really Senior Guan's disciple? She also saw this genius crossing through the sky and heard the gossip. I don't believe he would pick an Eastern barbarian for his disciple. Her prejudice in this case was normal. Guan Batian came from Metropolis and the academy just like her. She took pride in having him as a member of the community and would be vexed by his change of allegiance. Li Chia only smiled and didn't respond. The old servant chuckled, there are always people who toot their own horn. Learning just the basics yet claiming to be someone else's disciple, wanting the entire world to know about it. This is rather common. Wait, so he learned the legendary Mad Blade techniques? Yang Ling found this surprising. Guan Tianba's saber technique was known as Mad Blade, hence his title. 1. Ancient Immortal Kingdom used to be Ancient Kingdom of Immortals. Chapter 3864, just to a superficial level. The old servant smiled. That's still pretty amazing already. Senior Guan's Mad Blade is a supreme technique that was considered the best in the world once, Yang Ling replied. Best in the world? Maybe to the frogs under the well. He shook his head. But he really defeated all of his opponents. She retorted since Guan Batian was the pride of Metropolis and Duality. It's only because the true masters didn't bother to take action. Otherwise, his insignificant cultivation wouldn't be considered number 1. A firefly can't compete with the bright moon. He said. That's an overstatement. Senior Guan is still the current 3rd Supreme, definitely on the same level as Buddha and Righteous Supreme. He might not be truly unbeatable but still an apex existence, not a firefly. If he's a firefly, then all others are mere specks of dust. She insisted. The old man smiled and stopped arguing. Yang Ling also dropped the issue since she was merely curious. "Young master, where are we going now?" she asked Li Qie. He glanced ahead at the seabed and said, "Wherever. Let's go find some treasures then." She excitedly said, "Let's hope we don't meet anything dangerous though." Boom. The ground quaked before she could finish. More rumbling ensued afterward and dirt splashed everywhere as if an earth dragon was coming out. "What's this?" She became startled. Boom. Dirt shot upward as a gigantic creature drilled out of the ground. Its shadow engulfed the group as they looked up. It slightly resembled a worm, only that it had a head without eyes, only a mouth as large as its body. Ra! It opened its mouth and revealed its frightening teeth, long and sharp on top of rotating deeper into its mouth cavity. They actually moved around like gears, capable of grinding anything unfortunate enough to be caught. It also spewed out a black liquid, enough to intimidate the most courageous adventurers. "What is this monster?" The quiet fanboy immediately hid behind Li Qie, horrified. Girls usually had a tough time dealing with worms and insects. So nasty, Yang Ling was disgusted. Just a tidal worm. Li Qie glanced at it and smiled. Ra! The tidal worm immediately lunged forward to try and swallow the group. Clank! 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 Its teeth were grinding and clunking. "Watch it." Yang Ling's first reaction was to hide behind Li Qie as well. He, on the other hand, didn't bother to look at the worm. Whoosh! The old man took action instead. A saber slash flashed for a moment before disappearing. The two girls didn't even see him move at all, only hearing a saber him then seeing a bright flash. The slash was simply too fast. It didn't have accompanying saber energy or a bloodthirsty aura. Nonetheless, time seemed to come to a halt. Everything became slow enough to spot. Once the flow of time became normal again, the worm was cut into two halves. Black liquid and its organs spilled on the ground. Boom! Its massive body slammed into the ground. The old servant only needed one move to kill this monster. It didn't even see his swinging motion, let alone resisting the attack. So fast, Yang Ling forgot about fear and the nastiness of the worm after seeing the slash. She wasn't a top master or anything but still understood how mighty that attack was just now. She glanced at the old man, he didn't have a saber in his grasp. "Senior, your attack earlier, what is its name?" She couldn't help but ask, aware that the old man was a hidden master. "Just a casual swing, there's no name." He smiled. "Your casual attack is so strong already, so how incredible would an actual technique be? Which saber art do you train in?" She was lost in admiration. Though she knew that asking for someone's merit law was potentially rude or even offensive, she still couldn't help herself. The old man glanced at the horizon and shook his head. "It's too long ago, I'm old now and can't remember much of it." "Even in that case, can your saber art compare to Senior Guan's mad blade?" She became bolder. He smiled and didn't answer her. Li Qie decided to interject. "Mad blade is a decent saber technique but it doesn't compare to his current art. When comparing the two, he would only need 3 moves to kill Mad blade." "Really?" Yang Ling wouldn't accept this if it came from anyone other than Li Qie. After all, Mad blade and his saber art were strong enough for him to be potentially classified as the third supreme. Who could kill Mad blade in 3 moves? Not even Buddha and Righteous Supreme. She thought that Li Qie was most likely correct. Her exclamation was out of shock rather than skepticism. "Of course." He smiled. That's amazing." She glanced at the old man, still looking a little doubtful. "Just 3 slashes to cut the Tao." The old man didn't look complacent in the slightest and seemed to be thinking about something. She didn't understand what he was talking about. Alas, these two seemed quite confident in the unbelievable assessment. She stood there in a daze, shocked. Don't you want to look for treasures? One's right here. Li Qie chuckled. Treasures? Where? She regained her wits and started looking around excitedly. Out! Li Qie roared. There was a pit filled with mud on the seabed in front of them. Splash! A round stone hopped out of it as if it had legs. Chapter 3865. The stone was perfectly round with alternating black and white lines. It didn't have eyes, yet Yang Ling felt as if it was staring at her with cute, round eyes. This is a treasure. Her eyes became brighter. Little one, come to me. She reached for it right away. A crack appeared on the stone and a smaller pebble shot out, successfully hitting her forehead. She started seeing stars and nearly tumbled on the ground. Her forehead became swollen afterward. She groaned and grabbed her forehead, finding this astonishing. She was still a capable cultivator with commendable agility. Ordinary experts couldn't hit her forehead like that. The injury was far from severe, yet she couldn't dodge it. She didn't know what happened before getting hit. What is this thing? She asked while holding her puffed-up forehead. The stone started rolling away with impressive speed, issuing clicking noises. Go after it, it'll lead you somewhere nice. Li Qie said and followed it. A treasury, yeah. She became enthusiastic. He smiled without answering. The group hurriedly followed the stone. It seemed to be aware of the pursuers and increased its speed, rolling with the speed of a star and causing dust to fly everywhere. Unfortunately, no matter how fast it was, it couldn't lose Li Qie. It was as slow as a crawling baby to him. In reality, its escape attempt was doomed from the start. Even if it could lose the group, it still left behind a faint trail for the group to follow. It rolled farther into the ocean until it reached a mountain range. Normally, these mountains would not be visible due to the black water. Strangely enough, once entering this area, the group saw that there were clouds and mist shrouding the mountains. It was akin to entering a different world. There were no lush vegetation and trees covering the hills. Nonetheless, one could still get lost due to the lowered visibility once getting higher. It resembled an illusory labyrinth. They traveled through the hills and peaks by following the stone, eventually getting to the valley in the center. In the middle of this valley was a mound, looking like a natural platform of heaven and earth. The two girls were amazed to see the scene inside. The entire valley was filled with round stones just like the one prior. They came from all over the place and were packed like seals. It seemed that there was something important for them to do here. They lined up in a neat order from the entrance all the way to the mound. Each had its own position and wouldn't roll in an incorrect path. This was a rather cute and funny scene. There were other cultivators waiting outside the valley too, since they followed different stones here. Yang Ling's focus fell on the highest spot of the mound. A treasure levitated there, around the size of a face-washing basin, maybe 1/3 bigger. It had a slightly oval shape with one end being long and narrow. The material seemed to be made of semi-transparent jade. Nonetheless, it lacked the coldness that a jade piece would have. It issued brilliant particles that flew around like little spirits. They eventually scattered downward and touched the round stones, akin to flower petals hitting the water in a lake and issuing ripples. These golden ripples were immediately absorbed by the stones. They seemed to be enjoying the process just like seals enjoying the sun rays, looking lazy and comfortable. Everyone then understood the stones rolled to this place. Their targets were the particles from this treasure. What treasure is this? People started wondering about this jade-like thing. Even the knowledgeable members of the crowd had no idea. Nonetheless, even a fool could tell that it was amazing. It's mine. Someone from the last generation leaped forward and landed on the mound, reaching for the treasure. However, a stone retaliated by shooting off a smaller piece right away. The expert waved his other hand and created a gale. His sleeve aimed to block the incoming pebble. Bang! Unfortunately, his forehead still got hit somehow. The spectators didn't see it clearly. He shouted in pain before falling off the mound. Bang! 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 The other stones didn't show any mercy and shot more pebbles at his head. Shit! He couldn't block any of them. The truth was that resistance was futile. The stones had impeccable accuracy and always struck the right spot. He moaned in agony while rolling on the ground, trying his best to cover his head. Once he made it out of the valley, he got into the fetal position and sobbed. His face became swollen like a pig head, completely unrecognizable. Others wanted to laugh but felt bad for him. Some friends came over to put ointment on his face. Unfortunately, he still screamed in pain as if he had been stung by 1,000 bees. Chapter 3866, I wonder what these things are. The crowd shifted their attention back to the valley. When they lined up in this cute and harmless manner, no one could see their offensive potential. They were mere stones that shouldn't be able to damage cultivators. Alas, once they started spewing smaller pebbles, they never missed the mark as if evasion was futile. Let me give it a shot. A younger cultivator activated his armor. Thick plates surrounded him for an impregnable defense. Sierra Guard. That's young noble Chongshan from Metropolis. Someone recognized the armor set and the person right away. This armor is extremely thick and unyielding. Another expert thought that this armored youth would be able to stop the pebbles. After activating his defense, the youth became bolder and slowly walked into the valley. The moment he set one foot inside, one stone immediately attacked. Whoosh! Activate! The youth shouted. The armor became resplendent and numerous layers of mountains appeared before him. This seemed enough to block anything. Boom! Unfortunately, the flying pebble still struck his forehead. All of the defensive aspects of the armor were nullified. Ah! He fell backward and was horrified. Nonetheless, he endured the pain and started crawling out of the valley. Nonetheless, he ate another 2 or 3 shots and was still screaming after he made it out. His head was swollen, albeit not as much as the first cultivator. Got any idea? The spectators exchanged glances, thinking that this made no sense. How could the pebble still hit him through the layers of mountains? They thought that both defense and evasion were useless here. This doesn't make any sense. Yang Ling said. A pebble shouldn't inflict any pain to a cultivator. Li Qiye only smiled since he wasn't interested in this treasure. Spatial evasion. The old man's eyes became profound while staring at the jade piece on top of the mound. He clearly saw some clues. My turn. Another youth with pulsing flames on his body stepped forward. Young Lord Tuwa. The locals naturally recognized him. He stood in front of the valley and roared, Terra Lava. He formed a mudra and activated his merit law. The flames around him surged to the air. Rumble. Magma from underground rose up and became meteors, shooting straight towards the valley while leaving fiery trails behind. Many spectators took a deep breath while watching the apocalyptic attack. Young Lord Tuhua lives up to his reputation as a top genius in Blackwood. Even visitors praised the prodigy. He took the initiative to go on the offensive instead of worrying about defense, wanting to obliterate the stones inside with lava meteors. In this split second, the jade on the mound became blindingly bright and created a barrier protecting the valley. Rumble. The meteors slammed into the barrier and stopped in their tracks. The devastating impact and the scorching heat couldn't break this barrier. We'll see about that. An ancestor nearby lost his patience and shouted, galaxy storm. Having said that, he summoned a treasure. Its sovereign aura immediately ravaged the area. A galaxy emerged above and its stars immediately rained down on the barrier. He's the Prime Minister of Celestial Country. A spectator cried out, his galaxy storm took down an army of 100,000 before. This ancestor served as a prime minister for a powerful country in the Holy Ground. His attack horrified the crowd. Boom! Alas, this was far from being enough to destroy the barrier. Buzz! Space suddenly trembled and another ancestor instantly appeared in front of the jade. He wore a black outfit while appearing ethereal like a flickering flame on the verge of extinguishing. Spectre Ancestor of Divine Ghost Division. An expert shouted, not expecting so many big shots to be here. You're mine. Spectre reached forward and firmly grabbed the jade piece. He got it. The crowd clamored after seeing this. Strangely enough, he couldn't move the floating jade at all as if it had deep roots somewhere. He mustered his strength and his vitality erupted brightly. This was proven futile. The stones on the ground launched their onslaught, so this ancestor darted outward with godlike speed. Boom! The first pebble struck his head, making him scream and fall to the ground. As he was making his way out, he ate several more. Blood spilled from his head, the pain was bad enough for him to sob. This valley is so bizarre. A spectator said, since two ancestors have failed thus far. That jade piece is unreal, it resisted galaxy storm with its own power. A big shot murmured. The Prime Minister said, this barrier is absolutely at the Tao Lord level, completely unharmed after my attack. Everyone felt their heart beating faster. This jade, in and of itself, was already so impressive. Once refined, it would become an invincible defensive treasure. The crowd exchanged glances. Everyone wanted the jade, but none had the ability to take it out of the valley. Chapter 3867, The treasure taunted them by simply being there, yet none could grab it. In its natural form, it could already stop an attack from a sovereign without suffering any damage. Once refined, it would reach an unimaginable level of power. People couldn't hide the greed in their eyes while gazing at it. We should work together. Young Lord Tuwa suggested this to the big shots and the ancestors earlier. This older group started speculating. One ancestor said, there's only one treasure. In terms of seniority, young Lord Tuwa was not qualified to negotiate with the ancestors and especially with the real big shots from the last generation. However, there was a high elder from the clan standing behind him right now. It meant that he could represent their clan in public matters. In this region, outsiders needed to give face to the Tuwa. Focus on working together first or none of us will be able to get the treasure. Save the splitting for later. The young lord said. The older cultivators found this logical. Under these circumstances, no one would be able to grab that jade alone. It required numerous powerful ancestors working together to break through the barrier and stopping the attacks from the stones. That's fine. The previous Prime Minister nodded, let's do our best to take this treasure jade. Many of his peers nodded in agreement. This was still better than doing nothing at all. The talk about who gets it could wait until later. Those who aren't in our team should leave to avoid needless complications. The young lord suggested. It would be a shame if someone else were to take advantage of their work and effort. The ancestors and high elders looked around with a cold gaze, obviously insinuating for everyone else to leave. If they were too weak to join the group, there was no point in them sticking around. Others became annoyed right away. They murmured with indignation under their breath, not daring to bark back. Li Chia lost all interest at this point. He stretched and said, all of this effort for a piece of crap. This naturally offended all the ancestors and high elders. They turned around and saw that it was him. Li Chia. A big shot took a deep breath. Those who came from Buddha Emperor Plateau became startled. One asked, "Since when did he get here?" "He's joining the fun too." Li Qiye was notorious back in the central region for killing Phantom and Hu Ben. Moreover, he sent Sword Hero flying with one hammer smash. The latter deed frightened the top experts. They all knew that he was a monster, unlike his harmless appearance. Of course, the locals or those from the 8 kingdoms haven't heard of Li Qiye's exploits. Is he strong? One cultivator from the east saw the expression of the big shots and wondered. No one answered right away, so an awkward silence ensued. After a while, a big shot quietly said, "Strong, no, but bizarre to the point of being sorcerous." Those lacking information didn't see anything special about this average-looking cultivator. "You speak as if you can easily obtain this jade piece." Young Lord Tuhua already disliked Li Qiye from the previous meeting. "Of course, but it's not worth my time." Li Qiye smiled. "Bullcrap, this jade is an emperor-level material, yet you have the gall to call it crap. I'm sure you're just trying to hide the fact that you can't get it." The young lord snorted in response. Unfortunately, his team members didn't share the same sentiment. The ones from the central region stared at him as if he was an idiot. Not to mention his meager power, even that high elder behind him was far from enough. He was an exceptional genius in Blackwood Cliff, but far from being comparable to Hu Ben and Phantom. Li Qiye would have zero problems killing him. "Young master, I want this jade." Yang Ling noticed the young lord's disdain for Li Qiye, so she interjected while winking at Li Qiye. Her purpose was to toy with this young lord. "So be it." Li Qiye glanced at the jade. Young Lord Tuhua simply didn't buy it. "Some ancestors have tried before only to fail." He sneered, "The only thing that will happen is you pissing in your pants when those stones hit you. Stop daydreaming." Li Qiye ignored him and walked towards the valley. Can he do it? The locals and the eastern cultivators had little confidence in him. The ancestors who attempted earlier ran for their lives and even cried from the pain. This brat is about to do something crazy again. On the other hand, the big shots from the central region felt the opposite. "We have no business here any longer, this jade has a master now," another high elder said helplessly. They saw Li Qiye doing even more devilish things before. This was nothing in comparison, definitely not a miracle. He walked forward while being empty-handed and unprepared. Just like that. Some spectators became confused at his frivolity. He's not afraid of the stones. The older experts from Blackwood found this strange. They attributed it to him being arrogant and careless. Just wait, he'll have a pig head soon enough on top of pissing his pants, gonna look as sorry as possible. Young Lord Tuhua smirked and couldn't wait to watch the show. He had personal experience of how strong these stones were. Unfortunately, his smirk turned into sheer astonishment. Others had their mouth and eyes wide open as well. Li Qiye sauntered into the dangerous valley as if it was just another street. The stones didn't react or move at all, as if they didn't see him. It finally made sense since they didn't have eyes. Chapter 3868, Silence took over and stupor struck the crowd. Earlier, the powerful ancestors have failed to the barrier and the stones, eventually fleeing in embarrassment. As for Li Qiye, he had zero defense and preparation, as if he was unaware of the life-threatening danger. Nonetheless, the stones didn't try to attack him at all. What the hell are those stones doing? Are they asleep? Did he hypnotize them? One expert regained his wits and quietly said. He then quietly stepped into the valley, wanting to follow Li Qiye. Ah! Unfortunately, he screamed the moment his foot touched the soil, having been struck by a pebble. He pulled his leg back right away and retreated. It became obvious that the stones weren't sleeping. It's just that for some unknown reason, they didn't want to attack Li Qiye. Why does he get to enter? One cultivator questioned. Maybe he has a stealth technique stopping the stones from spotting him. Another youth boldly speculated. It didn't win the crowd over because earlier, Spectre Ancestor had infiltrated the valley. As a member of the ghost race, his stealth technique was superior to most in the world. This still wasn't enough. Because he's Wuxia. An expert from the last generation who came from Buddha Emperor Plateau said, he has done more bizarre things before, this is nothing. Others exchanged glances, not agreeing with him either. This didn't offer a real reason or explanation. Why don't the stones attack the young master? Yang Ling didn't have any idea either. She expected Wuxia to come unhindered, but it was still surprising for the stones to leave him alone. Intimidation. The old man stared at the valley while speaking. Intimidation. They're afraid of the young master. She asked for elaboration. No. He pointed at the jade on top of the mound, afraid of that. She stared at the jade again and realized that the light on the jade became dimmer. It was pulsing and releasing particles earlier. This was no longer the case, as if the light was a frightened little animal hiding in its cave, only daring to peek its head out every once in a while. It didn't take long before Wuxia walked up the mound and stood in front of the jade piece. He's about to get it. One spectator shouted. Others did the same, some of them deliberately yelled in order to wake the stones up and stop him. Unfortunately, the stones didn't react and they gave up. I don't think he can move that stone, even Spectre Ancestor couldn't earlier. A local expert murmured. Spectre Ancestor made it in with his speed and actually had his hand on the jade. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough strength to move it. They thought that Wuxia wouldn't be able to do it either due to his shallow cultivation. Nah, Wuxia got this. An expert from Buddha Emperor Plateau shook his head and said, you'll see, there's nothing he can't do. Wuxia reached forward and grabbed the stone. Don't let him take you. One local started praying. Buzz. The jade became resplendent, seemingly wanting to resist. See, he won't get it. Young Lord Tuwa happily sneered. Alas, this light was beautiful but short-lived. It extinguished in the next second, akin to a clam with a bright pearl inside opening and closing its mouth immediately. Thus, Wuxia easily pulled it back before the astonished spectators. I told you, he got this. The expert earlier wasn't surprised in the slightest. The locals couldn't believe how easily he obtained the jade. They naturally disliked this result. Zzz dash, the quiet stones suddenly began to jump up and made noises, seemingly unhappy at Wuxia. That's more like it. The crowd became excited, especially young Lord Tuwa. He's finished now, those stones will beat him mercilessly. There's no way he can last given his cultivation, He won't be able to get up afterward. The young lord gloated. Wuxia simply smiled and raised the jade up in the air. Buzz. It exuded a radiance akin to the explosion of 1,000 suns, enough to temporarily blind the spectators. Once it dispersed, they opened their eyes and saw the stones seemingly being drunk. They have absorbed a high amount of light and couldn't take in any more. They decided to drill into the ground and disappear. The whole thing was so bizarre and most spectators didn't know what happened. Anyone would find these developments sorcerous. Wuxia seemed to be able to do anything. The ancestors and big shots from the central region started talking about how this is expected of Wuxia. The locals didn't buy it before, but now, their confidence wavered. Once Wuxia left the valley, young Lord Tuwa came forward and said, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist." Wuxia glanced at him without replying. The young lord didn't mind the silent treatment and smiled, "This jade is absolutely an incredible treasure. How about taking it out and showing us what it can do?" He then turned towards the crowd and continued, "Am I right, gentlemen? Don't we all want to take a closer look at it?" Chapter 3869, most understood his insinuation right away. This was an indirect attempt of seizing Li Qia's treasure. Of course, they were all tempted, whether it be the youths or the powerful ancestors from the last generation. However, the ancestors couldn't be so blatant. To take Li Qia's treasure in public like this could ruin their reputation. Right, take it out and broaden our horizon. The locals supported him. In fact, just touching that peerless treasure might increase longevity. Share the luck and let us touch it once. Another youth smiled. It was easy to imagine that when the young lord got a hold on this jade piece, he wouldn't return it to Li Qia. See? Everyone is so enthusiastic, just entertain them a little bit. The young lord enjoyed the support of the crowd and smiled at Li Qia. If you're capable enough to take it from me, it's yours. If not, you'll lose your dog life. Li Qia also smiled and interrupted him. The young lord tried to go around in a circle while Li Qia was as direct as can be. The young lord's expression darkened. Everyone else took a deep breath. Capture him, young lord. A local expert urged him on. You'll take him down in less than 5 moves and the treasure will be yours. 2 different groups existed among the crowd. One group just wanted to watch the show. As for the other group, they wanted to take advantage of this situation. The young lord was now riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Not attacking Li Qia meant being afraid. As a genius only second to 3 slashes, at least in his mind, this was something he couldn't accept. Very well, but remember, you're the one suggesting this. He took a deep breath and shouted. You're wasting my time, come already. Li Qia waved his hand dismissively. The young master's expression became unsightly. He considered himself only second to 3 slashes, so this public disdain was unacceptable. He would knock Li Qia's teeth out even if the guy didn't have a treasure. You pick hell instead of heaven, I hope you can back it up. The young lord uttered coldly. Buzz. He summoned a golden treasure resembling an incense burner. As one looked closer at the inside, they saw tiny pieces of fuel wood and embers. The moment he took it out, it was akin to the opening of a new realm. The aura of a supreme rushed out along with a majestic grand Tao. Its 3 legs were in the form of golden dragons, ready to soar and roar. Many experts staggered backward after feeling its oppressive pressure. Dragon Ray's Cauldron. The heirloom of the Tuhua. A local immediately recognized the cauldron and became frightened. Even the outsiders were startled after hearing the name of the cauldron. They didn't expect this youth to bring such a powerful treasure here. This Li guy is finished. Many locals snorted after seeing this. Dragon Rays is mighty indeed. It can refine a sovereign right away. Defensive treasures aren't effective against it. An outsider said. The famous cauldron of the Tuhua is worthy of its fame. Unfortunately, it's facing Li Qia. A big shot from the plateau disagreed. Brat, take this. The young lord didn't give Li Qia a chance to prepare. Boom. His vitality soared to the sky and turned into a scorching inferno. This instantly empowered the cauldron. Ra! 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 3 draconic cries could be heard. The cauldron opened its mouth and poured out an endless torrent of flames. It swept through the sky and could take down the celestials. Rumble. The 3 dragons holding up the cauldron suddenly flew out of the cauldron and surrounded Li Qia in the center. Their own flames melted the ground beneath them, turning it into lava. Perish! The young lord chanted and commanded the dragons. They opened their mouth and spewed out draconic flames. It engulfed the area and drowned Li Qia. A lake of lava was the only thing left of Li Qia's area. The spectators shuddered after seeing this attack. That's an heirloom treasure for you. One of them said. The Tuhua isn't bad, that was quite impressive. A high elder nodded approvingly. Li Qia was surrounded by flames above and lava beneath him. Both started surging towards him, wanting to reduce him to ashes. "There's no place to run," a local shouted. "That's what he gets for overestimating himself and offending young Lord Tuwa," another genius said. Young Lord Tuwa had a smile on his face after hearing these comments. "Idiots." A big shot from the plateau murmured. Buzz. The target area of the lava and flames suddenly became resplendent. The source of this light came from the jade piece in Li Qia's hand. It served as a shield against all attacks. The scorching flames and unbearable lava couldn't do a thing to this barrier. Many spectators gasped after seeing the easy block. "Are you forgetting that this jade piece stopped an attack from the Prime Minister earlier?" a crowd member reminded them. Young Lord Tuwa also didn't expect this result, his expression soured right away. "That's it? My turn then." Li Qia smiled. Buzz. A mouth-like crack showed up on the jade piece. It then crazily absorbed the flames and lava. Chapter 3870. The flames from the dragons and the cauldron itself have been swallowed by the jade piece. Their power, though mighty, was useless in this case. Poof! The jade piece didn't stop there. Its sucking force intensified and it forcefully dragged out the flames inside the cauldron itself. Damn! Young Lord Tuwa noticed that something was wrong and immediately recalled the flames. Alas, the suction force was too much and the young lord couldn't stop the transfer. This jade treasure can do more than just defend. Some ancestors and high elders became astonished. They assumed that this jade was only a defensive treasure. Nonetheless, they were utterly impressed by its potential since it was at the Tao Lord level. Now, it had this absorbing property as well. This took it to the next level. What kind of weapon would come from refining this wonderful material? Sever. The young lord decisively cut off his own vitality from empowering the cauldron and halted the absorbing process. He staggered backward from the backlash. Boom! The moment he stabilized and looked up, he saw an inferno rushing out from the jade. This inferno consisted of the flames and lava absorbed earlier. However, they looked far stronger than before. It became an all-penetrating beam with a heat capable of refining everything. Though it was far away, the spectators felt pain from the heat so they started running away. Go! The horrified young lord chanted a mantra and laws emerged. The 3 fiery dragons immediately got in front of him and spewed out 3 waves of flames. They gathered together, hoping to stop the incoming beam. Boom! The 2 sides collided and the jade's beam had the upper hand, continuously pushing back the other side. Eventually, the dragon's flames lost completely and the creature started melting. Meanwhile, the young lord carried his cauldron and had to activate it again for defensive purposes. He was drenched in sweat, on the verge of being fully exhausted. This reversal caught the crowd off guard. They thought that Li Qia was a dead man due to the cauldron's flames. No one expected that the young lord would be the one on the verge of death. Brat, this is enough. Anyone can make mistakes, forgive when possible. An elder from the Tuwa shouted. Several more released their vitality, ready to attack Li Qia. The young master is busy, scram. The old servant glared at him. The elders became furious. Though they didn't have the same authority as the Biendu, they were still prestigious and wouldn't accept being talked down to by a mere servant. Who are you, old man? One elder shouted. Just a servant. He didn't bat an eye while answering. Get the hell out of our way. The elders wanted to save the young lord and didn't want to waste their time with a servant. One of them unleashed a palm strike. Clank. A saber slash could be heard, then blood splashed in the air. Heads could be seen flying in the air. They belonged to the elders of the Tuwa, the eyes were still wide open. The spectator's mouth became agape right away at this sight. They had no words to describe their current emotions. This was the same for the victims as well. They didn't expect to die in less than a second. They didn't see how the old man used his saber. It was too late to scream once they saw their body falling down. Normally, the old servant followed behind Li Qie and kept a reserved attitude. No one noticed anything special about his aura. They thought that he was only a servant attending to Li Qie's daily life. This made the killing extremely shocking. The powerful ancestors and high elders couldn't see the saber technique either. It was simply too fast. What a monster, one ancestor took a deep breath. Ah! By this point, the flames of the jade finally burned the young lord. He no longer had any energy to fight back. No. His scream was filled with indignation and unwillingness. It didn't take long before only ashes were left. It became difficult for the spectators to comment. They exchanged glances of confusion. At the start, they thought that Li Qie had no chance of obtaining the jade piece. Not only did he get it, but he was also able to display its power. From the start to finish, he didn't use his own merit law and merely held the jade piece up high. This victory was because of the jade alone. Who is he? However, the ancestors and the prime minister focused on the old servant instead. He had his eyes closed and wore a cheap grey robe. There was no saber on him, he didn't have a sharp aura either. Who else is as fast as him with the blade? A sect elder wondered. Those elders from the Tuwa weren't top masters or anything. Nonetheless, they were quite capable and relatively famous. The fact that they were killed before being able to resist was a testament to the slash's power. The ancestors and high elders thought about the current saber masters in this region. They only came up with one name. However, this old servant didn't look like this person at all. The latter was always arrogant and overbearing. On the other hand, the old servant looked humble and accepting of his role. Chapter 3871, Why would that powerful master be Li Qie's servant? That's impossible. Looks a little familiar. An aged ancestor stared at the old servant. He had seen this master before. There were some similarities but the temperament was completely different. This master back then acted as if he was the very best in the world, brimming with spirit and pride. The old servant ahead had no auras to speak of. How strange. This can't be, no way someone like him would become a servant to a junior. The ancestor pondered. In fact, the other top cultivators present felt the same way. However, this old man's saber skill couldn't be questioned. Where did Li Qie find such a person to be his servant? The old man was strong enough to be a famous cultivator wherever he went, far superior to most. He didn't need to become anyone's servant, especially not a junior. The young lord was killed by fire. A local youth realized something and blurted out, "Didn't Li Qie predict that the young lord would die in this manner during the ceremony?" "I think so." Others recalled the ceremony again. Young Lord Tuwa doubted Li Qie and was given an ominous response. He didn't believe Li Qie at all since his clan was versed in fire mastery. How could he ever die to fire? Alas, this turned out to be the case. Everyone exchanged glances, speechless. This is too much of a coincidence, no? A young expert said. Li Qie got it right. Another added. So he is an actual seer. A genius became afraid, depending on how good he is, young Lord Biendu might die to the blade too. Most thought that he was spewing bullshit on that day, but now, one of his predictions came true. What about the prediction for 3 slashes? It's nothing. One local expert remained skeptical and coldly uttered, 3 slashes is gifted with the saber, who can actually kill him with the blade. Even the previous generation will find this difficult. On the other hand, visitors didn't care about 3 slashes who had nothing to do with them. They only cared about Li Qie. It's as if he knows what will happen. I'm sure there's a reason why he's here at Black Tides. A big shot from the plateau had a profound gaze while staring at Wuxia. Just too many unbelievable events happened around Wuxia. This should apply to the developments at Black Tides as well. Boom! Their rumination was interrupted by a loud bang. A bright radiance appeared out of nowhere and illuminated the sky. They looked up and saw a beam. There seemed to be something small and golden at its center. It had enough sharpness to pierce through everything in this world. The largest star above wouldn't be spared either. Do you see that? It attracted everyone's attention. A powerful ancestor noticed laws circulating around the beam. It became the center of the universe and its light was eternal. That has to be a treasure, we need to go now. One expert immediately rushed towards the source. The truth was that the powerful ancestors were already on the move after seeing it. They knew that something capable of creating this visual phenomenon was a big deal. Can this be the immortal weapon? An old ancestor wondered while moving forward. Other big shots thought about this mythical weapon as well, feeling quite excited. Thus, the valley became deserted once more. Though some coveted Wuxia's treasure, this new one seemed even more impressive. Take it. Wuxia casually gave the jade piece to Yangling. Really? She held it while feeling ecstatic. She looked at it for a bit and knew its value. However, she calmed down and said, "Little sister Fanbai doesn't have anything, can I give it to her instead?" She had gained plenty of good stuff after following Wuxia for so long. She thought that it would be better to give it to Fanbai. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. For her, external items are not necessary. She herself is a supreme treasure. You are an ordinary person while she's anything but. Ha! Yangling didn't expect to hear such a high evaluation from Wuxia. Fanbai didn't say anything because she was more than satisfied with what Wuxia had given her. She wouldn't compete with Yangling over a treasure. I'll keep it then. Yangling had no reason to insist any longer. Young master, do you know the origin or the material of this amazing jade? Is it a natural treasure created by heaven and earth? She didn't recognize its composition when she took a close look earlier. Not a natural treasure, it's just a fingernail. Wuxia replied. Her mouth became wide enough to fit a duck egg. This thing had a defense at the Tao Lord level on top of being able to absorb offenses and send them back. Most would assume that it was a natural treasure of the highest order. But now, Wuxia said that it was only someone's fingernail. This was rather difficult to accept. Of course, they had no reason to doubt Wuxia's words. The old man himself became startled and started imaging the owner of this fingernail. The reserved Fanbai spoke as well, and here I thought it would have an amazing origin or story. It is as amazing as can be already. Wuxia chuckled and shook her head. Look at how strong it is by itself, it doesn't need a cool story or history for further embellishment. Chapter 3872, Anyone would assume that this piece of jade was a naturally formed treasure, one of the best materials possible for crafting. However, Wuxia nonchalantly revealed that it was only someone's fingernail. This was enough to make anyone gasp in astonishment. Others would immediately accuse him of lying, but his group naturally trusted him. This froze them for a while. Whose fingernail is it? Yangling was curious about the owner, a Tao Lord. Wuxia chuckled and shook his head. It's a broken fingernail, the essence and divinity inside are long gone. It's not the same as before or it would be far greater. He then glanced at her and concluded, the Tao Lords can't compare. She took a deep breath again. How could this fingernail be even mightier than its current state? What was it like in its original state? She murmured. If undamaged and its essences are still there, it won't just be a defensive jade. It'll absolutely be sharp too. Wuxia smiled. Ordinary people could have sharp fingernails, let alone a being of this level. The three started imagining one more. There is always a higher peak and a better man. The old man emotionally concluded. In the past, he used to be prideful and haughty, thinking that he was above all. He thought that he could easily sweep through 8 desolaces. Later on, he eventually lost and understood the power of a Tao Lord or even greater beings. This changed his personality. Nonetheless, he still reached what was considered the top of the cultivation world. But today, he realized that he was still so far away. His current achievements could only be considered the starting point. He had a long, long way to go before reaching the apex. Can it be, an immortal? Fan Bai brought this up after a while. A broken and damaged fingernail was already so strong. Its master had to be something greater than regular cultivators. Immortals don't exist in this world. This is just something beyond your station right now, that you can't reach yet. Li Qiye shook his head. Could you elaborate? Fan Bai inquired. No rush, now is not the time. Knowing more is not necessarily a good thing for you. Once you're strong enough, you'll be able to figure it out yourself. Li Qiye smiled at her. She nodded without getting the full gist. At the same time, Yang Ling became envious of Fan Bai. She knew that Li Qiye had a higher expectation for Fan Bai. Fan Bai's achievements would be greater and she would be able to go farther. However, instead of letting it become jealousy, she felt excited for Fan Bai. There was something pure about this girl that she didn't have. The old man smiled because he knew of Fan Bai's unlimited potential. Perhaps in his lifetime, he would be able to see her soaring towards the apex that he couldn't reach. He was aware that in order to go further, talent alone isn't enough. The most decisive factor was the Tao heart. Fan Bai had a pure and firm Tao heart, something he lacked. Let's go take a look, I'm sure it's something good. Li Qiye smiled and said. I can't wait to see this treasure, let's hurry. Yang Ling became excited after listening, plus, young master, that thing is as good as yours already. Li Qiye chuckled and led the way with the group right behind him. Everyone naturally heard the news about the new earth-shattering treasure's appearance. Numerous came running right away. Why is everyone so anxious about this treasure? What is it? A youth became curious. It's Dark Abyss. An expert who was on the move briefly answered before departing. Dark Abyss? The older masters nearby immediately dropped all of their tasks and followed the horde right away. These big shots have been treasure hunting the entire time. Black Tides had treasures everywhere and some have truly benefited. However, the appearance of Dark Abyss was more interesting than anything else. So what is this place? A junior followed his senior while asking. I heard that it's the place that made 8 Stallion Tao Lord. The senior answered. What? The Tao Lord came from Black Tides? His juniors became confused. No. The junior patiently responded, it has to do with the Grand Seer. During his youth, the Tao Lord came to the Seer for guidance. Some believe that the Grand Seer performed a divination ceremony for him and showed him the way. Thus, the youth decided to enter Black Tides. I see. The juniors were surprised. Everyone knew the story of how he came to help Buddha Supreme against the monsters of Black Tides. They didn't know that he had entered this area once during his early days. He wasn't strong back then and should have died. However, this wasn't how it went down. Because of the Grand Seer's guidance, he managed to find the abyss then returned safely. Dark Abyss wasn't a thing back then, people had no idea what it was. The legend started with 8 Stallion Tao Lord. The senior continued, his cultivation improved as fast as the wind. Some said that he changed completely. That's why people believe that he had found something incredible in Dark Abyss, such as a top Grand Tao, so that's the story. The juniors enjoyed the tale. Dark Abyss can create a Tao Lord. This became the next piece of information to spread. The geniuses wanted nothing more than to be there already. This might be their opportunity to become a Tao Lord. Young Lord Biendu is the one who discovered it, the wild child has entered too. Another news spread. 3 is the one who found it first. Some found this surprising, others didn't. No wonder why the Biendu hasn't been doing anything. They kept it a secret. One big shot said. Someone who saw 3's group on the first day realized it and told everyone else, so that was his destination from the start. That's why their clan didn't participate in other events. I think they have been desiring it all this time. One ancestor had an insightful take, their clan needs a Tao Lord. Chapter 3873, Some were sure that the Biendu had been searching for this abyss the entire time. 3 was lucky enough to see it in this generation. This was the culmination of their research in black tides after millions of years. Perhaps no other power had a deeper understanding of this region than the Biendu. To say that they knew it like the palm of their hand would be an exaggeration. Nonetheless, it seemed apt in this scenario. After learning about the Tao Lord's encounter, they became more interested in this abyss. Some speculated that they knew about it beforehand but couldn't find the exact location. The Tao Lord required the guidance of the Grand Seer before finding it. The Biendu themselves have asked the Grand Seer about this topic. Ancestors from the clan personally came seeking the answer. Unfortunately, the Grand Seer didn't give them any face and revealed nothing. In Black Wood, the Biendu had absolute authority, perhaps to the point of tyranny. However, they didn't dare to do anything against the Grand Seer. They had to rely on their own knowledge in order to find the abyss. They used their maps as a basis and the ancestors began researching the potential locations in depth. This time around, 3 himself led an expedition to secretly enter black tides. Their effort was rewarded since he found this legendary area. They wanted to keep it to themselves. Unfortunately, opening the abyss resulted in a shocking phenomenon. Everyone saw the light clearly and came running, hoping to become the next Tao Lord. Once they got to the spot, they saw a vertical burrow that was once hidden by the mountains here. However, the mountains have exploded, revealing the burrow's entrance. While looking down, one would only see darkness and nothing else. It seemed to be a pathway to hell, impossible to get back up once fallen. This resulted in a frightening sensation for the spectators. Normally, most would be careful and not jump down. Now, they knew that the abyss was right below, so many jumped without any hesitation. Li Chie's group eventually arrived, later than most experts who were in a rush. So deep. Yang Ling gasped while looking down. Let's go. Li Chie smiled and jumped down. The others did the same without any hesitation. Its actual depth still shocked Yang Ling. As they were falling, they saw nothing but darkness. This took a while and she was frightened the entire way since it was her first time doing something like this. Fortunately, it wasn't bottomless. Once they landed, they looked around and saw that it was far larger than expected. The entrance to this burrow was exceptionally wide, but at the base, it only resembled a small window at best. There were only cliffs surrounding them. The place was packed with cultivators as well from all over the world. The presence of the big shots made the atmosphere awfully tense. Some of them didn't want to reveal their identity, so they wore black outfits or used certain stealth methods to conceal their appearance. For example, a group of monks was shrouded in a Buddhist light. It was impossible to tell which temple they hailed from. Another group had fog lingering around them while wearing black robes. They seemed to be from Divine Ghost Division. One ancestor had auspicious clouds completely hiding their appearance and race. Moreover, there were big shots who didn't show up at all, choosing to use stealth techniques. Their peers naturally noticed them but didn't point this out. So many big shots, even the Prime Minister of Celestial is here. An old master looked around with a serious expression. Normally, the young geniuses acted haughtily as if they were the most important characters. Now, reclusive masters and ancestors have shown up. The young ones found it difficult to breathe normally in their presence. They lacked power and experience despite their talents. Their legs trembled as a result. Only 3 slashes or the wild child of the East could challenge these older masters. What about the monk of wisdom and 8 tribulation blood monarch? Some started wondering. Dark Abyss was tempting enough to force these characters to come out. Meanwhile, the big shots focused on the center of this cavern. Where they landed wasn't the bottom, only another area. At the center was another hole. This one seemed to be deeper than the previous drop. Staring at it for a long time would result in the darkness staring back. The spectators felt as if their souls were being dragged downward. Its ominous nature was obvious. A Tao platform levitated in the middle of this abyss. It looked as stable as can be, nothing in the world could move it. Numerous other boulders floated around it as well, looking coarse and most likely formed by nature. The main difference was that the boulders continued to move like duckweeds in an ocean being dragged around by the waves. The thing that stole everyone's attention was a boulder situated on the Tao platform. It also had the same natural look like the others with one exception, it had an embedded piece of metal smaller than a fist. Though it was black, it still exuded a bright radiance. Chapter 3874, The black metal had strands of light playing around it as if they had consciousness. They resembled tentacles more than regular rays of light. Upon closer inspection, the texture of the metal was different as well, resembling both gold and jade. When using a heavenly gaze they would see that there were billions of thin layers. Experts didn't see anything special and thought that it was only a special type of texture. However, the masters found that each layer was a separate merit law or grand Tao. Thus, the whole thing contained an incalculable potential. But at an even higher level, the true supremes and top existences saw something else as well. These weren't only layers of grand Tao. After a full inspection, they saw that these layers also contained celestial formations and temporal circulation. This meant that there was a complete revolution in each one. In other words, the layers were actually epochs. This level of compression was frightening. The incalculable layers implied an incalculable number of epochs. Nothing could be more precious than this metal. Thus, the top existences got palpitations and cold sweat while staring at it. Unfortunately, the rest of the crowd didn't have the same evaluation. The regular experts and masters took note of the layers but not of the implicit profundity. Thousands were merely here for the hype and the legend regarding the great fortune at Dark Abyss. They became disappointed after seeing this piece of metal. This is it. Isn't it too simple to be the legendary fortune? One youth couldn't help but say. By this point, some people have been trying to get across the abyss by using the moving boulders. One cultivator waited for another boulder closer to the platform to touch his own boulder before jumping over. Why is he doing that? Just fly over to the platform. One spectator commented. The actual distance was rather large but they were cultivators. Anyone with a little bit of training and skill could fly over. Because of this, one expert standing by the edge leaped forward for the center platform. Ah! Unfortunately, he started falling right away and began to scream. He utilized various merit laws and treasures in order to stay afloat. Alas, this was all useless. His treasures fell down with him. His screams echoed from the bottom before disappearing altogether. Some of the newcomers were astounded to see this. What an idiot. 3 slashes and the wild child would have crossed over long ago if flying was possible. That's why they're using the boulders too. Someone from the last generation sneered. Sure enough, these geniuses were standing on boulders, waiting for another to get close enough. However, the boulders flew randomly without a single pattern. It became impossible to predict its movement. One expert followed the process but eventually lost his patience. He decided to use his own power to change the boulder's direction. Ha! The moment he added strength to his feet, a mighty power from the abyss dragged him down. Why is this happening? Most spectators were confused. Any power interfering with the rules here will be devoured by the abyss. One ancestor said. This wasn't the only frightening factor at work here. The experts standing on the boulders wished to go to the center platform. Alas, once they got up there, they felt their vitality and lifespan passing by. They clearly felt the abyss devouring their life force. The older big shots suffered more compared to the older youths. Their hair started becoming white. No, I have to go back. An ancestor has been stuck on a boulder for too long. Not only was his hair white, but his vitality had also been drained, so he became all skins and bones. Death wasn't far off. No, he let out one last lament before the last second of life, becoming a dried corpse on the floating boulder. The experts and ancestors stuck on the boulders were horrified to see this. Not like this, another ancestor also died from old age a while after. What do we do now? The young ones on the boulders finally became alarmed. Alas, they couldn't come back even if they wanted to. Don't panic, you're young and vigorous, you'll be able to handle it long enough to reach the other side. Their seniors shouted words of encouragement. That depends on how many years they have. According to calculations, they need at least 5,000 years of actual lifespan. Otherwise, it's a waste of time. One ancestor standing by a corner spoke. That's an ancestor of the Biendu. Everyone looked over and someone recognized the old man. His words had considerable credence because his clan knew the most about black tides. Moreover, they were the ones who found Dark Abyss too, so they should be prepared. This didn't mean that with enough time, one would be able to reach the center platform. Some were brought back to the starting side and immediately jumped off. What's going on? Some were surprised. There are rules, not all boulders can reach the center platform. It has to be the right ones. One big shot has been observing 3 slashes and the wild child. He noted that they didn't pick every single boulder that got close enough. A clear choice was made each time. Chapter 3875, 3 slashes and the wild child were the calmest out of those standing on the boulders. They stopped moving and looked like statues. Nonetheless, their eyes were rapidly scanning all the boulders. No one knew what they were thinking. Many speculated that they were busy calculating the movement and pattern of the boulders. Because of this, they made it the farthest and left everyone else in the dust. Of course, they were also the first to get here, so this made sense. It can't be random. A high elder said with uncertainty after seeing the two. They haven't made a wrong choice so far that would take them in the opposite direction. Right, there are patterns and rules. An ancestor hidden in a black robe from Divine Ghost Division said, the movements of the boulders are interconnected and dictated by an integral order. Moreover, one can't rely on a single boulder to reach the platform. Thus, the spectators began searching for obvious patterns and rules. Nonetheless, the majority didn't have the ability to do so. A few ancestors and high elders noticed some clues, but the entire system was immensely complex. One couldn't derive the entire thing in a short time. There's no hope for old people either. A different ancestor added, think about it, the previous generation doesn't have 5,000 years of lifespan left. We'll die before getting to the other shore. These ancestors have been deterred after seeing the death of their peers. Some had successful derivations so far but didn't want to take the risk. The loss of lifespan was beyond their control. This ominous force was unstoppable. By this point, both the wild child and 3 slashes had gray hair. They looked like middle-aged men now. Given their cultivation, they should have more than 10,000 years of life, far from reaching the middle years. Alas, They relied on their vigorous vitality to hang on and still had years to lose. Young Lord Biendu knows the system. A big shot commented after seeing the young lord moving ahead of the wild child. Nonetheless, the wild child was only one step behind. The big shots gathered around the Biendu ancestor. Someone from Blackwood asked, "The wild child knows quite a bit, right, fellow Taoist?" This ancestor had to speak because some powerful masters were hidden here, maybe even the grandmasters. The Biendu alone couldn't face the wrath of the masses. "I'm not sure." He shook his head and said, "It took us several thousand years of research before seeing some patterns." He spoke the truth without revealing too much. "Your clan has done a good job of keeping this a secret. I'm sure you found Dark Abyss location long ago." The ancestor from Divine Ghost spoke. He had to respond. Our ancestor asked 8 Stallion Tao Lord for guidance and he corrected our mistakes. Though he didn't say which ancestor, a being capable of speaking to a Tao Lord and gaining insight should be quite amazing. The 8 kingdoms are incredible too. I guess they do have some supreme existences. Another said while staring at the wild child. It was surprising for him to understand the patterns as opposed to 3 slashes. Nonetheless, maybe this should be expected because the 8 kingdoms had Worldly Immortal, the Ancient Empress, and Crystal God Monarch. His father, the Praetor, has received guidance from the monarch before. Perhaps this was the source of the wild child's comprehension of the patterns here. How strange. A genius returned to the first shore and said, "I followed the young lord's steps, why am I back to the beginning?" The floating boulder's directions are always changing. You have to see through the mysteries in order to get there. One ancestor explained. Many youths have tried so far but currently, only 3 slashes and the wild child have found success. "Grandpa, do you see the system here?" Yang Ling didn't want to bother Li Qiye so she asked the old servant instead. "No. The old man has been watching the abyss the entire time in order to derive the innate laws and patterns. I can't derive the laws so quickly. The complex nature of this makes a quick derivation impossible regardless of one's talent and knowledge." "Then can you still get over there?" she continued inquiring. The old man tilted his head in contemplation. However, Li Qiye smiled and answered instead, "It's not worth losing 5,000 years for him. He'll only comprehend more Tao at best and can't take it away." The old man shifted his focus towards the metal piece and nodded, "I can handle the 5,000 years but I won't have much left. The gains don't outweigh the cost here. Unless you can take it with you." Li Qiye said. "I'm afraid I can't." The old man concluded while staring at the metal. "So what is it?" Yang Ling was curious. She observed it for a long time but only knew that it was extraordinary and seemingly contained immense power. "I see the Grand Tao." Fan Bai interjected. "The young me couldn't hold a candle to your talent." The old man sentimentally said, "That's all I can see right now too. It's not talent." Li Qiye chuckled and said, "Her firm Tao heart allows for a virtually infinite extension. Unfortunately, it's still not to the limit." Incredible. Yang Ling only knew that they were praising Fan Bai and said with admiration, "He did it." Suddenly, loud cheers could be heard. 3 slashes became the first to reach the platform. This wasn't too surprising since he was ahead from the start. 3 slashes was ecstatic. Though it appeared that he did it effortlessly, the clan and he himself expended untold effort for this goal. "Another 2. The crowd exclaimed again. Sure enough, the wild child also made it up there. "Brother Biendu. Brother Wild Child." The 2 of them nearly spoke at the same time. 3 slashes stopped and stared intensely at his rival. The latter did the same. Chapter 3876, The atmosphere became tense during their encounter. The spectators on the other shore watched with bated breath. In fact, this wasn't their first meeting. They have sparred before, but outsiders didn't know the result. Some believed that they became good friends after fighting each other. Others disagreed and claimed that friendship was an exaggeration, they merely appreciated each other's skills. Are they going to fight? This became the question. A fight between these two would be quite interesting because the results of the previous fights were unknown. In the south, the young generation believed that their top three geniuses included the Wild Child, Three Slashes, and Righteous Scion. They also assumed that their abilities were relatively even. I'm sure this fight will help with everyone's Tao comprehension. It's beneficial to watch. Someone from the last generation commented. In this scenario, the most important factor was the two's saber mastery. It would definitely open everyone's eyes and give them a deep insight into this Tao. The saber users here would have a great harvest. Thus, the crowd stared intensely at the two, hoping for a fight. In fact, when they exchanged glances, their eyes flashed sharply as well as if they had swung their blade. This lasted a split second and only the two of them knew the result. After all, they fought before and knew each other's strength and grand Tao. The Wild Child slowly raised his hand to touch the saber on his back. Three Slashes did the same and grabbed the hilt by his waist. The atmosphere intensified and everyone became nervous. They could feel the blades flashing before the actual draw. Saber energies seemed to be contending already, ravaging everything nearby like inescapable nets. The process was extremely fast, yet the spectators found it quite slow. Every little action stretched for what seems to be years. Who will win? A spectator asked. Of course, young Lord Biendu. His saber techniques have been unequaled since his debut. There's a reason for his title. A genius from Blackwood supported Three Slashes without any hesitation. Not necessarily. An expert from the last generation disagreed. The Wild Child's talent isn't inferior to Three Slashes. His clan is equal to Blackwood Cliff too. Moreover, rumor has it that his technique is from Mad Blade Guantianba. If this is true, he is absolutely at the top. Right, who in our southern region has a better saber Tao than Mad Blade? If he had received this art, it would be incredible. Another big shot agreed. Guantianba has taken this era like a storm. Those who have never seen him have still heard of his peerless Mad Blade techniques. If the Wild Child had access to these arts, one would be hard-pressed to find a stronger youth. During this climax, the Wild Child suddenly put his hand down and smiled. Brother Biendu, we can fight whenever outside, there's business to get done here. Very well, I agree. Three Slashes stopped holding the hilt as well. They restrained their impulse to fight, deciding to focus on the treasure instead. Both walked together towards the rock embedded with the black metal. They walked slowly, not only paying attention to the metal but also remaining vigilant of each other in case of a sneak attack. Many became disappointed as a result. They wanted to witness a fight between two saber prodigies. They stood in front of the metal, then exchanged glances, reaching an implicit agreement. They circled around the rock several times before stopping. Both had no idea what it was. They then used their divine intent, but this was stopped by an invincible force. So what the heck is this treasure? One spectator became curious. This was the only thing notable in Dark Abyss. Was this the fortune that helped 8 Stallion Tao Lord? It doesn't matter what it is since it belongs to one of them now. An expert replied. Others agreed as well. No one could make it to the Tao platform except them. What now? Three Slashes spoke. The Wild Child stared at him and smiled. You can go first, Brother Biendu. Then if it's not meant to be yours, it'll be my turn. No one expected the Wild Child to be so generous. The treasure was right before him, yet he wanted to let his rival go first. Normally, before a fortune capable of turning someone into a Tao Lord, nothing else mattered. Morality, face, and relationship weren't worth a single coin in this scenario. These two weren't friends either, so this choice was surprising. 3 Slashes took a deep breath and cupped his fist. I wholeheartedly appreciate your generosity, brother. From now on, you are a friend of the Biendu. Your problem will be our problem. The crowd thought that he was a grateful and straightforward person after listening. I appreciate it. It is an honor. The wild child laughed heartily. 3 Slashes cupped his fist again and came closer to the medal, reaching for it with one hand. The crowd thought that this medal was his for the taking. His power could move mountains and oceans, let alone a tiny piece of metal like this. However, his grip couldn't move the medal at all regardless of how much force he added. Let's go. He roared and released his mighty vitality. Torrents of energy emanated from his body. This was still not enough to move the medal a little bit. Chapter 3877, 3 Slashes mustered all of his strength only to fail at obtaining the medal. The crowd couldn't believe it despite watching with their own eyes. His power was at the air level. It wouldn't be difficult for him to lift numerous mountains at the same time. Now, his face was red with bulging veins, yet the medal didn't move even an inch. He simply refused to accept this and decided to form a summoning mudra. Clank! 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 Thick armor plates materialized on his body. The style and edges were exaggerated. The shoulder plates had 2 wings pointing upward. The chest plate was carved to the shape of a rhinoceros head with its mouth open. 3 Slashes became massive like a man of steel after putting on this armor set. Sky Razor Force Carapace, a famous armor of the Biendu. A big shot from Blackwood instantly recognized it. It's known for its strength and explosiveness. Its user's physical strength will be 100 times greater. Another expert added. This should be enough to move the medal, right? The crowd exchanged glances and one asked. His own power was already considerable, so with this boost, it was 100 times greater. Clank! He clasped the medal with both hands and roared, "Up you go." The armor became blindingly bright and a beam shot to the sky. The rhino head in front of his chest seemingly came back to life and absorbed chaos energy. This great being seemingly took over his body and granted him endless power. The metal still didn't move at all while the armor plates issued loud clunks from the pressure and grinding. Activate! 3 Slashes became furious and channeled all of his vitality into the armor. The light on the armor became replaced by flames. 9 divine halos pulsed from the armor and served as 9 levels of firmaments, granting him another boost. The spectators felt the world shaking by his ultimate power. Space and time were affected as well. They all thought that he would absolutely be able to push up a falling sky. This empowered state was still proven to be futile. The tiny piece of metal wouldn't move an inch. Boom! Eventually, he lost his grip from adding too much strength and fell over backward, nearly rolling off the platform. This scared the hell out of him, beads of sweat dripped down. I can't believe it. Eyes widened in disbelief as a result. The wild child shared the same sentiment. How could that metal not move under the pressure of such power? Can something that heavy exist? One ancestor quietly said. It might not actually be heavy, it's most likely some suppressive force. A different ancestor disagreed, that platform can't float under that theoretical weight. People started wondering the reason for the metal's immovability. Was it due to its weight or some external interference? I can't get this metal. 3 Slashes put away his armor and spoke, "It's your turn, brother." He confirmed that given his strength, he had no chance of taking this metal away regardless of the reason for failure. This metal was just too bizarre. Okay, I will give it a shot. Don't laugh now. The wild child smiled and walked forward. A while ago, he was still on guard against 3 Slashes. Now, he felt free to give it a real attempt. 3 Slashes had no intention of attacking either. He was more curious about whether his rival could do it or not. Boom! The wild child grasped the metal piece and released his vitality. His bulging muscles looked like hills. He turned into a wild warrior brimming with power and empowered by dragons within him. Up! He used this hundredfold power to move the metal. His face turned red, but the metal still didn't move. This was akin to a mortal trying to take down a tree with his bare hands. How strange. He eventually let go, knowing that this was futile. This isn't over yet. He changed his strategy and took out a grand hammer. This hammer was larger than him and had a golden fire. One could hear the sound of thunder after he took it out. These thunderous explosions horrified the listeners. This weapon seemed capable of turning everything into ashes. Thunder blast. An expert from the east said, a treasure from Spark Kingdom, wielding enough power to destroy all things. You're exaggerating a bit, but it's true that it's quite strong. Few things can stop it. A big shot shook his head. You're mine. He roared and smashed the hammer forward, wanting to break the rock keeping the metal in place. Boom! 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 Lightning bolts surged outward and formed a current. The current struck the metal and the rock then instantly exploded in a devastating manner. Alas, both the rock and the metal were untouched. On the other hand, the backlash from the explosion sent the wild child flying. In this crucial moment, 3 slashes grabbed his arm and pulled him back, saving him from being a victim of the abyss. Chapter 3878, The Wild Child panicked after landing on the ground. That was nearly the end for him. He regained his wits and cupped his fist towards 3 slashes. Thank you, Brother Biendu. You are a friend now. You're being too polite, we're on the same boat right now. 3 slashes slightly bowed his head, looking quite cool. The spectators gave him a thumbs up for this. Some felt admiration because of his character. These two were still rivals and the competition was always fierce. In fact, the wild child's death could be a cause for celebration. That's one less powerful rival in the future. However, 3 slashes still decided to save him. You see the temperament and style of a Tao Lord in him. Someone from the last generation praised, he is talented and will be benevolent and magnanimous in the future. Others will want to follow him. Others nodded in agreement, clearly impressed by his commendable act. The 2 geniuses stared at the black metal. They realized that taking it away was impossible. Time to focus again, trace its source. 3 slashes said. The wild child nodded in agreement, looking both serious yet somehow relaxed. The 2 of them sat in the meditative pose to the left and right of the metal. Buzz. They started glowing and runes appeared around them. These 2 have entered a state of Zen in order to comprehend the mysteries of the Tao. They're studying the metal. Others knew what they were doing. They're following the path of 8 Stallion Tao Lord. I'm sure this is what he did back then too. A high elder from one country commented. The fortune obtained by the Tao Lord must have come from understanding this metal. Perhaps he had tried to take the metal away at the start just like these 2. After realizing the futility of this act, he took a step back and began to research the metal. The fortune that stemmed from this served as the foundation for his future path. The metal contains a supreme grand Tao. A hidden big shot started coveting the metal. No one could resist the allure of this metal. It had the potential of helping someone become a Tao Lord. Thus, if a country or sect were to have it, they would be able to produce a Tao Lord every generation. This was the ultimate treasure, but unfortunately, both the youths couldn't take it away. They have reached a mutual understanding and decided to learn instead. This put them in a defenseless state. Normally, cultivators in meditation were afraid of being attacked. A sudden ambush on these 2 right now had a high chance of success. Nonetheless, they trusted each other enough to do so. Buzz. The two's forehead lit up at the same time. Bright halos appeared and pulsed around them next. Pop! The golden rays from the metal seemed to be attracted by the two. One tiny ray each entered their forehead, seemingly wanting to communicate with their mind. Look, they're successful. The crowd clamored after seeing this. As for the hidden big shots, one in this group took a deep breath. Looks like there's a chance of them getting the grand fortune. That's the top geniuses for you, no one is as talented as them. They got a reaction after such a short time. If it's the main one, it'll serve as an incredible foundation for their path towards becoming a Tao Lord. People became envious. Of course, some felt deep jealousy as well. These two were already strong and gifted enough to surpass their peers. If they were to find the Grand Tao embedded in the metal, no one would be able to catch up. Is this the supreme Grand Tao to become a Tao Lord? Yang Ling was surprised to see a reaction. They're talented indeed. The old man replied, it's not surprising to see them gaining something. However, becoming a Tao Lord requires more than just understanding one Grand Tao or two. There's a reason why certain supreme geniuses in history fail to become Tao Lords. I see, so there is a chance of them getting it. Yang Ling nodded. Li Qie standing nearby looked up then down at the abyss. He said, it's about time, let's go. Having said that, he walked towards the edge. Hey, it's Li Qie. Others noticed him right away. What is he going to do this time? Gonna shock all of us again. An expert from the central region became frightened. Is this brat really that strong? The locals and eastern cultivators have never heard of Li Qie. His rise to fame was too recent. Just watch, he'll scare the hell out of you soon enough. The expert laughed boisterously. What are you doing, young master? Yang Ling was afraid that he would jump into the abyss. Li Qie stared at the platform and said, I'm going over there, it's getting late. This brat wants to go too. Some experts exchanged glances. A local youth snorted, easier said than done. Only young Lord Biendu and the wild child have been able to do it so far. This was indeed the truth. Out of all the adventurers, only those two made it to the platform. The rest either died or were brought back to the first area. I don't think anyone else present understands the system, let alone a junior like him. Another ancestor shook his head. Many ancestors and high elders have tried and failed. There was no way that Li Qie could get over so fast. How long will this take, young master? Yang Ling asked. Just a few steps, I'll be back in no time at all. He replied. Ha ha ha. A local genius laughed right away. Though Li Qie wasn't talking to them, they still found his answer to be annoying. This was especially true for the younger cultivators. Chapter 3879, Li Qie's claim seemed insensitive considering the loss of life from the brave adventurers prior. The two geniuses who found success required ample research from their entire sect and clan. That's why most thought that Li Qie was being rather ignorant and disrespectful. He must be daydreaming, heh. A young cultivator snorted. This brat's audacity knows no bounds. An ancestor commented. However, those from the central region remained optimistic. One big shot spoke, nothing has proven to be difficult for Li Qie before. He can make it there. I've gone there too. Li Qie stared at the abyss and smiled, completely ignoring the comments. Who knows who he was speaking to? Yang Ling? Other cultivators? The most likely answer was the abyss itself. He then took one step forward straight into the abyss. Is he suicidal? Someone shouted since Li Qie wasn't waiting for a boulder. Idiot, he's dead. A youth sneered. Everyone knew that this abyss could stop all powers. Flying and using treasures were useless. Anyone who tried would immediately fall down. Some shouted in astonishment after seeing his choice. Others thought that he would join the fallen adventurers down below. Strangely enough, the boulder closest to him rushed over with lightning speed. It situated itself right on the landing spot of his first step. For his second step, a different boulder did the same thing. This prevented him from falling down the abyss. Are you guys seeing this? The spectators couldn't believe it. The boulders were practically teleporting to help him. They thought that he would also pick boulders like 3 Slashes and the Wild Child in order to reach the platform. This should be impossible because Wuxia was alone and lacked the ability to understand the mysteries hidden in this place. No one expected that he would pick a special method, not relying on deriving the movement system of the boulders here. They automatically helped him out. The ever-changing trajectory rules were broken. Wuxia didn't need to pay attention at all, only needing to move his feet forward. A new group of spectators has become dumbfounded by Wuxia's penchant for breaking common sense. The system of the abyss seemed nullified. Impossible. Another spectator shouted despite being fully aware that it was happening. How is he doing this? An expert calmed down and couldn't think of any possibility. I do not understand this world anymore. A hidden big shot watched intensely and told his peers. They no longer wanted to talk about the mysteries of the Tao and the order of laws. These affinities and rules had no effect on Wuxia. As for the weaker ancestors, they opened their heavenly gaze in an attempt to grasp the situation. Though their gazes could see all things, they didn't work in this situation. They exchanged glances and thought that this was incomprehensible. What sorcery is this? One expert blurted. Sorcery and magic were used to describe bizarre occurrences. They thought that this was the only explanation for Wuxia's success. Who knows? Someone from the last generation said, all in all, this kind of thing actually happens all the time with this brat. Just stop using common sense and logic when he's around. Those who mocked Wuxia before turned red while watching the boulders being subservient to Wuxia. They made fun of him for being ignorant and arrogant. Alas, he kept his words and practically slapped their face by proving them wrong. Why are the boulders teleporting to help the young master? Yang Ling asked the old servant. She knew that he would be able to reach the platform, but this method was still unexpected. He is the law, that's all. The old man took a while before letting out a sigh and replying. Yang Ling and Fan Bai kept on watching after hearing this. It seemed that Wuxia trumped the laws and order of the floating boulders. The only thing that mattered here was his will. Because of this, they kept on appearing beneath his feet to help him move forward and acted like generals ready to obey all commands. Chapter 3880, Wuxia strolled through the air and made it to the platform. This process had no difficulty to speak of, a stark contrast to those who have lost their lives trying. Meanwhile, 3 Slashes and the Wild Child touched their saber again to express their stance, being on the same side against Wuxia. Congratulations on making it to the platform, Daoistly. 3 Slashes spoke while keeping his eyes on Wuxia. It's no big deal. Wuxia replied. The listeners on the other side had different reactions. As for the two, their expression became frozen right away. Their success in reaching this place was predicated on untold effort. Thus, Wuxia's comment was disparaging and humiliating, to say the least. No more business here, time's running out. Wuxia told the two. That's not up to you. The Wild Child's eyes became fierce, you're not in charge here. No one would have a problem with this statement. There were top geniuses and formidable ancestors in this place. Why would they listen to Wuxia? 3 Slashes remained calm, unlike the hot-headed Wild Child. He asked, what are you suggesting, Daoistly? Nothing, I'm just taking it away. Wuxia glanced at the metal. Clank. As Wuxia walked towards the metal, both the young geniuses grabbed the hilt of their saber. Saber energy and murderous intent immediately engulfed the area even though the weapons have yet to come out. The spectators knew that these two wouldn't let Wuxia get closer. The two had formed an alliance and Wuxia was an outsider who didn't deserve a piece of the pie. Oh. Want to fight? Wuxia stopped and smiled at the two. Let's go if you want to try us on. The wild child answered directly. Both considered the metal to be their own and wouldn't share it with others. You're too weak to be my opponent. Wuxia flatly said. The wild child's expression soured and his eyes turned ferocious, sharp enough to flay meat off the bones. The crowd on the other side clamored, especially those from the east. Does the fool not know that the wild child is the #1 genius of the east? A youth from the 8 kingdoms immediately rebuked, his tongue will be his downfall. Wild child, you can't spare this arrogant brat, cut him down. Others started urging the wild child to attack. There were neutral spectators who were eager to watch the show as well. They refrained from commenting. However, some wanted to see more chaos. They urged the wild child to kill Wuxia. Wild child, he isn't only looking down on you but all of the east as well. Decapitate him with one move. Just watch, there will be an unbelievable ending. A big shot from the central region had a faint smirk. In reality, these cultivators didn't overly care about the final outcome. It's just that in the case of a fight, they would have something interesting to watch. These three were the only ones who made it to the platform, so others naturally became jealous. They had a shot of learning the mythical grand Tao of a Tao Lord. Thus, some hoped that these three would fight. The best-case scenario would be mutual destruction. If they couldn't get the piece of metal, they didn't want anyone else to get it either. Plus, the younger geniuses would love to see the top competitors go down. That would make their future path far easier. Therefore, those who vocally expressed their support for the wild child might have hidden motives. The wild child laughed and glared at Wuxia. Ha ha ha, I haven't heard this in a long time. His pride was justified since he had defeated the young generation in the 8 kingdoms. Given his power, he was confident in fighting against righteous Scion and 3 slashes as well, let alone a junior like Wuxia. Because your previous opponents have been garbage. Wuxia quipped. This actually offended some members of the crowd since they were from the east. Some have lost to the wild child before, including members of the previous generation. This wasn't humiliating since he was the top dog there. However, to be called garbage by Wuxia was unacceptable and made them livid. Brat, come back here. One older expert roared at Wuxia. If the wild child chooses to spare you, I'll cut off your dog head later. Another genius shouted. We need to teach this idiot a lesson regarding the immensity of heaven and earth. One more coldly uttered. Chapter 3881, Clank. A saber intent manifested even though the blade was still in its sheath. It hovered above Wuxia, ready to cut off his head. People couldn't help but shudder at the bone-chilling saber intent, an indication of the youth's might. The shouting crowd shut their mouth right away and focused on watching the fight. Fine, since you wish to fight, fellow Taoist, start. The wild child had a firm grasp on his saber, not hiding his murderous intent towards Wuxia at all. The sharp waves emanating from him seemed eager to flay Wuxia. Such powerful saber intent. A spectator said. Those from the central region and righteous have never seen the wild child in action before. Nonetheless, they were impressed by his saber intent. On the other hand, Wuxia only smiled and didn't care in the slightest. This lackadaisical appearance offended the wild child. His opponent was looking down on him. Go, to the death. The furious youth declared aggressively. Calm down, brother. 3 slashes suddenly interrupted what seemed to be an inevitable battle. This caught the spectators and the wild child off guard. They thought that 3 would actually join his ally against Wuxia too. What does he want? A spectator murmured. What do you mean, brother? The wild child stared at 3. Please wait, brother. 3 told the wild child before turning towards Wuxia, fellow Taoist, are you here to comprehend the Tao, or do you have other plans? I am taking this medal with me, stand aside. Wuxia replied. You stand aside. The livid wild child shouted back. No one has ever talked to him like this since his Tao debut. This was often the case for top geniuses. 3 was annoyed as well, but he maintained his composure. Are you sure you'll be able to take this medal away? It is incalculably heavy. The crowd then realized a key point of this development. Remember, this fist-sized medal couldn't be shaken by the duo regardless of their effort. Could Wuxia actually do it? No problem at all. Move. Wuxia said. This imperious style of Wuxia was hard to accept. Nonetheless, the duo exercised patience this time around. Is he serious? People started talking. It can't be that easy. He's blustering. Another said. I don't think it's possible. This Wuxia can't be stronger than those two. One cultivator was skeptical of his claim. Did you forget how easily he got to the platform? Everyone doubted him earlier too. Just watch, anything's possible. A young expert from the central region said. Others nodded in agreement. Wuxia had no problem crossing the abyss, staying true to his words. You're right, maybe he can take it away. A member of the previous generation agreed. Of course, the fans of the genius duo refused to accept this. One of them snorted, impossible, a nobody like him can't do it when 3 and Wild Child have failed. Same, just let him try then. Another added. The big shots and ancestors exchanged glances. Eventually, an important figure suggested, if fellow Taoist Li is confident, let him give it a shot. Yes, see if he can take it away. A high elder from a prestigious clan loudly stated. They had their own agenda for supporting Wuxia. Given the circumstances, this medal would be stuck on the platform. This wasn't a big deal for the two geniuses since they still had a chance to learn the embedded Grand Tao. The same couldn't be said for those stuck at the starting zone. However, if Wuxia could take it away, it would be an opportunity for the rest. Everything would be possible then. Yeah, let him try. The crowd unanimously changed their tone right away, even the supporters of the duo. They didn't like Wuxia, but no one could resist the temptation of an ultimate treasure. Fine, let him make a fool out of himself. One genius scowled. This won't hurt anyone. Others expressed this sentiment regardless of their personal feelings towards Wuxia. The duo contemplated and glanced at each other. Both nodded at the same time. Okay, fellow Taoist, give it a shot. We're not that unreasonable. 3 smiled. The wild child smiled as well. I hope you're as amazing as advertised, otherwise, he. They agreed to let Wuxia through and had their own plan. The pressure from the crowd had nothing to do with it. They wanted to take this medal away from the abyss as well. It would be great if Wuxia could do so since this would increase the chance of them obtaining it. This was their original goal in the first place. His failure wouldn't affect them either. They would just need to kill him then continue observing the medal. Wuxia ignored the wild child's threat and moved closer. Everyone held their breath the moment he stood in front of it, becoming increasingly anxious. Chapter 3882, Wuxia's narrowed eyes lit up brightly. Everyone thought they heard a loud boom afterward despite it clearly not being real. They still heard ringing in their eyes. In this split second, Wuxia shot out 2 rays towards the metal. Boom! An explosion finally came alongside a blinding flash. Everyone became temporarily blinded from the boundless radiance akin to the explosion of a billion suns. This happened without warning and disappeared just as fast. One could describe it as the strongest lightning bolt flashing then dispersing. The sudden nature of the process made everyone feel as if it was only an illusion. Once their sight adapted to normalcy again, they saw Li Qiye simply standing there without any impressive aura. However, his eyes became profound and focused. The spectators didn't notice a faint flash deep within these eyes. "Did you see something flashing earlier?" One expert asked his friend nearby. "You saw it too?" the friend said with uncertainty. Others began talking. Since everyone shared the same experience, they were certain that the flash really happened. It simply happened too quickly and blinded them, leaving them in confusion and unaware of Li Qiye's actual move. They put this bizarre development aside and continued staring at Li Qiye, wondering about his choice. Would he want to use brute force to take the metal just like the duo? The metal reacted by sending out delicate laws. These strands were awfully convoluted and complicated, seemingly made from countless parts and Dao runes. If they were fully derived, they would be as vast and enigmatic as oceans. Each could support an entire epoch, a testament to their unimaginable perpetuity. They moved as if they were alive, squirming back and forth and brimming with curiosity about the outside world. They wanted to leave the metal for a better look. The spectators couldn't fathom how this piece of metal was containing so many Dao laws. The metal itself looked rather evil and frightening, akin to a dark entity with thousands and thousands of tentacles. Some spectators found this a nauseating sight. The problem was their lack of understanding. The big shots didn't feel the same way and couldn't avert their gaze. They knew that these tiny things contained supreme grand Dao. Just understanding one would be a lifetime of benefits. Li Qiye slowly raised his hand forward, not to grab the metal. This looked like a gesture beckoning someone to give him money or something back. The tiny laws became frozen after seeing his hand. It was an awkward situation to be in, having someone ask for money without a valid reason. Li Qiye moved his hand a bit closer after seeing the law's reaction. Now he looked like a child asking for a red packet. However, the adult, in this case, seemed hesitant. The laws pulled back to show its unwillingness, wanting to refuse him. The entire metal seemed to have its own consciousness. Unfortunately, the metal's feeling didn't matter in this case. Li Qiye left no room for refusal. The crowd was surprised to see this strange interaction. They thought that the metal was only a naturally formed treasure without sentience. This didn't seem to be the case. It might actually be a living form, just different from the conventional type. When Li Qiye made a demand in this manner, none could refuse him. The laws slowly returned to the metal. Buzz. Light materialized around the metal in the form of two wings and started lifting it up. What the hell? Everyone's mouth became agape in astonishment, including the duo nearby. They tried everything earlier and couldn't move the metal an inch. It seemed to be the heaviest thing in the world. Now, it actually floated on its own accord, looking rather light. To make it worse, it decided to fly closer to Li Qiye and landed on his palm. It clearly acquiesced to his demand. How can this be? Some started shouting in disbelief. Li Qiye didn't put in that much effort at all. All he did was raise his hand and gesture for the metal to come, nothing more. That's far too easy. A hidden big shot was astounded. His group thought that Li Qiye would use an earth-shattering method or something bizarre to obtain this metal. Alas, the result was anything but complicated. Chapter 3883, No one dared to imagine the metal giving up that easily to someone. The duo standing nearby had no idea either. This also applied to the big shots hiding in the shadow. Why would it listen to Li Qiye? Everyone racked their brains and couldn't come up with an explanation. To hell with this. 3 couldn't help cursing despite his calm demeanor. He didn't think that Li Qie was stronger than him. He had confidence in his ability. Moreover, Li Qie's cultivation was obviously low as well, far from being on the same level as their team. This just didn't make any sense. Indeed. The wild child agreed as well, this entire thing is the stuff of sorcery. Those from the central region have been telling people about Li Qie's miracles. Alas, the others didn't buy it until now. Why is this happening? A young genius asked his senior. The younger crowd doubted Li Qie earlier, so his success truly humiliated them. His senior had no response while shaking his head. The older cultivators were just as confused. See, the creator of miracles never disappoints. An expert from the plateau murmured, this title is completely warranted. A hidden big shot started pondering. Those at this power level had a good idea as to why the metal accepted Li Qie's demand. It must be due to that flash earlier. Do you know what happened? Yang Ling asked the old servant who thought about it for a bit. He didn't understand the entire thing either. The gap between Li Qie and him became increasingly clearer. I don't know. He eventually responded, I just know that at the very least, the young master knows what it is and its origin. Yang Ling started thinking after hearing this. Everyone knew about the tale regarding 8 Stallion Tao Lord and Dark Abyss. 3 and the wild child tried to copy this Tao Lord success. As for this metal and the origin of the abyss, perhaps even the Tao Lord had little clues. The only one privy to this information was Li Qie. That's why the metal became his in no time at all. He smiled and looked at the metal in his hand, then turned around to leave. However, the duo immediately got in his way. The atmosphere became tense for the spectators. Okay, they'll definitely fight this time. Someone read the situation. Well, those two have enough resources and help to keep a top treasure like that. Otherwise, it might fall into the wrong hands. One genius said. It was abundantly clear that these two wanted to rob Li Qie. Alas, some of the crowd tried to twist the narrative. Robbing Li Qie would be considered dishonorable by anyone. Nonetheless, the metal was precious enough for the duo to ignore the loss of reputation. You want it? Li Qie smiled at the two. This item can change the direction of the holy ground and help its people. We can't let it fall into the wrong hands. 3 took a deep breath and began. Stop, no need to try and justify this. Li Qie waved his hand, just say that you want it. A man should have the courage to stand behind his action, don't claim to be a virgin when you're a prostitute. 3 turned red after hearing this. Sure, everyone knew that he wanted to rob Li Qie. However, his clan was the lord of this region. There was no other justification to do this either. Thus, he came up with a noble goal. Unfortunately, Li Qie interrupted him in a vulgar yet effective manner, leaving him in a tough situation. Brotherly, I want your metal. The wild child, on the other hand, didn't beat around the bush, just tell me what you want. No, our kingdoms will do our best to satisfy you. State your demand, we can handle anything. The crowd exchanged glances. The wild child's condition was tempting indeed. He was the son of the praetor and the #1 genius in the 8 kingdoms. His high status there couldn't be questioned. Really? Li Qie smiled. Yes, in exchange for this stone, you'll become our most distinguished guest. Treasure, artifacts, merit laws, territories, beauties, servants, all will be yours and you'll live like an immortal in the East afterward. The wild child laughed. Though his choice of words was crude, he was smart enough to pick the right aspects to tempt a man. Who didn't want a life consisting of wealth and women? The crowd felt their heart beating faster after listening to him. Our clan can also satisfy your demand, brotherly. 3 thought that Li Qie was tempted and decided to catch up. Will he do it? Someone murmured. The young ones were easily tempted. They desired the life painted by the wild child's tongue and would absolutely trade the piece of metal for it. Only a fool wouldn't. One youth answered with haste. Only a fool would. Someone from the last generation glared at him and said, that thing can turn you into an invincible Tao Lord. All of 8 Desolaces will be in your grasps then. The 8 kingdoms alone are nothing. Though 3 Slashes tried to change his method, the wild child still had the better offer. All eyes were on Wuxia, curious about his final decision. Chapter 3884, both Wild Child of the East and 3 Slashes of Biendu had tempting offers for Wuxia. The crowd became interested in his decision. For the majority, they would pick the wild child's decision. The 8 kingdoms were removed from the rest of the world. If they could have their own land there with ample resources and treasures, they would be able to live like kings in the mortal world, a life filled with pleasures and devoid of worries. Of course, they knew that this metal contained Tao information, perhaps enough to help them become a Tao Lord. Nonetheless, there was only one Tao Lord in each generation. Effort and luck alone weren't always enough. In history, top experts and peerless geniuses traveled towards this goal. In the end, only one would find success. This path was filled with thorny briars and unknowns. Most would die horrific death and become paving bones for the future winner. The ones here knew that they were relatively ordinary. Becoming a Tao Lord was unreachable. Thus, they rather picked a realistic aim. For example, a regional lord that could act with impunity. Therefore, 3 Slashes' offer seemed inferior in comparison. Just say yes already, what is he waiting for? One youth fantasized about being in Wuxia's shoes. He would agree right away without thinking twice. Another expert nodded and murmured, the wild child's offer is excellent. It would be harder to find a more generous soul. Enough with the conjectures. The reality is that he will never say yes since it's not his nature. A big shot from Central spoke, he's different from everyone else and operates with his own set of logics. People watched with bated breath, still waiting for a response. I actually do have something on my mind, I wonder if you can satisfy my wish. Wuxia smiled. The duo briefly stared at each other before nodding at the same time. The wild child said confidently, as long as it is something we have, we'll offer it to you with both hands. I feel the same way. 3 Slashes nodded as well. Really now? Don't regret your decision when I say it. Wuxia smirked. A man of virtue never goes back on his words. 3 Slashes spewed out a proverb, looking a bit impatient. Other treasures might be precious but absolutely couldn't compare to this metal. Its value couldn't be overstated. Exchanging 10 treasures for it was just fine. The crowd started wondering about Wuxia's wish. What items would be worth it in exchange for the metal? Your heads. Wuxia smiled. A silence stemming from shock briefly took over before a furor broke out. This joke isn't funny. One youth shouted. A fan of the duo was furious and shouted, this Li guy is ridiculous. They are being so nice to him yet he wishes to court death. Looks like he has no intention of handing the metal over. A big shot speculated. Another important character added, a battle is inevitable. Both sides don't want to give it up, it's just too important. In reality, the clear-minded members of the audience understood that this has always been the case. This was especially true for the duo since they had the ambition of becoming a Tao Lord. Their expression became frozen after hearing Wuxia. They then glared at him, unhappy with the humiliation. Brotherly, you are out of line. We are coming from a place of sincerity yet you insult us. The wild child raised his voice. Stop, don't pretend to be a cat mourning over a mouse. Everyone knows that you two will do anything for the metal. We can drop the charade right now. The medal is in my possession, come and get it if you dare. Li Qiye waved his hand. Li Qiye directly broke all pretenses and made it exciting for the spectators. It's about to happen. Someone said. As you wish, brother Li. 3 Slashes has been waiting for this opportunity, seems like you are eager to fight us, we shall entertain you then. He cupped his fist afterward. Not trading anything for the medal was the best case scenario. In other words, robbing Li Qiye. However, he had qualms about doing this due to his and the clan's reputation. Others would criticize the clan for doing so. Now, this was no longer the case after Li Qiye's provocation. The reason for the fight was to correct Li Qiye for his impudence, not to rob him. Come together to save time. Li Qiye told the two. Fury ignited inside the wild child. He had never been treated with such contempt before since his debut. If an ancestor or a top master were to talk to him like this, it would be relatively palatable. After all, these beings were qualified to fight him. Now, this junior with no cultivation to speak of dared to look down on him. Seems like you're quite confident in your ability. The wild child no longer used honorifics as he glared menacingly at Li Qiye. Always. Li Qiye replied. Such audacity, I can't wait to see how many moves you will last. The wild child grabbed his saber hilt. You should be asking yourself this. Li Qiye replied, in my opinion, maybe one move is still too much. What? The listeners back in the first area couldn't believe it. The young geniuses became infuriated, let alone the duo. He's gonna bite his tongue one day from all the bullshit. One of them snorted. Many were fans of the duo, some have lost to them before in battle. Nonetheless, they thought that it was still an honor. That's why Li Qiye's insult towards the two could be construed as insulting them as well. Li Qiye immediately became an eyesore for the majority. 1. The you here is informal, not polite speech. Chapter 3885, One Move. 3 Slashes lost his cool gradually throughout the conversation. No one has ever defeated me with one move. He uttered coldly. As a gifted cultivator, he was famous alongside Righteous Scion. His current abilities were nothing short of impressive, especially his saber Dao. He fought evenly against those from the last generation, let alone younger cultivators such as Li Qiye. Ha ha ha, I can't wait to see a technique capable of defeating me in one move. I doubt one exists. The wild child laughed from being too angry. Other youths started voicing their support. One shouted, Wild child, an ignorant brat like him deserves to have his head roll on the ground. Rid him of his dog head. A local cultivator bellowed. Few believed that Li Qiye could beat these two with one move, especially in a one-on-two scenario. Even those who thought highly of Li Qiye found this implausible. An ancestor would definitely lose to the duo. As for Li Qiye's claim, even the Supremes might not be able to do it. We won't be unreasonable. 3 Slashes held his saber and declared, if you can survive 3 slashes from me, I will leave this place without uttering a single word. His eyes were stern and flashing sharply. These rays seemed eager to cut off Li Qiye's head already. So confident in your saber. Fine, since people say no one can withstand your slashes, I'll give you the chance to use them first before death. Li Qiye smiled. 3 Slashes and Wild Child nearly vomited blood from anger. 3 Slashes' stipulation stemmed from confidence on top of wanting to give Li Qiye a chance to survive. Now, Li Qiye made it sound like he was doing them a favor. 3 Slashes it is then. The Wild Child agreed. Blades do not have eyes, watch yourself. 3 Slashes became bloodthirsty. His aura engulfed the area and lowered the temperature. People shuddered as they have been turned into a sieve by countless blade thrusts. The murderous intent comes before the release, he wants to see blood. An older expert murmured. Li Qiye brought this upon himself. He'll be decapitated soon enough. A prodigy from Blackwood showed disdain towards Li Qiye. Show me the saber arts that you two have so much pride in. Li Qiye taunted with a hand gesture, once again annoying the crowd. They had no appreciation for his haughtiness and contempt towards all. On the other hand, the duo took a deep breath to calm their emotions. They wanted to fight while having the best mental state and concentration. The ancestors saw their composure and became impressed. Most cultivators, once enraged, wouldn't be able to do this as well as them. Both held their saber, still sheathed. They channeled their vitality and the two sabers became brimming with chaos true energy. This saber is from Black Tide, so I gave it the same name. 3 slashes introduced, it has 3 techniques engraved on it. There were conflicting stories about how he obtained this saber. The first said that he came across it by chance during his youth. Another stated that it has been in the clan for millions of years. Since 3 slashes was so gifted, the ancestors in the clan bestowed him this important treasure. Putting that aside, the saber really came from Black Tides. 3 slashes main techniques and saber Dao all originated from the saber. There's no stopping that saber. Someone who has fought him before was still traumatized. Yes, I only made it to the second slash and saw nothing but despair. A top genius from Blackwood couldn't forget the defeat. My saber is named Wild Hunt. The wild child introduced his saber as well. It is created from the Dao bone of a primal god beast and refined by top materials from Frontier Peak. It is extremely sharp. A primal god beast is a high heaven-level primal beast, very warlike and rare. An old master became startled. An ancestor from the 8 kingdoms slowly elaborated, the materials from Frontier Peak are the best in the East as well. The annual production is pitiful, usually only 2 ingots are usable, so it's very precious. Others took a deep breath. The 8 kingdoms were large and had plenty of treasures and metals. The wild child saber must have been infused with the best type of metal possible. As for my techniques, I have trained with Senior Mad Blade saber art with a total of 8 variations. I only know the bare surface. He added. So the rumor is true. This sparked numerous discussions since this was a popular rumor. Others respected Mad Blade for his skills. However, why did he pass his legacy down to the 8 kingdoms instead of the Holy Ground? Most were skeptical of this claim, but they didn't doubt the genius. Why did Senior Mad Blade pass his techniques to the 8 kingdoms? A powerful ancestor from the Holy Ground had to ask. The wild child had a solemn expression and shook his head. This is not something I can comment on. I am not Senior Mad Blade's disciple and he never taught me before. Nonetheless, I have nothing but respect for him. I view him as my master. Others exchanged glances. So if these two weren't master and disciple, what was their actual relationship? Looks like he really came to the Far East back then. A member of the last generation considered this a confirmation of previous events. Alas, no one had an answer as to why Mad Blade left his techniques to the 8 kingdoms. Chapter 3886. The 8 variations were renowned and notorious in 8 Desolaces, playing a large part as to why Guan Tianba was considered the third supreme. Those who have seen it in action had nothing but praises for it. Some considered it to be the finest saber art, hence the crowd's reaction after learning about the wild child's experience with it. I wonder how much he had learned. One expert said softly. Just 50% will allow him to be unbeatable among the young generation. An older master speculated. Few have seen Mad Blade, but virtually everyone has heard of his title before. Saber users, in particular, were fans of the 8 variations. To see them in person today would be truly exciting. No youth can stop those two together. This sentiment was nearly unanimous. Whether it be 3 slashes or the wild child, either had dominated with their saber skills. The two of them together should be matchless. I don't think our old bones can stop them either, let alone a younger cultivator. A big shot from the last generation commented. Most assumed that Wuxia wouldn't be able to stop the slashes, meaning that his death was certain. Daoist Li, ready your weapon. 3 slashes uttered coldly while staring at Wuxia. Both wanted to cut down Wuxia due to their anger. Nonetheless, they maintained the style of a prestigious clan successor. They would never attack without warning before giving their opponent ample time. No need, I'm fine like this. Wuxia patted the metal and said. His opponent's expression grew ugly from the repeated transgressions. They calmed their emotion in preparation for the fight, but anger reared its head again. Is he serious? Wanting to fight them without using a weapon? Ignorant fool. A young spectator shouted. Have it your way then. The wild child said, show us what you can do. Let's get started. 3 slashed said, not hiding his murderous intent. I'll let you two attack first. Wuxia stood there without a defensive stance. Boom. Both the youths released their vitality and energy. Powerful waves emanated outward like hurricanes at first, eventually culminating into boundless oceans. The spectators were stirred by their display of might. They're definitely at the air level. One youth murmured. This has been the case for a long time now. An expert aware of their situation revealed. Boom. Once they gathered enough power, the oceans of energy turned into kingdoms. Their physical size didn't grow, but they felt enormous to the spectators, looking like 2 gods. Visual phenomena emerged as they became empowered by their kingdoms, accepting the blessing and respect of numerous living beings within. This granted them destructive capabilities. Just one hand wave would be enough to annihilate everything. Clank. The wild child slowly unsheathed his saber from the sheath tied to his back. The freed blade had a blinding illumination. Others felt a sharp pain in their eyes as if the rays were piercing them. Incredible. Many shouted after seeing this. They also retreated in order to avoid needless trouble. Clank. It took a while before he unsheathed it completely. Next came a loud explosion. The energy waves from the blade manifested in a frightening manner. The wild child's hair started fluttering as a result. The saber intent turned him into a crazy state, capable of boosting his power exponentially. He intimidated the crowd even before an actual attack. On the contrary, 3 slashes still looked calm. He stood there with his eyes closed, however, he had a firm grip on his saber with both hands. He looked like a statue, lacking energy waves and oppressive intent when compared to his ally. Strangely enough, people found this to be scarier. They could smell a stench of death as if he was a reaper ready for the harvest. The moment he showed his blade, his foes would definitely make a visit to the Yellow River. The atmosphere became extremely tense. Some spectators' legs started trembling. Die. The wild child stepped forward and howled, torrential obliteration. He slashed vertically and released millions of sabers. Time came to a halt as these sabers came out of nowhere. They weren't illusions and images either, but actual physical blades. The storm of blades could mince the world and its inhabitants to little pieces. The crowd became horrified right away. Torrential obliteration, one of the 8 variations. A big shot blurted. He really does have access to this art. A hidden master murmured after seeing the slash. This confirmed that he had trained in Guan Tianba's saber techniques. Chapter 3887, The result of being sliced and diced by millions of blades was obvious. Only tiny pieces would be left of Wuxia in the blink of an eye. What's left of him might even move for a bit after reaching the ground, akin to a flopping fish. In fact, the wild child was confident in both his speed and accuracy. He believed that each piece removed from Li Qiye would have the same size. "There's no getting away," one girl shouted. However, the target of the slash didn't move an inch. Li Qiye had no intention of dodging the attack and simply rubbed the piece of metal as if attempting to brush dust off. Whoosh! 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 Gusts could be heard stemming from numerous Dao laws shooting out of the metal. It pierced through space with unfathomable speed. The top masters could only see tiny shadows darting forward. Rumble! A magnificent scene came next. The laws aimed at the sabers and crushed them to pieces that scattered downward. Boom! The wild child smashed into the ground as if an invisible hand had just struck him. The crowd became astounded right away. The whole thing seemed too easy even though the wild child used one of the 8 variations. Mad Blade Guan Tianba used these techniques and massacred armies before. Now, Li Qiye instantly defeated the wild child by just rubbing on the metal. Clank! 3 slashes didn't give up and took advantage of this opportunity. The moment people heard the blade moving through the air, it was already inches from Li Qiye's neck. Even the older cultivators didn't see the actual attack, only the flashing of the blade. Most victims would only feel a cold breeze by their neck before being decapitated by this move. Such a fast move. An ancestor became frightened by this attack. Time came to a halt with the saber on the verge of decapitating Li Qiye. The dark blade exuded a black glimmer, seemingly capable of severing any existence. People felt a sharp pain in their chest the moment they saw this light, causing them to groan. Li Qiye lost. The spectators shouted, "Since just a bit more and this would be over." "Told you, the young lord would only need one move to take his head." A youth from Blackwood celebrated. "Young lord, kick his head down the abyss." Another started gloating. "Right, he won't be haughty anymore." Others started chiming in. Strangely enough, 3 slashes kept his saber there without taking down his opponent. In the beginning, many big shots thought that 3 slashes purposely stopped there in order to show mercy, waiting for Li Qiye to give up. However, this didn't seem to be the case, so they took a closer look. No, Li Qiye stopped it. A keen-eyed cultivator claimed confidently. With that? The ones nearby asked right away. Another tiny law. His friend, a powerful ancestor, became startled after noticing it as well. With this new information, the spectators observed closely and saw one tiny law blocking the saber. It hovered right in front of Li Qiye's neck and had no problem stopping the blade despite its humble size. "Humph, this thing can't stop the young lord, he just needs to add more strength to cut it down along with Li Qiye's." The youth scowled. However, he stopped before finishing the sentence. Once they shifted their attention from Li Qiye's neck to the young lord, they saw his face being red with his vitality surging. Even a fool could tell that he was giving it everything he got, but the saber still couldn't sever the law. The slash was brilliant, swift and mighty. This made the whole thing even more unbelievable. He eventually pulled his saber back and retreated to a safe distance. He gazed at his opponent, afraid of a counter-attack. Alas, Li Qiye still didn't make his move. The scene became eerily silent. Both the wild child and 3 slashes offense couldn't be criticized. Unfortunately, they failed to injure Li Qiye while the wild child was forced to the ground. The wild child finally got up. The duo exchanged glances, then stared at the metal in Li Qiye's hand. The crowd also did the same. They noted that the metal stopped the offense, not Li Qiye. Its power was unfathomable since Li Qiye didn't need to activate it at all. What kind of supreme treasure is this? The ancestors and high elders took a deep breath. With one touch from Li Qiye, it displayed a dreadful power. They couldn't imagine what it would be like once fully activated. If it's mine, they started fantasizing while salivating. Chapter 3888, The the two supreme geniuses didn't show any mercy. Their slashes could take down ancestors, let alone a youth like Wuxia. However, Wuxia easily blocked it without exerting a minuscule amount of effort. Virtually everyone assumed that it was due to the black metal, not his power and cultivation. Just what is the origin of this treasure? The hidden big shots became enamored after seeing the metal's magical property. If it wasn't for the abyss standing in the way, some would have rushed over to pry it from his hand. No one could resist the temptation of this wondrous artifact. Reputation, morality, and honor didn't matter. They would do anything for this piece of metal. Leaving the Tao Lord thing aside, just obtaining that metal is enough to make one invincible. A heavenly sovereign in stealth mode quietly said while staring greedily at Wuxia. This was the case for virtually everyone. The hidden big shots all wanted that metal right now. The duo started thinking as well. They came here knowing the magical properties of that metal. One could find a supreme grand Tao there, extremely useful for the Tao Lord path. This metal was 100 times more precious than any merit law and manual. Surprisingly enough, they still became astounded at how amazing it was after seeing Wuxia using it. The metal, in and of itself, appeared to be an unbeatable artifact. If a clan or sect could get it, they could loom over all of 8 Desolaces. It became imperative to seize that metal. Their eyes became determined, no means would be too wretched for the sake of getting it. If these crappy saber techniques are all you two got, it's time to rethink about getting the metal from me. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. The crowd didn't take it in stride. The two geniuses were known to be the best of their generation. Now, Wuxia showed no respect for their attainment in the saber Tao. Nonetheless, the duo managed to restrain their anger in order to fulfill their goal of taking the metal. Let's not be hasty, fellow Taoist. Our agreement is 3 moves. 3 slashes gripped his saber tightly enough to have bulging veins on his hands. I'm waiting for the second move. Wuxia waved 2 fingers. This battle will only end with death on one side. The wild child pointed his saber at Wuxia and aggressively declared. Saber energies rampaged the area right away. Your side. Wuxia nonchalantly responded, seemingly amused. Let's go. 3 slashes didn't waste words. A frightening glint could be seen in the depth of his eyes. His black tides has yet to leave its sheath, building power for a sure decapitation. Buzz. On the other hand, the wild child's saber energies continued to run rampant, creating more oppressive sabers in the sky. Clank. A clear saber hymn could be heard. Listeners felt as if their heart had just been pierced by a snow-white saber, leaving a chilling hole. The hymn lasted for what seems to be an entire era. It was because 3 slashes finally unsheathed his saber. Earlier, it was a quick draw and no one saw his slash. This time around, the process happened at a snail's pace. Each inch required millions of years. Dark tides materialized out of nowhere, ready to drown the world. That's the water of black tides. The crowd became shaken. They were too familiar with the dreadful water. Only death awaited those caught in the water. Even the strongest cultivators would sink to the bottom and drown. The crowd sabers and swords started resonating with the saber hymn and shook violently. The wild child finally created another ocean of sabers to hover above Wuxia. First mad slash. He roared furiously and the individual blades came together to form a radiant divine saber. The energies stemming from it reached the next level, capable of killing the strongest gods and devils. Die. Meanwhile, 3 slashes finished the unsheathing process. Boom. A dark tsunami with a corrosive nature rushed forward to swallow Wuxia. Both the geniuses attacked at the same time. First mad slash was capable of severing anything into 2 halves regardless of its toughness. As for the tsunami, it actually contained numerous blades as well. Once trapped in the currents, the blades would tear the victim apart. Boom! The dual-pronged offense struck Li Qie at the same time. Because of the dark tsunami, the spectators had a hard time seeing the result. Nonetheless, its destructive capability was palpable. Chapter 3889, Even heavenly gazes couldn't see through the dark water. Cultivation didn't matter here. It became difficult to see one's own hands while stuck in the currents. Under normal circumstances, cultivators could see in complete darkness. Once they became stronger, they could even chase the darkness away. This didn't apply to this special tsunami. The ancestors had a moment of reflection and thought that they wouldn't be able to block the dual slashes. As for the top heavenly sovereigns, they could stop it, but injuries were unavoidable. Impressive. One sovereign in the shadow took a deep breath and emotionally said, "Peerless Saber Dao, at least when compared to their peers." Yes, they're at the top of this path right now. Another big shot nodded. They're too strong, no one will dare to fight them after this. A youth regained his wits and was stricken with fear. The mad slash is absolute brutality, capable of breaking all defenses. The tsunami slash is relentless, capable of seeping through all gaps and openings to deliver the fatal blow. One genius deduced, I saw a top defensive treasure unable to stop the tsunami slash. Its user was left with countless holes. The guy is dead for sure, he's mincemeat now. A local youth was certain of this. Maybe the metal can save him from that pitiful state, but I'm sure he's dismembered in some way. Another youth agreed. That's what he gets for opposing the wild child and 3 slashes. A fan snorted with disdain. The fans thought that Li Qie had no chance of surviving the 2 slashes. First mad slash. Yang Ling saw the technique earlier and asked, "This is one of the 8 variations from Senior Guan Tianba? Is it really that strong?" "It's a child playing with the saber." The old servant shook his head, "It's not qualified to be called first mad slash. Feeble, powerless, and pretentious. What does the real thing look like?" Yang Ling became surprised since she was impressed with the wild child's attack. She became curious because she had never seen the 8 variations before. Nonetheless, everyone heard about it before. The old man only smiled and didn't respond. At this point, the dark tide slowly receded, revealing the floating platform and Li Qie again. They saw him holding the black metal. The interesting part was the saber energy strands emanating from it, looking like leaves scattering to the wind. It was as if he was standing beneath a massive willow tree. Its branches and leaves served as armor, fully nullifying the 2 slashes prior. He seemed relaxed and carefree while holding the metal, not feeling the slightest pressure from the previous onslaught. Furthermore, this metal seemed weightless in his hand. The duo had channeled all of their vitality and energy, still attempting to push down with their blades. Alas, the thin saber energies from the metal stopped them completely. "I can't believe it!" a spectator exclaimed. Those 2 were red from exerting all of their strength yet couldn't break the thin strands. In fact, these strands looked feeble and light enough to be sent away by someone's blowing. This simply wasn't the case, resulting in a bizarre scene. What kind of power is this? Youths became confused. "I'm convinced that this metal is unstoppable," one ancestor said. "If I have this metal, I can stop the wild child and 3 slashes too," a prodigy said. "That's 2 moves. One more, then it's time to end this," Li Qie said. The duo became aghast and pulled their blade back to retreat again. They pointed their saber at him while realizing the monstrous nature of this metal. In this crucial moment, they could sense death coming for them, something they haven't felt before. They exchanged glances, wanting to come up with a plan. "There's no hope for you." Li Qie smiled, "Looks like you don't live up to your title." By this point, the 2 no longer became angry at Li Qie's dismissive comments. Their eyes narrowed since this situation had deteriorated. Fear reared its ugly head. As top geniuses, they had enough intuition and awareness to spot danger. Unfortunately, it was too late to turn back. We'll end this with this next move. 3 slashes uttered coldly. Don't be so confident now, the victor is yet to be decided. The wild child laughed. They gritted their teeth, ready to fight to the very end. Of course, they would never beg him for mercy either. This wasn't in their nature. Their unyielding courage played a large part in their current achievements. Chapter 3890, Start. Li Qiye smiled and touched the metal. Buzz. The metal shook a bit and the manifested saber energies came together. Clank. They started twisting and intertwining together to form a saber. It looked rather ordinary, lacking radiance. It was a whole blade without any carving and polishment. The edge wasn't sharp either, the opposite of the blades it was facing. Nonetheless, when Li Qiye held it, it became an extension of his hand. The common cultivators didn't notice this extraordinary phenomenon, only the older experts. Nonetheless, they couldn't pinpoint a reason or explanation for this. Only the top ancestors and hidden big shots noticed something special about this saber. It feels as if the entire universe is in his grasp. One big shot solemnly said. This metal is so strange, is it omnipotent? His friend quietly replied. By this point, the metal was clearly amazing even at the surface level. It transformed into a saber right away. Could it take whatever form its user desired? Resembling nature itself, this slash will be wondrous. The old servant said. He was a true master of the Grand Tao. His vision far exceeded those hiding in the shadows, so he became emotional while staring at Li Qiye. The guy didn't pose at all, making people wonder if he had ever learned how to use a saber. However, the old man knew that Li Qiye was untouchable right now, standing at the apex of the saber Tao. Other saber users would only be displaying their slight skill before him. Third move. Li Qiye casually held the saber and told his opponents. The duo had a dignified expression. As saber geniuses, they naturally understood that something was different about Li Qiye and this saber. Their insight wasn't as accurate compared to the old servants. Nonetheless, they felt that they were facing a saber guru. Li Qiye lacked rampaging saber energies and his saber lacked sharp gleams. Nonetheless, he seemed to be one with the saber Tao, a natural sensation that came from ultimate mastery. The two found this inconceivable. They trained for decades before reaching the current level. As for Li Qiye, how could he resemble a true expert given his weak cultivation? This made no sense. Unfortunately, time didn't allow them to keep on thinking about this issue. They strengthened their grip and focused on the battle at hand. Boom! The wild child's vitality soared to the next level, looking like a tsunami devastating the world. Everything else seemed like dried branches. Ra! Within his oceanic vitality was a monstrous creature, a primal god-beast. Grand Tao laws circled around the creature and issued loud clunks. They swung around and crushed the surroundings. Activate! The wild child roared. His saber erupted with radiance. The strands of light resembled individual slashes, ready to take down the galaxy above. Ra! The god-beast roared furiously and harmonized with his saber. He then raised the blade above his head. The blade became extremely sharp. Each glint emanating from it could sever the yin and yang along with the reincarnation cycle. People found it difficult to keep their eyes open. The wild child looked like a supreme god. His saber became an arbiter, ready to judge the world and its inhabitants. Mad 10th slash. An ancestor recognized this technique and shouted, Mad Blade used this to annihilate an entire sect back then. Meanwhile, 3 Slash's saber started buzzing as well. He added all of his vitality into the blade, causing its color to change from black to a ruby red. True blood. No, it's his longevity blood. A spectator gasped. The saber emitted a stench of death. He became a reaper, and one slash could reap billions of lives. His eyes gleamed with a dark pink light at first, then it turned into a blood red. The third slash. Others shuddered after seeing his frightening state. This is the third slash, extermination. A genius who had fought 3 slashes before turned pale. Extermination. 3 slashes uttered the name of the technique and thrust his saber forward. Everyone felt their soul leaving their body after hearing his voice. The blade cut through everything on its path and appeared next to Li Qiye's throat in the next moment. Even the ancestors gasped after seeing this. Mad 10th slash. The wild child swung his saber at the same time as well, fully blinding the spectators with its radiance. Crack. The fabrics of time were severed, leaving behind a deep scar in the sky. The crowd roared after seeing this destructive phenomenon. Their strongest technique, no one can stop this. An ancestor from a large sect claimed. In this split second, Li Qiye also swung his saber in a natural and free manner. It didn't follow any pattern and technique. Nonetheless, it seemed to be outside of worldly confinements and shackles. The casual slash surpassed all laws and saber techniques, freezing time and space after the swing. 3 slashes extermination and the wild child's mad 10th slash were both ruthless and overbearing. However, they seemed to be formless and non-existent compared to Li Qiye's swing. They didn't manage to slow Li Qiye down for a second. His slash completely bypassed both, doing whatever he pleased. Chapter 3891, The slash lacked any offensive potential and flashiness, looking as unique as can be versus other saber techniques. The saber simply followed Li Qiye's heart and will. This was his saber Dao. The Dao intent consisted of untethered freedom and an absolute necessity to kill. This seemed rather unbelievable and impossible, yet he was one to do whatever he wanted. Extermination and the 10th slash suddenly stopped after the connection with his blade. Both suddenly dispersed into smoke and disappeared from existence. Footsteps from the duo could be heard as they staggered backward. The crowd became slack-jawed as a result. Clank. Clank. The wild child's saber and 3 slashes dark tide suddenly broke into 2 halves and fell to the ground. The wild child's mouth was agape and twitching. He seemed to be trying to speak but couldn't muster a single word, only incoherent groans. His head fell to the ground. The cut was clean and smooth, akin to a piece of tofu being cut by an extremely sharp knife. SSSS. Blood splashed from his neck like a spring. As his head was falling down, he saw his body slamming into the blood-stained ground. His wide-open eyes eventually closed. Meanwhile, after staggering backward, 3 slashes shouted, "Incredible saber technique " These were his last words since his body became split in 2 and fell down. Bam! His internal organs oozed outward. 3 slashes actually died before the wild child and didn't even realize it. The cut was clean and similar to the wild child's wound. Both the young and old along with the hidden big shots were left speechless. None of them thought that they could stop the 2 slashes earlier, not even the heavenly sovereigns. However, Li Qiye's casual slash nullified these saber techniques and easily killed his foes. At their power level, killing them wasn't that easy. Their true fate could still survive and escape after the total destruction of the body. However, Li Qiye's slash also took down their true fate, instantly ending their life. The whole thing required 0 effort from him. It was as if he had merely brushed some dirt off his shoulder or sliced some tofu on the chopping board. In the present, only righteous Scion could match these 2. They have defeated plenty of geniuses and even ancestors before. Those who have fought them had nothing but praises for their cultivation and skills. A while ago, if someone said that they could kill the 2 geniuses with 1 slash, others would laugh incessantly, especially younger cultivators. They would think that this person would die to the duo right away. Now, the crowd witnessed it with their own eyes and had no choice but to accept the reality of the geniuses being killed with one slash. Mouths and lips were quivering and twitching, but no words came out. Invisible hands seemed to be gripping everyone's throat. It took a while before they could breathe normally and regain their wits. That's terrifying. Some were scared out of their minds. A few youths dropped flat on their butt. Those who made fun of Li Qie earlier trembled with fear, thinking about the potential consequences if he were petty enough to pursue this. They turned pale and wanted to run away. Alas, the frightening event sapped their strength completely, so they couldn't even stand. Is it his own power or the saber? No, the metal. One ancestor asked. It's mainly due to the metal, I'm sure. A powerful peer responded. They all saw Li Qie not exerting any strength at all from start to finish. First, saber energies protected him, then it did the killing as well. Li Qie didn't channel his vitality or used a powerful merit law at all. The metal did all the work. The metal is all you need to dominate. Someone else murmured. Their fear eventually became replaced with greed as they stared at the metal. Nonetheless, they still had a sliver of rationality, knowing better than to do anything right now. The duo just now was the best example. Didn't I say one move was enough? Li Qie smiled at the corpses. His prediction came true as well. He said that 3 slashes would die to the saber. An expert from Blackwood quietly recalled. Others exchanged glances. He did make this prediction back in Seer Watch. However, no one believed him back then. Rumble. Their conversations needed to wait because of sudden explosions stemming from the abyss. Chapter 3892, the area started shaking, so everyone had a hard time maintaining their balance. The ground seemed to be on the verge of splitting. What's going on? The startled crowd wanted to run away. Dust storms suddenly came from the bottom. Something massive was rising up. Its movement caused dust to go everywhere. Here we go. A big shot in the shadows became alarmed. Once these words came out, something detonated from below. Next came darkness spewing upward like a whale spraying water. Boom! A skeletal claw suddenly reached out of the abyss and grabbed the edge of the cliff, causing broken boulders and debris to roll down while leaving a deep print. This one looked like an eagle claw. Boom! A second claw resembling that of a tiger grabbed the edge next. Loud noises continued until they saw an enormous monster climbing up the cliff. The abyss was bottomless, yet this creature appeared so suddenly. The thing consisted of only bones at this point. The skull was large enough to push up the sky. All cultivators looked as tiny as ants. The frame looked quite strange, perhaps an unknown creature that no one here had seen before. The shape of the body looked like some type of lizard with a long tail. Its sharp claws near the chest area looked like snow-white sabers. The ground would be torn apart like a piece of paper once clawed. The skull was relatively similar to that of a lion and an alligator as well. Upon closer inspection, one might conclude that it seems more like a dinosaur skull. It was entirely covered in dust and appeared to be damaged. Some parts had rotten flesh left on it as well. Most importantly, it wasn't the bones of a single creature. It seemed to be an amalgamation of different bones. For example, its bulky thigh consisted of different bones assembled together. This was definitely the case for its spine and its long tail as well. There seemed to be human and beast arm bones. All in all, someone most likely gathered strange bones from all over the world before assembling them together. Thus, despite its brutal and ominous presence, the skeleton looked a bit funny and out of place. But from another perspective, this made it even creepier. Oh! It raised its head and let out a roar similar to that of a wolf howling at the moon to summon its friends. What the hell is this? The majority of the crowd had never seen a skeleton like this before and became frightened. That's a monster from Black Tides. A heavenly sovereign hiding using a stealth technique announced, "They're coming." The listeners exchanged glances after hearing this. Most had a vague idea of these monsters. Everyone knew that they would eventually come after a tidal recession and attack Blackwood Cliff. However, they never saw these monsters before. Their impression and knowledge were limited to their senior stories and ancient scrolls. Shit! An expert looked up and was horrified. The skeleton was now looking down at them as if they were worms. The bones have dried up long ago, but everyone still felt as if the skeleton was alive and sentient. It had a faint, dark red glow in the sockets instead of eyes. This made it look even more intimidating. "Run!" the sovereign shouted before escaping from this place. The skeleton didn't give them any time before a slash. Due to its claw's size, several hundred cultivators were caught right away. Ah! A few were instantly crushed to death right away, akin to an insect being crushed by a man. Some among them were famous masters, but they didn't have the chance to escape. Vile creature, enough. An ancestor saw his disciples being captured and unleashed a formidable sword slash. Clank! Clank! The sword ray struck the skeletal hand, resulting in fiery sparks. Unfortunately, it only left a small nick. Crunch dash! It tossed the survivors into its mouth and started chewing. Blood splashed out along with terrible screams. Blood flowed down from within and stained the lower bones to the horror of the spectators. No one expected this skeleton to have a penchant for eating men. Judging from the composition of the bones, this thing didn't use to be a wild beast or anything. The amalgam of bones shouldn't have any lingering intent or hunger. Moreover, it should be feeble and break right away from the first touch. On the other hand, it seemed to be alive with a gluttonous desire on top of being extremely strong. Zzz, after eating several hundred cultivators, flesh began to grow from the dried bones. This was an insignificant amount. In order to be full again, it would most likely need to eat 100,000 cultivators or so. It's trying to regrow its body by eating us. Many shouted in astonishment. We need to take it down. The experts and ancestors summoned their treasures for an onslaught. Rumble. A pagoda the size of a mountain came crashing down. A cauldron soared across the sky and released an endless inferno. Chapter 3893, Numerous powerful weapons attacked the skeleton, resulting in numerous explosions. Alas, all they could do was leave behind small nicks. Only one or two treasures managed to crack a bone. The bony amalgam should have been feeble since it didn't have any divine bone. However, some unknown force was holding it together, rendering all offenses useless. Poof! The skeleton opened its gigantic mouth and unleashed a raging black matter with fiery sparks scattered throughout. Ah! Ah! More screams resounded as cultivators were reduced to ashes by this special flame. Some took out their strongest treasures made of divine metals to block the black flame. Unfortunately, the flame destroyed the treasures as well. A mightier ancestor's treasure managed to stop the flame for a moment, buying him enough time to run away. The crowd started panicking after seeing the strength of the monster. Numerous cultivators have fallen along with several ancestors. They began scattering like birds and beasts while screaming. Some ancestors no longer gave a damn about face and fled with haste. A loss of reputation was still better than dying to this skeleton. These monsters are wicked and dangerous, they've killed so many of us back then, we need to get away now. A runner shouted. Get back to Blackwood, let everyone know that the monsters are coming. Another ancestor ran for Blackwood. Unfortunately, not everyone got away, evident by the continuous wails and shrieks. The monster continued grabbing hundreds of cultivators and eating them. It gained more flesh and blood afterward. "This is the end of the line for you, monster." A high monk wearing a shroud finally took action. Despite purposely concealing his appearance, everyone knew that he was from Heavenly Dragon Temple. He waved his hand and sent out a flying kasaya. It took root in the ground and created a colossal wall. Images of monks and Buddhas appeared on top and started chanting. They exuded the power and light of Buddhism, wanting to stop the skeleton. Bang! Bang! The skeleton began smashing the wall. "Run now!" The valiant monk still couldn't stop the creature. After 2 smashes, the massive wall had cracks all over. The monk couldn't handle it anymore but still tried his best to keep the monster at bay. Eventually, the wall crumbled and the monk was sent flying while vomiting blood. He used this momentum to run as well. Don't look back. Everyone else wished they had more legs in order to run faster. Rumble. The monster has fully gotten out of the abyss, aiming to pursue the cultivators for more food. The ancestors and experts looked back and saw the moving behemoth. They turned pale and mustered everything they got to run. Clank. A saber hymn sounded, prompting the monster to suddenly stop. The old servant was now standing in front of its path while holding his saber. The monster clearly stopped because it felt a potential threat. He had a calm expression yet his hair and sleeves were fluttering despite a lack of wind. His saber was wrapped tightly by a thick gray bundle of cloth. Its actual shape remained unknown. It seemed that it hadn't been used for a long time because the cloth was old and dusty. He had no aura and saber energy to speak of. Nonetheless, he resembled an invisible wall capable of stopping the monster from taking half a step forward. He changed his posture by straightening his back. When he stood upright in this manner with his hair fluttering, the few remaining spectators found youth returning to him. He was no longer an old man with 1 foot on the grave but rather, a vigorous middle-aged man. His eyes narrowed as he gazed at his foe. A saber god seemed to be awakening since the rays from his eyes could execute anything. Yang Ling became emotional. She knew that he was remarkably powerful but didn't have an actual gauge. Now, she could only use one word to describe him: invincible. Invincibility was indeed the impression he gave to the spectators. This might not actually be the case, but when he had his saber, no one should think about stopping him. A while ago, the wild child and 3 slashes emitted magnificent auras and saber energies. The crowd was lost in admiration. Now, their flashiness seemed rather childish and weak compared to the old man's stance. Unfortunately, everyone was running away and didn't get to witness his impeccable style. The skeleton roared and smashed with one hand. It didn't have any technique and merit law, only tyrannical strength. Crack. Time and space cracked, a sign of its wondrous strength. This smash alone could instantly sink a city. Boom. The old man retaliated by raising his sheathed saber up horizontally, easily stopping the smash. The shockwaves immediately destroyed the ground around him and issued violent quakes. Anyone else would have been turned into meat paste. Yes. Yang Ling and Fan Bai cheered loudly. Chapter 3894, The monster roared after being stopped by the saber. Cultivators on the run were frightened stiff. They didn't dare to slow down for a second. Oh. Its other claw smashed down at the old servant with enough force to crush the radius of 100,000 miles. Clank. The old man unsheathed his saber. Its light illuminated the realms. Its prosperity meant wealth for all, its downfall signaled destruction. He raised it before slashing vertically, destroying all laws in its path. Worlds felt tiny versus its might. The slash contained a wild and unrestrained intent. It moved in accordance with his whim. Teaming up with his saber turned the clock back for him. He became spirited once more, resembling a saber god looking down on all creation. Mad first slash. Yang Ling shouted despite not seeing the move clearly due to the blinding radiance. Nonetheless, she still uttered these words. Though she never saw the actual 8 variations before, she saw the wild child using the first slash earlier. In spite of certain similarities, his slash looked like a child playing with a saber compared to the old servant's slash. It was long-winded and needlessly flash, undeserving of using the technique's title. He needed time to gather power before the swing. On the other hand, the old man freely slashed while adding all of his emotions and focus within. There was joy in being unrestrained and mad. This was the style of Mad Blade. She thought that if this slash wasn't a part of the 8 variations, none other would be a closer match. Boom! The slash actually cut through the skeleton, separating it into 2 halves. Previously, ancestors have used their best treasures against this monster. They eventually learned that it was virtually impervious to attack. Now, the old servant could cut through the bones without too much trouble. Bam! The bones crumbled and fell to the ground. The 2 girls heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this. The powerful monster was still no match for their friend. Unfortunately, they heard snapping and cracking noises. The bones scattered all over the ground suddenly moved as if they were alive. That's creepy. Yang Ling turned pale since she hadn't seen anything like this before. Watch carefully, there's a force controlling them. Li Qie said. For some reason, his nonchalant tone calmed her down. As long as he was around, nothing could ever put them in danger. They observed the bones and saw tiny red strings around them, numerous times smaller than a strand of hair. Upon closer inspection, they found that these strings were actually rays. The bones flew upward and assembled again. The 2 girls noted that the rays then came together to form a circular radiance. It was faint and inconspicuous. Nonetheless, it seemed to be fueling the skeleton. So what is that thing? Yang Ling asked. The monster was strong enough to slay ancestors. However, this tiny ball of light was the mastermind behind it all. How could it contain so much power? The restored skeleton roared again. Yang Ling noted that it looked relatively the same. However, the bones that were cut earlier have now been placed in different places. There seemed to be a particular structure for the assembly. She just couldn't see the patterns right away. It looked as strong as before, eager to fight the old man again. The latter put on a serious expression and said, "No wonder why Buddha Supreme had a hard time dealing with this. They're hard to kill. The Supreme nearly lost his life fighting against the invading monsters. The same disaster might repeat itself." The old man wasn't afraid of this skeleton, but not being able to kill it was problematic. It raised its hand up for another smash. His eyes pulsed with frightening saber intent. However, a shadow rushed forward with lightning speed before he could attack. It was none other than Li Qie. Crack! He pulled a bone out of the skeleton, looking around the length of an arm but wasn't as thick. Rumble! The skeleton suddenly collapsed again. The scattered bones moved once more in order to reconstruct the monster. However, Li Qie strengthened his grip on the bone in his hand. The floating bones fell to the ground once more. They kept on trying to resist, resulting in creepy clacks. The bone in his hand was shaking, wanting to fly away. Of course, this was proven to be impossible. Li Qie had total control. This was akin to him grabbing something by the throat. He could immobilize and weaken it just by adding force. Buzz! The individual rays gathered together to form the ball. Instead of attacking Li Qie, it decided to run away. It seemed to know that messing with him was the wrong choice. Chapter 3895, Li Qie naturally wouldn't let the red ball of light escape. He raised his hand and sealed the area, instantly trapping the ball. Boom! It erupted with incredible power and sent out flames to destroy everything. So this is the force driving the skeleton. Yang Ling shouted. The flames here looked the same as the one spewed out by the skeleton earlier. It massacred numerous experts and ancestors. Boom! It continued to destroy the spatial containment in order to escape. Though Li Qiye looked relaxed while creating the containment, the old man could see that everything beneath his palm was utterly trapped. Even something as strong as the ball couldn't get away. It didn't give up and kept on trying repeatedly. Alas, he could seal heaven and earth beneath his palm. What a shame, no big fish this time. Li Qiye shook his head after seeing a lack of development. He then closed his fingers and space also shrank. The ball became suppressed afterward. It couldn't send out flames anymore. He added a bit more force every time it tried to resist. At this point it was floating above his palm, completely stuck. Poof! He summoned a Dao flame. It lacked brightness and heat but had absolute purity. The ball became afraid, aware of how frightening this flame was. It issued an unpleasant squeak, similar to a mouse running for its life. The group was surprised. This ball looked more and more alive with its actions. The Dao flame started burning the ball, causing it to squeak louder. Li Qiye ignored its cries and increased the flame's intensity. Ah! The final scream sounded like a man being burned alive. Pop! Eventually, nothing was left of the ball. The bones scattered on the ground actually turned into ashes. A gust of wind blew them away. What happened? Yang Ling became curious. They were just bones, the thing that mattered was the red ball of light. The old man explained, the skeleton was being used as a medium. With the ball gone, so will the bones. What is that light then? She asked, unaware of anything similar before. The old man pondered before shaking his head. He didn't have a certain answer. Top Dao lords and sovereigns have researched this topic before, unable to come up with a definite conclusion. Threads controlling a puppet, that's all. Li Qiye said while staring at the bone in his other hand. All of the other bones have turned to ashes after the destruction of the light ball. However, this one was perfectly intact. It was white in comparison, looking as if it was polished before. The others seemed to be randomly chosen. This one? There were signs of refinement. Why is that bone still around? Yang Ling curiously asked. It's the leading medium that has been refined before. Li Qiye said before raising his hand towards the old man, saber. The old man handed his saber to Li Qiye. He personally crafted this saber in the past. Few in this world were qualified to demand or borrow it from him. Alas, he didn't have a choice here. Who refined this bone? Fan Bai asked. Someone might be looking for rebirth. The old man boldly speculated with narrowed eyes. The biggest clue to this statement was the skeleton trying to devour flesh and blood. Rebirth is impossible for the truly dead. Even an immortal can't do so, it'll only be living a borrowed life. Li Qiye chuckled. Li Qiye's responses always carried a certain implication and new information. The old man realized a few things after listening. Meanwhile, Li Qiye started carving the bone using the old man's saber. The blade was heavy and long, yet this wasn't a problem for Li Qiye. The cutting was accurate as if it was a carving knife. The saber danced under his control, ready to turn this bone into a work of art. What are you doing, young master? Yang Ling wondered. Just making a flute on this fine day. Li Qiye smiled. Yang Ling had no response. How fine could a day be with all of these monsters coming out? She was right. Currently, numerous monsters have been spotted in black tides. Chaos ensued in the region. Chapter 3896, Rumble. Numerous colossal creatures emerged from unknown depths and gathered into an army. At first, only a few came out of the valleys and gorges. Now, more and more emerged from the seafloor itself. They had been buried for who knows how many years. The bones were decaying, but this didn't affect them in the slightest. As a whole, they were still powerful and fast. Crack! 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 A few monsters decided to pick up random bones on the ground and attach them to the missing spots on their body. It seemed that the bones here were interchangeable and didn't have a negative impact. The monsters had diverse forms. Some were tall and resembled a giant human skeleton. Another looked like a primal beast with 4 legs. The bone spurs on its spine pierced upward, looking extremely sharp. One more was tiny like a praying mantis. However, it could cut someone's throat before they got a clue. They all shared the same chaotic arrangements for bones. For example, one had an ox skull, tiger tail, elephant body, and eagle wings. A different one had a human body and a snake skull. From a distance, this army of monsters instilled fear into the spectators. They seemed to be the harbingers of death and destruction. Ah! Ah! Some treasure hunters were caught off guard by their appearance and became delicious food. Crunch! The larger skeletons were able to capture cultivators by the thousands. Agonizing screams came from their mouth during the chewing process. It didn't take long before black tides turned into hell. Just run, the monsters are here. Many ran for their lives while stricken by fear. Some ancestors tried to ambush these creatures, utilizing their strongest merit laws and treasures. Rumble. However, the majority of the skeletons had no problem withstanding the offenses. Some had broken bones, but the pieces eventually came together again. The ancestors eventually found that the creatures were unkillable. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for them. Numerous ancestors started falling. Run back to Black Wood. The top ancestors realized how futile it was and sent this message to the rest. Meanwhile, the sounds of gongs echoed across Blackwood Cliff. Its inhabitants began panicking. Recall everyone right now, the monsters are out. This was the command from the upper echelons. The Biendu and the Guardian Legion blew their war horns. These special horns could be heard not only in black tides but also in the holy ground. They served to tell adventurers to pull back as well as asking the holy ground for reinforcement against the invading monsters. Monsters are about to reach the shore, we need all capable men to help. The Biendu clan master's words echoed. Boom! A beam soared upward from the clan and spread out to form a mighty barrier. A platform in the clan also rose up and on top was a gigantic fort. The platform had numerous chaos true stones engraved everywhere. However, many were dimmed and had no energy left. Replace the depleted stones, do it well. The clan master ordered. Meanwhile, by the shore, explosions could be heard as Buddhist light materialized and formed a gigantic wall. This wall separated the cliff from black tides. The surface was covered with Buddhist runes. They formed complete characters, all part of a top defensive scripture. Images of high monks and Tao lords could be seen. They started chanting the characters found on the wall. This resulted in an impressive Buddhist affinity serving as fuel for the wall. Alas, this wall was too old and had experienced too many battles before. Many places lacked runes and empowerment with clear flaws. Fortunately, Tao platforms and even forts were built in these weakened parts. Empower the platforms to help the wall. A high monk from Heavenly Dragon Temple ordered. Amitba. Monks began heading for the various platforms and forts. They poured their energy and vitality into these creations. Buzz. The buildings lit up, the same with the embedded chaos stones. Children of the East, prepare for battle. The Praetor also commanded the Alliance to help cover the weakened portions of the wall. Due to the massive size of the shore, there were thousands and thousands of platforms. This required the help of numerous cultivators. Don't rest now, if the wall falls, the monsters will break in like a tsunami. The Biendu clan master told everyone. No one had time to relax right now. They searched for unmanned Dao platforms in order to do their part. Buzz, as time passed, more Dao platforms became activated. This made the Buddhist wall brighter as well. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.